The Rise of the Argentine Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1 Captain St. Jose. San Jose Cohen was a native of Córdoba province and dropped out of school at the age of 16. At 17, he became a member of the Córdoba City Guard. He was strong and one of the more educated people in the village, so he did fairly well in the city guard at that time. The city guard, in order to expand its power, extended its reach for conscripts to the gauchos they had previously despised. San Jose didn't find being a soldier too difficult. It was more interesting than herding cattle and riding horses. At 18, San Jose became the leader of a squad of soldiers in the city guard. With the support of his gaucho compatriots, when Jose woke up in this explosive body, he was in a daze for days. His head ached to the point of explosion, and the memories of two lives began to mix and stir, turning his brain into mush. He had several nosebleeds that day, leading Dear at Aragon, his subordinate, to believe that Jose had gone somewhere to replenish his energy again. Aragon came from the same village and regarded himself as San Jose's little brother. He had a shaved head and had been San Jose's loyal fan since childhood. Jose was also afraid that he had some illness, so he went to the city hospital for an examination. No problems were found, only a little inflammation according to his previous life's understanding. It was commonly known as getting too much internal heat, which was caused by eating too much high-fat, high-protein food. Taking some anti-inflammatory medicine would be enough. His physical fitness was very good, and the nurse who examined him even wanted to ask him to go to a hotel for a consultation. Jose righteously refused for a while. San Jose regretted not going to the hotel to see the nurse. After all, that nurse was really good-looking and quite hot. He didn't even ask for her name. What a pity. Because of his body's instinctive memory, Jose quickly mastered Spanish. The pure Iberian accent made him feel a little uncomfortable, but of course he quickly adapted. A few days later, Jose accepted this identity with peace of mind. Anyway, he was a loner in his previous life. From then on, Jose was San Jose. The original owner was a cheerful and righteous young man. People saluted and greeted him on the street. Graduating from middle school was not considered illiterate. Among a group of gauchos, he was considered highly educated. Most of the other conscripts who were caught with him had mostly graduated from elementary school. Gauchos are similar to the nomadic people of Argentina. This ethnic group encountered the era of firearms at the very beginning and is now the lowest class of people in Argentina. It is a miracle that San Jose, with his background, can have some power in the city guard, in charge of a squad of 50 people, and have considerable prestige. San Jose glanced at the mirror. He was tall and sturdy with thick black hair, a rather handsome young man. Although the other squad leaders privately despised San Jose's background, they also recognized San Jose's strength. These days, San Jose followed his previous memories, going to the tavern to drink and patrolling the city as usual. After settling down a little, he asked his subordinate Aragon to buy some newspapers in the city to read. Boss, Abel, the young master of the Klein family, held a dance party yesterday, and you declined to go. Also, you haven't been to the Zenanda Hotel much lately. Are you feeling better? Aragon muttered, feeling a little regretful. The dance party held by young Master Klein must have good food. It would be nice to go and have a feast. I've had a bit of a headache lately. I've been drinking too much and eating too many skewers. You go buy a few bottles of tequila after your patrol and apologize to them. I'll give you the money later. San Jose touched Aragon's bald head, which felt very good. San Jose certainly knew about the Zenanda Hotel. No wonder this strong body felt a little weak. Going to this kind of place often was unbearable. Argentina has developed agriculture and abundant resources. The military pay and army food are relatively good. The city guard is only a third-rate army, but it is one of the giant forces in Córdoba City. Together with the three major families, they form the ruling force of Córdoba City and even Córdoba province. The Klein family, to which Abel belongs, is one of them. As for San Jose and Abel Klein, they were completely drinking buddies. He was just a collateral relative. They met a few months ago while drinking at the Zenanda Hotel. The original owner was quite lacking in geographical knowledge and rarely knew the surrounding area. Córdoba is one of the major cities in the country. The economy is relatively developed, with a population of more than 600,000. In San Jose's view, this is at most equivalent to a fourth-tier small city. He picked up the San Martin Christian Truth newspaper and started reading it. The original owner had read a little bit, so he could still understand Spanish. Reading line by line, it was quite interesting. Our country refuses to participate in the new Brazil World Cup. Long live the Argentine National Army. This is Argentina's decision not to participate in the Football World Cup. Riots occurred in Buenos Aires. The National First Defense Force went to suppress the rebellion, and fierce conflicts occurred. All the rioters have been arrested and are awaiting trial. The National Defense Force continues to control law enforcement power outside the army. Lieutenant General Juan Nicolas, the second commander of the Argentine National Defense Force, announced the temporary takeover of the capital's defense work, and the capital's defense force was squeezed again. The first 5-year plan has achieved new achievements. Following the Argentine National Petroleum Company and the Railway Company, BHN and DNAs have achieved remarkable results. The Perón government is seeking another term in the next election, whitewashing peace. It's really a chaotic era. Next year is the next election, and San José finally sorted out the timeline. The 1950s will be a chaotic beginning, and the next few decades will be Argentina's darkest moment, with countless military junta presidents, military power interfering in the regime, civilian governments being suppressed, economic stagnation, and even sometimes regression, which is completely the opposite of the South Korean military government at that time. Although San José doesn't really like Koreans, he still quite admires the fact that Korea was able to become an emerging economy from a poor and backward colony. The military government at that time developed the economy, and its governance level was far from what this South American country can compare to now. At this time, the whole world has just ended the war for a few years, and the economy is about to enter a stage of recovery and rapid development, which is not considered a troubled world. As a soldier squad leader in the city guard, the total income is quite good, as much as 20,000 pesos a month, which is equivalent to $400 now. You must know that this is the 1950s, and the average monthly income of American citizens is estimated to be less than $200 a month. He even saved a small treasury of 200,000 pesos. The original owner was a financial management expert and had some extra income. An ordinary soldier would be pretty good if he had $100 a month, and other squad leaders would have to rely on side jobs to reach a monthly income of over 7,500 pesos. The basic salary of a squad leader is 5,000 pesos. It is stored in the Córdoba City Commercial Bank. This account was opened with the help of Abel. This commercial bank is also a financial enterprise controlled by the Klein family. San José is considered a small rich man in the local area. The peso is much more valuable now than it will be in a few years. If an Argentine civilian with a relatively high salary has a salary of 5,000 pesos a month, he can live a pretty good life. Renting a 2-bedroom apartment and raising 3-4 children is not a big problem. Maybe you can also keep a pet and hire a part-time cleaner to clean the house. There will also be some savings at the end of the month. Inflation and currency devaluation will lead to lower wages in the next few years, and it is estimated that the entire country will be in chaos in the next few months. San José is now a member of the military government, but he really looks down on the Argentine military government, which is comparable to the Kuomintang a few years ago. Corrupt and incompetent. I have to work hard. It's only been 2 years since I dropped out of school, and it's been pretty good to become a captain. Even the treatment in the next few decades will be good. But if you say that everyone has a little ambition, Argentina is really a blessed and fertile land, and it's a pity not to develop it. Why not become a big jebel, like Samsung in South Korea? San José also has ambitions, and if he wants to do it, he will do it. Argentina's Samsung empire. Korea is still as weak as a chicken now, but in the next few decades it will be able to develop into an important emerging economy in the world. Argentina is vast and rich in resources. Except for the small population, it will not be worse than there even now. Argentina is one of the 2 hegemons in South America, competing with Brazil. It's a pity that the Argentine eagle back then seems to be preparing to fall like this. Chapter 2: Prelude to the Turmoil. To become a future Argentine tycoon, one must seek a good background. Being an ordinary soldier, no matter how much money you have, doesn't offer much of a future at best. You become a seasoned old soldier. A gaucho's background determines that his upper limit won't be too high. And without graduating from military academy, he certainly won't get a good promotion, unless he can latch on to a powerful patron for support. Maybe he could become a company commander, but Saint Hesser doesn't want to be in that position. There aren't many ways to seek a good background. For the current Saint Hesser, he can't count on his poor family, a remote rural nomadic tribe. The fact that Saint Hesser was even able to become a captain is already a stroke of luck for his family. The current Moira tribe's Gaucho chieftain is nothing more than a descendant of someone who worked as a lackey for the governor, and later earned some extra money in past wars, monopolizing the position of chieftain for hundreds of years. As far as Saint Husser knows, the current powerful Argentine families are cultivating influence in universities, recruiting outstanding talents. Saint Husser has heard of a certain Senator Chams, who latched onto the mayor's coattails and became a Córdoba city councilor in just a few years. So, to paraphrase a saying, while other professions are lowly, only studying is noble. In Argentina's current society, this is still very useful. Moreover, it's not enough for just Saint Husser to study and review alone. Saint Husser also plans to find people in his team who are willing and have the basic knowledge to train and study together, preparing to take the exam together in 6 months. To unite a group of talents. Saint Husser considers himself a common man, unable to be like those great people. He can only first unite the people from his hometown, and slowly influence the nearby Gaucho teams. Saint Husser is not stingy with money, and directly rented a small building in a remote part of the city as a small stronghold, and found several school teachers to study together. Saint Husser took a little stroll around the city with the patrol team's motorcycle. As expected, it's just a big county town. Of course, the area is very large, and there are universities and other facilities. It is considered very wealthy, at least much better than an ordinary county town in China. With the level of a fourth-tier city, the planning is still quite primitive, leaving many buildings from the governorate era. Sliding down from its peak in the 2000s, Argentina's entire society has almost stagnated in development, and the entire city is filled with a dull atmosphere of contentment with small wealth. This is a fertile land bestowed by God, and also a land cursed by resources. Saint Husser muttered, there are too few people. Now the entire Argentine Federation has only over 17 million people, which is only equivalent to a mega city in later generations of China, and this land seems to be more fertile than India, which is very outrageous. Moreover, the weather conditions are also very good, with simultaneous rain and heat, and very few extreme weather events. It is one of the few fertile lands in the world. In Saint Husser's view, to become a world-class power, it is necessary to have at least 70 to 80 million people to support an ordinary version of an industrial system. Or even at least 1 or 200 million people. Now Saint Husser is very envious of the neighboring country, which has 70 to 80 million people. In a few decades, it will have more than 200 million, close to 300 million, while Argentina at that time will only have more than 40 million, completely declining in the world. Sure enough, it is good to encourage having more children. That country on the other side of the ocean, with everything waiting to be rebuilt, will fight the most powerful country in the world in a few years, and then confront the second most awesome country in the world a few years later, and then rapidly develop its own industrial system. It only took 30 years, and this country, which is now much more backward than Argentina, will become a world-class power, a military power, which is truly admirable. Now Argentina's chaos is beginning to show, and there are some opportunities, and even not many major powers will interfere in this country. Even the Great Britain 30 years later is only barely evenly matched, a little worse. It's a God-given opportunity. As long as Saint Husser can seize it, it is danger, but also opportunity. Currently, there is only one problem: the government of this country is really too incompetent to gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. The Córdoba city government has now successively deployed the National Guard. The Córdoba City Guard, as the local head, is of course a little unhappy. The 4 major local families also have their own security teams, and security companies have been established in recent years. If the City Guard can be said to be a third-rate army, then the National Guard can be regarded as a second-rate army, and the level of the security forces is militia level. However, the weapons are barely acceptable, mostly imported, but the level of combat, in Saint Husser's view, is similar to village fight, similar to the level of black uncles in Africa. At most fighting a counterinsurgency war. Even the level of warlord infighting is much higher than them, like gang fighting. The entire city of Córdoba is starting to become tense, and even several murders have occurred. The local police department has only a few hundred people, and they are extremely busy. Saint Husser, as a squad leader, has gradually figured out the scale of the city guard, with approximately 5,000 troops stationed, divided into 100 squads, conducting city defense and simple security maintenance, roughly equivalent to the size of a reinforced regiment. The city government is also controlled by the city guard. Now that the National Guard wants to move in, it is a blatant slap in the face. Although our city guard is a weak chicken, if you, a newly appointed one, want to mess with me, you are still a little short. So the two sides began to conflict, and the security companies and local gangs, as third-party forces, occasionally intervened in both sides, back and forth, which looks quite lively. In addition to figuring out the situation these days, Saint Hesser is also engaged in networking. After all, there are still quite a few people in the city guard, and about 1/5 are composed of gauchos, which is considered a force of considerable size. The small group is doing well. After a few days of being low-key, Saint Hesser began to become high-profile. Even though there are only a few 100,000 gauchos in the country now, starting from Córdoba. He constantly contacted various squads, including pure Argentine whites and gauchos, by drinking, bragging, eating, and wandering around, and he really got to know many squad leaders and some figures. Saint Hesser even, through bribing superiors and uniting gauchos, vaguely has a tendency to become a strong backup candidate for the election of the battalion commander. After all, our great Argentina is a democratic country. This has caused dissatisfaction among some people. Chapter 3: Councillors Angpusi and Sideline. Córdoba's government, composed of the mayor and government councillors, is hailed as a democratic government. Recently, some chaos has begun within the city, with some wealthy families even fleeing to the distant suburbs, and the more extreme ones running to the capital. The most impressive ones, I heard, are immigrating to the United States. The national defense troops from other places seem to have become the elite, creating major conflicts with the local forces. However, they are currently quite restrained, except for a few unlucky fellows causing trouble. This has greatly annoyed Councillor Campos, who is eager to interfere in military affairs and even attempt to run for mayor. He invited San Jose to dinner at the Córdoba Grand Hotel several times, but San Jose refused, claiming to be ill. If he weren't drinking and eating roasted lamb at the camp, loudly making merry and acting crazy, Campos would almost have believed him. He, a gaucho, dares to despise me. I'll make him pay sooner or later, Campos muttered, holding a valuable vase. He was about to smash it to create some imposing presence, but seeing that it cost 20,000 pesos from the antique shop, he reluctantly put it down. Councillor Campos can be considered ambitious. He graduated from the law school of the most prestigious university in Argentina, the University of Buenos Aires. He has Western-style handsome looks, typical of Italian descent. Through his hard work, he latched onto the coattails of the current mayor Piran, becoming one of the 36 councillors in the Córdoba City Senate at the young age of 31. He's doing quite well, except that his wife is a 300-pound fatty, even though her father is a former Córdoba province official. Now Mayor Piran's position is still far inferior to Commander Patton Thompson, and Thompson is a significant figure in Argentina's famous Durant family. The Thompson family history can be traced back to the era of the former viceroyalty of the Rio de la Plata. They were the top nobility of the former Uruguay province. After Uruguay's independence, they moved to Córdoba province and remain one of the most powerful families in Argentina. Although Thompson doesn't have much talent, in this country, a noble bloodline is a major asset. Moreover, Piran is almost 60 years old, and his energy is waning. He's only the number 2 figure in Córdoba. Córdoba's 4 major local families are like local emperors. Recently, the National Defense Troops' attempt to seize power has given everyone a chance. They are starting to wait for the highest bidder, hoping to sell themselves for a good price and observing the situation. However, these big events don't have much to do with San Jose. If he gets involved, even if any side takes power, the gaucho situation won't improve, and they might even be forced out of the military. Therefore, San Jose hasn't pledged allegiance to any family. He's just keeping in touch with other gaucho squad soldiers, contacting them frequently, and even looking for promising individuals to send to the San Jose squad for training. As for Campos, he's just a clown being pushed forward by others. San Jose doesn't delve too deeply into it. He's making some bad plans, even thinking about buying some shops in the city, hoping to start a small business when the time comes. The storm in the city is intensifying. Some small families are even selling houses and commercial shops at low prices, and San Jose, being a small local tyrant, is starting to amass wealth, lending at high interest rates, and even considering opening a small-scale commercial bank to absorb deposits and loans, but he has to give up due to insufficient capital. After all, having experienced an era of great economic development, San Jose is working hard to think of opportunities to make money. As for his main job of patrolling, he'll let the bald Aragon take care of that. San Jose reads books and newspapers every day, including the international financial news. One day, he saw a foreign news item: the Sao Paulo Stock Exchange is preparing to formally reform at the end of June and will establish an office in New York to welcome international and domestic clients to open accounts for investment. The Buenos Aires Stock Exchange will open on July 1st, with 3 new companies listing for trading, including the Argentine National Railway Corporation. With over 90 years of rapid development, the Buenos Aires Stock Exchange will establish offices in London and New York, more than 30 years earlier than neighboring countries' stock exchanges. Good heavens, these two South American rivals. But now and in the future, Argentina is becoming increasingly weak. The country's strength is still no match for Brazil. San Jose is very interested in stock speculation and even wants to invest some money to try it out, but after looking at his bank account balance, he decides against it. Moreover, he's not clear about the market trends at this point in time. 9 out of 10 stock speculators lose. He still remembers losing almost everything in his previous life. Although money should be easy to make, his current capital isn't necessary, and it requires professionals. It's better to do some small business here. Although Cordoba won't expand much in the future, with a population of only 1 million even in the 21st century, the shops are still quite valuable. He can buy some land and try to start a small factory, slowly expanding it. Argentina is still lacking in light industrial development, and even food processing has huge opportunities. Except for state-owned enterprises, most of the processing factories are small or even non-existent. The entire country exports a lot of primary agricultural products, but very few processed products. This is a huge opportunity. Even starting a food processing plant has the opportunity to make big money. Nearby countries like Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay, Chile, and Peru are huge markets, and even Brazil can be included. Getting some canning machines to process beef and mutton cans, fruit cans, all have certain business opportunities. Cordoba is backed by the Pampas grasslands, and these newly established state-owned enterprises won't develop much in the next few decades, and will be quickly swallowed by local tycoons and foreign capital during economic reforms. Although Argentina has a small population, there are many pseudo-middle class, with great consumption potential. After much research, he decides to start in Cordoba, first looking for canning machines. After the war, the United States should have a lot of surplus food industry machinery. They are preparing for the Cold War, so importing a fruit canning machine shouldn't be too difficult. As for other disturbances, it's nothing. South America and North America are legendary chosen lands with very few wars. Cordoba is one of the domestic transit stations. Local fruits available year-round include grapes, peaches, plums, apricots, cherries, grapefruits, sweet oranges, tangerines, apples, pears, etc., with abundant raw materials. But this year, Argentina is experiencing a drought, and fruit production has been severely reduced. Retail prices are very expensive. Ordinary families rarely buy fruit unless necessary. This is a great opportunity except for cherries. The others have the potential to make fruit cans. Domestic consumption is still very weak because the products are relatively simple. It's a state of having money but nothing to buy, and there's not much competition. He asks Aragon and others to scout for shops and venues in the city, and even plans to personally go to Buenos Aires, where there are a group of American smugglers. He needs to find production equipment there. American industries are currently severely oversupplied, but they can't open up the Argentine market. Opening up this market will be a matter of 3 or 4 years. Chapter 4 Prairie Cannery. Let Aragon scout out a few good storefronts and factory buildings, preparing to rent them to do a little business, planning some funds for future tuition and living expenses. Currently, Argentina is indeed lacking in food equipment and industry, mainly concentrated in the capital Buenos Aires and Rosario. It is difficult to find packaging production lines domestically. These devices can only be produced in the United States now. After World War II, production capacity began to be surplus, but unfortunately, they cannot be bought openly. Europeans themselves probably don't have enough for their own use. Currently, Argentina has no direct trade relations with the United States. Only after the Perón government completely collapses will American capital enter Argentina in large quantities, because the Americans hate the Perón government's third position. Nowadays, the United States adopts a strong economic blockade against Argentina, and the Economic Cooperation Administration discriminates against Argentina. It is impossible to obtain American industrial equipment openly. Of course, smuggling is possible. As long as it is Brazil or Uruguay, as long as you have money, you can still buy it on the underground black market, but it is limited to ordinary light industrial equipment. Argentina's foreign exchange reserves are in pound sterling. After the decline of British power, foreign exchange controls are implemented. Pound sterling and US dollars cannot be directly exchanged, and San Jose's pesos cannot be directly exchanged into US dollars, so it is impossible to buy equipment originally. He also planned to produce canned food, but went bankrupt due to debt. The asking price is 100,000 pesos per line, which is about 2,000 US dollars per line, which is ridiculously expensive, but this is the 1950s. It's really dark enough, but San Jose reluctantly accepts it. Who told Argentina that it can't produce these things and can only be controlled by others? He ordered 2 lines from the underground intermediary. It's a good thing not to go to the United States, so take them back and try them out first. Uruguay, as Argentina's younger brother, has a status somewhat similar to Hong Kong in New China, but a larger version. He paid a deposit of 50,000 pesos, and the balance will be paid when the production line is handed over. Argentina's domestic market is quite closed. Agriculture is quite developed, but exports rely on primary agricultural products. There is almost no deep processing of fruits. Córdoba is currently the 3rd largest city, but there is not much competition. I went to the largest market in the city and some grocery stores. The variety of goods is not rich. Even ordinary drinks such as Coca-Cola seem to be unavailable. The American blockade is relatively thorough. There are some preliminary processed traditional foods and inferior beer produced by domestic breweries, which San Jose and his partners do not drink, and the taste is very average. It is also related to the current international trade environment. It has only been a few years since the end of World War II, and international trade is not developed. The Soviet Union's economy is stepping up to restore production. Western Europe, which Argentina has good relations with, is still recovering, and Europe is also healing, with great restraint on exports, and not enough for its own people to eat. American capitalists have coveted the Argentine market for a long time. In recent years, the country has been closed to the outside world and tariffs have been high. Argentina's relationship with Spain is still okay, but Spain is no longer the glorious first empire on which the sun never sets. Spain is a dictatorship under Franco, and the Perón government's nationalization policy has plunged Anglo-Argentine relations to a historic low. Overall, the market opportunity is very good, and San Jose is still very good at food processing. Following Aragon, he came to a large dairy farm that he was optimistic about, preparing to talk to the owner. Looking from afar, there are several other farms around the factory building, but they are even more desolate. They are full of weeds and no one has taken care of them for a long time. The overall framework is still good, and it is also connected to electricity, covering an area of more than 3,000 square meters. There are also warehouses to meet San Jose's needs. Local businessman Mariquinines greeted San Jose with a smile. Mr. San Jose, if you buy this factory building, you will definitely make a profit. If I didn't want to develop in the capital, I would definitely be reluctant to sell it. This factory building is worth at least 1 million pesos. If you want to buy it, you only need to pay 750,000 pesos, and the monthly rent is 20,000 pesos, Mariquinines said with a flattering expression. In fact, San Jose wanted to buy it, and the price was not expensive, and the place was big enough, but unfortunately, he only had 50,000 pesos in assets. Mr. Mariquinines, are you sure you are not joking? Now, no one in Córdoba except me will rent your broken factory building. I don't need to buy a factory building for the time being. Now there is a shortage of funds, and it would be foolish to buy these heavy assets, which are too difficult to realize. Mr. San Jose, it cost me 1.1 million pesos to build this factory building. Look at the steel structure, this strong red brick, absolutely genuine materials, Mariquinines said, touching the wall skin, but as soon as he touched it, a piece of wall skin fell off, which was a bit embarrassing. Stop. I can only pay up to 10,000 pesos a month. The rent in the near suburbs of Córdoba is not high now, and the area around here is also very desolate. I'm not kidding. Tomorrow I can pay up to 9,000 pesos and tell you a valuable piece of information for free. There will definitely be a large-scale conflict in Córdoba in the next 6 months. At that time, businessmen like you should suffer heavy losses. Mariquinines took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped non-existent cold sweat, then breathed on his hands and rubbed them together. Mr. San Jose, I really can't talk you out of it. How about we each take a step back? I also have several shops under my name. You can rent them together for 15,000 pesos, which is definitely a great value. I also have a vacant house that can be rented to you as a gift. Mariquinines was also a little worried about the situation and wanted to develop in the capital. As for here, it was a bit unsafe. I looked at it. Forget about your house, the shops are okay. 12,000 pesos a month, that's the highest price I can offer. I can pay a month's rent first. If it's suitable, let's sign the contract today. If you don't think it's suitable, then forget it, and I wish you a pleasant trip to the capital. San Jose looked a little impatient. Okay, deal. Happy cooperation, Mr. San Jose. The weather in Argentina this year is a bit abnormal. I heard that people were frozen to death in Brittany Santa Cruz, which made national news. It's really hell. There was also a drought in the first half of the year. It's not so cold at this time of year. Mr. San Jose, would you like to have some wine and barbecue to warm up? Mariquini hurriedly agreed. He was wearing a jacket and was a little happy to have made this deal, so he invited San Jose to have barbecue. San Jose also stomped his feet, as if to dispel some of the cold, looking at the drizzle in the sky, and the roof of the factory building was a little wet, and said, "Next time, I'm busy now. Next time, I'll treat you to dinner at the Aclara Hotel. The lobster there is okay. It's not that he's really busy, it's just that he feels that drinking and eating barbecue is not healthy recently, plus he really needs to survey the factory for other safety hazards, and he will have to renovate the factory tomorrow. This time, he really didn't cheat Mariquini. Now it's good to be able to rent out the farm and shops and kitchen. If this farm wasn't big enough, strong enough, and hadn't been abandoned for too long, San Jose would definitely not want it. Idle assets don't generate rent. The nearby farms were mostly abandoned, and even within the city, people were selling their properties. Córdoba was becoming the eye of the storm in the country. Ordinary people were fleeing to the countryside, while those with more money went to Buenos Aires, and a small fraction simply immigrated to the United States or Europe. Today, I even heard some gunshots in the city. Some rioters were taking the opportunity to rob pedestrians and shops. San Jose now had to bring several subordinates with him whenever he went out. Marek was in the trading business. This factory was originally a large warehouse and breeding-based business hadn't been good in recent years, and having made some money, he planned to rent out the property and immigrate to the capital to expand his business. Argentina was not peaceful now. Policies were constantly changing, the political situation was unstable, and he even had to bring bodyguards when going out. Trucks brought the production equipment San Jose had purchased. These were two used semi-automatic packaging machines, well maintained and ready for direct use after assembly. He also hired people to clear weeds, paint walls, repair leaks and holes, and reinforce the house. The previously messy factory began to become neat and clean, taking on a new look. San Jose even considered having Aragon purchase a batch of firearms and ammunition from the black market in the city, but he didn't go through with it. Instead, he recruited 10 people from the city to protect the factory and equipment. He hired several employees, taught them how to operate the production equipment, and then set up a large pot to start boiling fruit. High-temperature sterilization, disinfection, packaging, and product packaging. This trip almost exhausted all his savings, leaving San Jose a little short of money. He bought 150 tons of apples from fruit farms in the suburbs through black market channels. Due to the drought, fruit production was not high, but the Peron government lowered the purchase price of agricultural products. On the one hand, fruits were selling very expensively and were scarce in the market. Yes, Argentinians couldn't afford fruit because of the drought. On the other hand, a large amount of fruit was stored in the farm owners' warehouses, unwilling to sell because they would lose money. This gave San Jose another opportunity, agreeing to settle accounts every half month. You might not believe it, but the original owner, besides liking to save money, also had a talent for building relationships. He had befriended many farm owners outside the city when he enjoyed herding cattle and horses. Inheriting the original owner's connections, the first batch of fruit he bought was obtained through his relationships. Later, the cooperation improved and became formal. However, the daughter of one farm owner fell too deeply in love, giving him a headache. Her help was very timely. In the end, San Jose could only reluctantly reject her. Later, she married a good man. She was a very lovely girl. He also went to the Sean state-owned glass factory for commercial procurement. After much persuasion, he pulled 20,000 glass canning jars from the warehouse. He found matching canning lids in the hardware market and then had stickers printed with trademark information, starting to produce canned apples. After a week of hard work, he finally set up the canning factory. He randomly chose a name and started a black workshop. Since he hadn't even registered the factory yet, there were probably fewer than 1,000 factories in the entire Córdoba. Most were state-owned, and most of them were losing money because the turmoil had stalled much of the production, and people were panicking. The Plary canning factory, named by San Jose, was located in the suburbs, in a relatively barren area. One advantage was that it was not too conspicuous, but the transportation was still convenient, only a dozen kilometers away from the Córdoba Central Railway Station, making it very suitable for transporting goods to all parts of the country. When Marek built a warehouse here, he spent a lot of effort setting up power transmission lines. The newly recruited workers were mostly gauchos and people from the satellite towns. There was also a brick and wood structure small building here, with several wooden beds, divided into employee dormitories. Most of them worked very hard. After all, if they worked hard, they could earn 6,000 pesos a month, which was indeed very considerable in this era. Moreover, most of these people had been unemployed for a long time. Although Argentina had been promoting high welfare policies in recent years, there were still many people without jobs. San Jose also found a leader among the workers and had him responsible for the processing work of the small canning factory. 30 people cooperated, boiling apples, burning firewood, operating machines, and busily working. Looking at the small factory, he felt quite satisfied. As for the next step, it was to find sales channels. As for how to find sales channels, the military camp was a good start. The people in the city guards were quite wealthy. A bottle of canned fruit wasn't expensive, even not much more expensive than apples on the market, and they could try something new. He directly took a batch of canned goods, specially packaged them, and after arriving at the military camp, he gave each colleague and officer in the entire camp a box, making himself a familiar face, and kindly said that this was a high-end product bought from the Cincinnati store in the city, and the taste was really good. He only gave it to you because you were a friend. He bragged a lot. Old buddy, this canned food called Sam Landis is from America. Yes, that's America. Awesome, right? It's delicious and nutritious, and it looks good. It's so refreshing to have a bite while drinking. San Jose casually made up an American name. He sent them out to those he had befriended, and then asked some salesmen to contact high-end shops in the city and place order advertisements to them. A series of hype. However, these high-end shops didn't pay much attention to canned food, and since the canned food couldn't be bought on credit, most of them threw the sales leaflets into the trash can. 100 boxes were sent out to the military camp at once, and the 1,200 boxes of canned food produced in the early stage were being hoarded in the warehouse. Hey, buddy, have you heard? Our boss received a box of canned food from Captain San Jose. I heard it's from America, and only high-end stores in the city sell it. It only costs 100 pesos a bottle, and the taste is really amazing. A soldier smacked his lips, as if recalling the delicious taste. What's so good about that thing? Isn't my wine fragrant? Another soldier dismissed it, but vaguely swallowed. That thing is more fragrant when eaten with peanuts. That silky taste, that sweet taste, you don't know. Our boss doesn't even eat good roasted lamb legs anymore, and he ate several cans at once. Anyway, bragging doesn't cost tax. Canned food is only available in the United States. The boss rewarded me with a bite, and the taste was really amazing. Some exaggerated. I'm going to buy a bottle home for my family to try when I get off work. It's been too long since I've eaten fruit. The price of apples in the market has risen to 160 pesos a pound. Some soldiers couldn't help it anymore. Why don't we slip away later? Some soldiers were planning to leave early. Isn't that too bad? Some people were embarrassed on the surface, but were preparing to secretly change their uniforms. San Jose's strategy was quite effective. The captains in the military camp were San Jose's real promoters. The rumors about these canned foods quickly swept through the city guards. The soldiers ran to the stores to ask after get off work, but none of them had it. This offended people. These managers remembered the salesmen from the previous 2 days, and some quickly found contact information and asked them to deliver the goods. Yes, I want 200 boxes, cash. Okay, orders for goods quickly continued to arrive at the cooperative shops in the city. Boss, that thing is on fire. High-end stores in the city are now snapping up this canned apple. His subordinate Aragon's face flushed with excitement. Calm down. Let Sean Glass Bottle Factory pull another 50,000 glass bottles, and pay off the arrears from last time. By the way. Chapter 5 Canned Food Boom. St. Ayres finally breathed a sigh of relief. The city's stores and hotels had ordered a total of 8,000 cases of goods. Each case contained 6 cans, making it 48,000 cans in total. The wholesale price was 300 pesos per case, with a comprehensive cost of 200 pesos per case. With future economies of scale, the cost could be further reduced. These 8,000 cases meant a profit of 800,000 pesos, equivalent to $16,000 US. This was quite a profit, and because the payment was made in cash upon delivery, The deposit for the entire batch of goods reached 400,000 pesos. The 800,000 pesos available in the short term could be used to do many things. This was the output of one production line in 24 days. Now, they could produce 2,000 cans a day, and the workers' wages could be paid half a month later. It seemed like expansion was on the horizon. With an initial victory, doing business was indeed more profitable, even if it was just opening a small cannery. With a little bit of timing and luck, he contacted someone to have the middleman order goods, and to smuggle in the second and third packaging production lines, as well as supporting materials, so that he could continue to expand production in the future. Recently, besides socializing with other colleagues, drinking, boasting, and eating barbecue, St. Tyrus would run to the cannery as soon as he got off work. However, by the time he got there after work, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock, and the factory was about to get off work as well. He had to resort to other methods, such as taking leave. At first, the leave approval officer at the headquarters said that he was fair and just, and that St. Tyrus's leave application did not meet the requirements. St. Tyrus almost believed this little fatty who was full of alcohol and looked so upright. St. Tyrus once said to people in his later years about this history, "At that time, I didn't want to go to work. That little fatty originally didn't agree with me taking leave at all, until one time he pointed to the tequila in his office, and then I understood. So I tried to get a case of tequila, and then I could take leave at will, but I still didn't dare to be too arrogant." This year, Argentina's drought has continued to worsen due to the weather. In previous years, rainfall was concentrated from November to March of the following year, but this year, the country's rainfall was significantly less than usual, resulting in poor harvests of wheat and other grain crops, as well as fruit crops. Some people used groundwater irrigation to save themselves. As the world's granary, Argentina was even preparing to import wheat from Brazil. The prices of agricultural and sideline products have risen. In later generations terms, the Engels coefficient was very high. The price of Prairie's canned fruit was relatively not particularly expensive, and even quite conscientious. As a substitute for daily fruit, the second production line has been arranged in place. The simple production line is currently implementing a 2-shift work system, increasing the output per hour. On average, 200 cans can now be produced per hour. With 16 hours of production per day, there will be an output of 4,800 cans per day. The increase in canned goods is very fast, 4 to 5 times larger than before. It can basically meet the sudden surge in demand in the city. After all, the scheduled orders have now exceeded 25,000 cases, and some middlemen have already begun to transfer them to other provinces to seek profit. Considering that the current population of the city of Cordoba is less than 700,000, it is equivalent to 1 case of canned goods being purchased for every 28 people, which is quite astonishing. The sales in high-end stores are the fastest. Wealthy people take goods in batches of 10 cases for gifts, and even have extra packaging done. Ordinary people will also buy 1 or 2 cans, while some people will grit their teeth and take a case for gifts, achieving canned food freedom. The explosive sales volume made St. Tyrus even consider a 3-shift production method, but after some consideration, he eventually gave up. Cordoba's union organization is relatively weak, and unemployed people are eager to work. It would not be good to re-expand the recruitment in the short term, in case the canned goods are no longer popular, and let these people become unemployed. His conscience would not allow it. St. Tyrus felt that he was not a black-hearted person. This small canned food whirlwind has spread to the surrounding suburban towns. Everyone likes this American product that looks high-end, but is actually not luxuriously priced. The entire market is relatively blank now, due to the country's strong trade protection, commonly known as closing the country to international intercourse. In Western Europe, production is recovering after World War II. The Marshall Plan is powerful. The prices of products coming from international trade are too expensive. Due to the Perón government's third way, it has been impossible to obtain new production equipment from the United States at the official level in recent years. This is what allowed St. Tyrus to take advantage of the opportunity. More importantly, due to import substitution, industrialization and protectionism, the domestic infant industry has a continuous downward trend. Coupled with structural defects in the industry, its competitiveness is very poor. St. Tyrus, through a simple trick, pursuing the cost-effectiveness of production and sales, is enough to gain super competitiveness. The remaining 3 production lines have been smuggled in from the border, entering the country from the city of Salta, Uruguay, to Concordia in the country. St. Tyrus chartered 2 carriages, which will arrive at the Cordoba Central Railway Station in about 3 days. Now protectionism is rampant in Argentina, and tariffs are particularly high. If you go through normal channels, you will have to triple the existing price at least, and Argentina is located in South America. Only Western Europe and the United States have developed food industries, but they are actually very far away. The country has stopped foreign investment in factories. Córdoba is located inland, and most of the factories are opened by locals and state-owned factories. Other occasional local joint ventures do not produce canned goods. Relations with Western Europe, especially the United Kingdom, have some small contradictions due to nationalization. Spain's Franco dictatorship is recovering poorly after the war. France, Italy, and the Federal Republic of Germany are working hard to restore domestic production, and even have to import equipment from the United States, so the export is a bit tight. Uruguay, as a country with the same ancestry as Argentina, has relatively good relations, and most border transportation is done with a blind eye. Recently, the cannery has recruited another 100 workers. After all, these so-called production lines are only semi-automatic packaging production lines, and most of the processes still require manual operation. Saint-Hyacinthe also recruited 10 security personnel to form a security team. The number of people in the entire factory has reached as many as 170, and one-third of the entire 3,000 square meters of the factory is filled with production processes. These past 2 days, he purchased materials in the market. He originally wanted to recruit a few electricians to train and customize a simple assembly line, but it turned out that there was no electrician occupation in the entire Córdoba, and even carpenters were hard to find. This made Saint-Hyacinthe very nostalgic for that country with demographic dividend and talent dividend. There are only a few vocational schools in the entire Córdoba, and they are basically commercial schools. There are only a few universities, which are all for cultivating high-end professions such as doctors and lawyers. Currently, only a little over half of the people in Córdoba can attend middle school, except for the gauchos. National high schools, although the people of the entire country are relatively wealthy, the population is still too small. Currently, only 8% of the people in the entire country have attended university. It may be better in a few years, but with such a small population, it is not easy to engage in scaled industries. Thinking about the fast-developing major countries in the world, they are all populous countries. Japan currently has 70 to 80 million people, and it's poised for rapid development in the coming years. Although Germany is divided into two, West Germany still has over 40 million people, and even the smaller East Germany has nearly 20 million, surpassing Argentina's current population. It seems a bit challenging to develop with that kind of competition. Alright, South Korea, which rose to prominence after World War II, also has over 20 million people. Saint-Hyacinthe is now considering issues with a grander vision. Without a sufficient population, there isn't a large enough domestic market or enough labor. It's better to have more people. There's strength in numbers. The great man was indeed great. It seems I need to go there and seriously study his works. Even learning a bit of his dragon-slaying skills might lead to significant progress. Saint-Hyacinthe was lost in thought, suddenly understanding why the Republic of Argentina had developed so slowly and even regressed. Carefully examining the history after World War II, the newly emerging industrialized countries and regions, the four Asian tigers, were all populous nations, except for the special cases of Hong Kong and Singapore, which were cities. Even Hong Kong later had 7 million people with the mainland as its support. Singapore is at the core of Indonesia and Malaysia, possessing the crucial Strait of Malacca, attracting a large number of talents. A fully internationalized metropolis. Argentina also has the broadest Spanish-speaking system. Besides Brazil, its neighbors like Bolivia, Chile, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Peru are currently relatively weak. If it could develop rapidly, it might attract more immigrants. Like the United States encouraging domestic births, the population could rapidly increase, perhaps becoming a nation with nearly 100 million people. Instead of just over 40 million in the 21st century. Of another timeline looking at Iran, Egypt, Nigeria, and even Pakistan and Bangladesh, these countries have so many people. Except for Bangladesh being weaker in later years, they are all quite powerful nations. For a moment, Saint-Hyacinthe had an ambition. If these military governments can hold power, why can't I? Saint-Hyacinthe? Are kings, lords, generals, and ministers born with a special privilege? Most skilled workers come from various vocational schools, but because the industry is average, talent is very scarce. Of course, university talents disdain doing these jobs, preferring to go to government public units or become doctors or lawyers, which not only have high status but also earn money. This is a bit embarrassing. In the end, they could only find a few clever dropouts for simple training, hire an electrician and a carpenter at high salaries to provide apprentice education, and, through installation and using modern knowledge to set up a simple assembly line, finally expand the production speed to 4,000 units a day. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he will soon have to set up an office in the capital. The market in the entire Córdoba is almost occupied. Small countries are like this. Currently, it is almost closed off. He can't engage in exports or anything. He can only make a little money for fun if the policy doesn't change. This cannery can only reach the scale of 5 production lines at most. Subsequently, he can only expand the categories and then get involved in other industries, such as meat canning, but there is a difficult problem to solve, which is steel production. Currently, the entire vast country of Argentina has an annual steel production of less than 300,000 tons, which is a bit dumbfounding. Steel also requires quotas, which is a bit like a skilled housewife unable to cook without rice. It should be known that in later generations, a certain city concealed a steel production of 30 million tons, but it seems that the country's iron ore reserves are also a bit low. It's also time to consider what to do next. The goal of going to university is still the top priority currently. The cannery can only be small scale, earning some extra money to provide some activity funds to develop the cannery. Talent is still very lacking. Recently, a factory director will also need to be recruited. The foundation has been basically laid. The next step is to get into the university in the capital. St. Hesar's goal is the largest university in the country, the University of Buenos Aires. Moreover, a small-scale St. Hesar study group has also begun to recruit some core members. People from his hometown are more familiar and reliable, a bond of kinship. However, because St. Hesar currently only has a high school education, he even plans to bring some dropouts from the village to carry out village school education, but he gave up considering the difficulty of implementation currently. Domestic education is not completely free, and the Gaucho people's ideological awareness is a bit lacking, so there are many Gaucho dropouts. St. Hesar is considered to be doing particularly well and has more influence. He plans to go to the village in a few days during the holidays to see if there are any talents that can be recruited. Lack of people, a severe lack, and an even greater lack of talent. Just a couple of cats and dogs, nothing can be carried out. He can only lie low and secretly develop. As for the Gaucho Military Progress Organization, it is also planned to be formally established tonight to carry out a fellowship activity and conduct some defense and counter-infiltration. It's time to unite so that they can fight for some benefits in this chaotic battle between the National Defense Force, the City Guard, local families, and government departments. Although the Gaucho people are not considered a particularly reliable group, who made St. Hesar only have this group to rely on? It is impossible for St. Hesar to be a lapdog. Therefore, St. Hesar hasn't accepted much of the recruitment from the other forces, and the recent down payments received and the cannery's funds have given St. Hesar some confidence. After all, money makes the world go round, and heroes are helpless without it. Even if St. Hesar brags, drinks, and connects with people, it's still not as effective as some pesos. If you think of them as too stupid, you will be tricked miserably sooner or later. Of course, they will unite around him somewhat in consideration of St. Hesar's face, which is actually under the money offensive. After all, few people believe in ideals before their wings are fully formed. Moreover, the city guard and even the Gaucho people have been mostly corrupted, but considering the cannery and other things, this backing is still necessary unless St. Hesar plans to break away from this quagmire of Córdoba. But in that case, these vampires will not let St. Hesar have a good time. According to reports from his subordinates, some people have been investigating around the cannery recently. The cannery's profits may have to be given up somewhat. St. Hesar brought his confidants, riding in a 3-wheeled motorcycle, wearing a slightly flamboyant military coat, preparing to go to the Aclara Grand Hotel. Several colleagues followed behind, enviously watching the cars in the city. There are probably not even 1,000 cars in Córdoba city now. The roads are still filled with horse-drawn carriages, bicycles, and some motorcycles. The cold wind whistled, although it wasn't particularly cold. There weren't many pedestrians on the road. Half of the shops were closed, and half were open, a bit desolate. Occasionally, there were gang fights. Seeing this 3-wheeled motorcycle with military license plates, they immediately retreated. What's more impressive is that there were no beggars on the entire main road, which is considered good. When I have money, I must buy a small cart to sit in first. Sitting in this 3-wheeled motorcycle feels a bit like a puppet soldier, St. Hesar thought, then wrapped his coat tighter and held on to the hat on his head to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Chapter 6 Aclara Grand Hotel. This banquet was jointly organized by St. Hesar and Klein. St. Hesar, with his bulging wallet, was somewhat smug. This was the first formal banquet he had attended since transmigrating. He had invited influential figures from the military, as well as some peripheral family members and socialites from within the city. Unlike his previous outings to taverns for drinking and eating meat, this time he was entering a high-end setting, which made him somewhat excited. The Aquila Hotel was one of Córdoba's premier gathering venues, renowned for its elegant decor. It stood 16 stories tall, making it one of the tallest buildings in Córdoba at the time, and an excellent place to overlook the city's scenery, second only to the San Martín International Hotel. Moreover, the Aquila Hotel's signature tequila was famous far and wide, imported from distant Mexico. Its taste was clean and crisp, a drink praised even by the Yankees. It was rumored to be a prized item during the Prohibition era. Although the Yankees had long since lifted Prohibition, tequila's reputation had spread throughout the Americas. Argentina's local liquor production mainly consisted of wine and beer. Beer technology came from Spain and Germany, while wine came from Italy and France. Now, Argentina was the largest wine producer in South America. Córdoba province also had a few small wineries that produced local wine and beer, but the taste was not something to be praised. One could only say it was a little better than drinking water. Truly delicious wine came from the Mendoza region at the foot of the Andes Mountains, followed by San Juan province, which was not far from Córdoba province, but the quality was much lower. He still wasn't used to the wine here, and the bottled beer here was too watery, with a low alcohol content and mediocre taste. Drinking beer without ice just didn't feel right. To be fair, the local draft beer tasted pretty good, but because it wasn't pasteurized, it was difficult to preserve, and could only be bought near the brewery. So, he could only drink it occasionally. These breweries were mostly located in the suburbs. The draft beer from the local Wild factory had a clean, delicate foam and a distinct aroma of fresh hops, with a refreshing and mellow taste. But strangely, their pasteurized beer tasted terrible, perhaps due to the production equipment. Even ordinary household refrigerators were a rare sight, only affordable to the wealthy, and usually smuggled in. When the weather was cold, it was better, but the local beer was indeed terrible, with a mediocre taste. Although St. Tessa could afford a refrigerator, there was no need to spend the money, as the country couldn't produce refrigerators, and smuggled goods from abroad were too expensive. Only tequila from Mexico suited his taste, with enough kick and a high enough alcohol content. St. Tessa's predecessor had a huge alcohol tolerance, claiming to be able to drink 2 pounds of Beijia without faltering. However, he usually drank mainly beer and wine, for no other reason than that St. Tessa's predecessor liked to save money. His ultimate goal was to buy a house in the capital, but the capital's housing prices were beyond St. Tessa's reach. Moreover, the financial industry had been quite backward in the past 2 years, which had also led to the backwardness of the real estate industry. There were not many construction companies in the area, and now you could only buy a house with cash. A house in Buenos Aires cost over 1 million pesos, while a small courtyard house in Córdoba now cost around 400,000 pesos. Therefore, the predecessor frantically made money, sometimes through a less than honorable means, and was reluctant to spend it. He usually just drank a little wine, and even freeloaded on occasion, but it was harmless. Of course, this situation would soon be over. The Perón government had already begun an ambitious housing construction plan, raising funds to develop real estate for ordinary workers. Tequila was not made from grain, and was now considered a smuggled luxury item. Nowadays, there was a great admiration for American goods and the American lifestyle, but unfortunately, the Perón government had offended the United States, and they wouldn't play with him. Even tequila from Mexico was being smuggled in like crazy, appearing on the tables of many wealthy Argentinian aristocrats, because they couldn't spend their foreign exchange in pounds, so they could only buy some luxury goods to maintain appearances. For St. Tessa, tequila was only barely acceptable. When it came to alcohol culture, China was the real master. Mayotte and Wollongong were the real good stuff. Perhaps when he had money, he could import some, or even start a distillery himself. About 80 squad leaders and some friendly local families, as well as socialites and celebrities from the city, came to this party this time. In order to unite and get to know some celebrities, he had spared no expense. The cost of booking the hotel and the drinks alone exceeded 100,000 pesos, with St. Tessa sponsoring 60,000 pesos. If it had been the original St. Tessa, he certainly wouldn't have had the courage to do this, and would have felt the pain for a long time. Arriving at the entrance of the Aquila Hotel, he parked his 3-wheeled motorcycle and strolled towards the hotel entrance. The party hadn't started yet, so St. Tessa considered himself half an organizer, so He did some simple welcoming work at the entrance of the banquet, wearing a high-end custom-made tailcoat, which was well tailored. His hair was styled into a slicked-back look, revealing his handsome face, with a fake smile on his face as he greeted the guests one by one, showing off a little, almost making his mouth ache from smiling. The main characters of this party were not Saint Hesse, but the city defense commander, Little Thompson, and his nemesis, Counselor Chams, his drinking buddy Abel, and some other prominent figures in the city. The whole banquet had a somewhat decadent atmosphere. There were not many gaucho captains, only a few, and most of the others were white captains, engaged in a hypocritical social gathering. Saint Hesse even bragged to Chams a few times, and had a simple friendly exchange. "Hey, Mr. Chams, I heard your sheepdog is missing," Saint Hesse said with a smile, looking at Chams, who was meticulously dressed and also sported the most popular slicked-back hairstyle, but seemed a little deliberately pretentious. "Squad leader Saint Hesse, your news is quite well informed. I heard that gauchos are most fond of doing such petty theft." Alice, Chams shook his head, pretending to sigh. After saying a few casual words to Chams, he excused himself to go to the toilet and went to chat with people elsewhere, as if he had only come to tell Chams that his dog was missing. Leaving Chams feeling like he had nowhere to exert his strength. Chams was a law graduate and was very good at arguing. He was a professional contrarian, so Saint Hesse didn't talk to him too much, for fear of being outmatched. Saint Hesse wandered through the entire banquet all night, trying to blend into the whole banquet. This was a considerable challenge for Saint Hesse, as he was not a smooth talker. His predecessor was at most a small team leader with limited power, or perhaps just someone who drank and ate with some gauchos at Ipaidong-style restaurants and taverns, enjoying skewers and the like. Eating grilled meat, Córdoba's local food culture mainly comes from a fusion of Spanish and Italian influences, while the gauchos also have some Native American blood, so there's a bit of everything, a mixture of many things. San José spoke with a pure Iberian accent, occasionally making unimportant jokes about the upper class to these people, appearing relatively mature and steady. He finally became one of the focal points of the banquet, attracting the attention of the commander. Commander Thompson, with a simple small mustache and gold-rimmed glasses, could easily be mistaken for a refined scholar or professor if you weren't told he was a military officer. Commander Thompson chatted with San José for a few minutes, occasionally uttering insightful remarks, witty and humorous, with some unique insights, giving him a somewhat impressed feeling towards San José. It allowed him to re-evaluate this gaucho subordinate, and the predecessor's perception of the commander as a useless figure was completely shattered. Instinct told him that this was a truly cunning old fox, even though he was only in his 40s, and he needed to be more careful in the future. Thompson even praised San José, saying that among so many small teams, he found their team to be the most disciplined and well-trained, and he would consider having him as his adjutant in the future. San José didn't directly agree, but felt a chill down his spine. It turned out that his performance was being watched. He only expressed his gratitude to the commander for his cultivation, appearing very excited, and saying that his abilities were still lacking and he couldn't handle the responsibility. He also saw several people near the commander, protecting Thompson in a special formation. One of them seemed to be the leader, but San José didn't dare to continue talking after the main purpose was achieved. The banquet also began its free mode. He took a glass of tequila from the waiter and walked to the hotel's buffet area, where the food was quite sumptuous. He had been busy all day and hadn't had a good meal, so it was a good time to eat some delicious food to fill his stomach. The banquet was a buffet style, and the food on the tables was quite abundant, including Antarctic tuna, pampas beef, Iberian ham, Palan turkey, San Rosa lamb chops, French foie gras, North American caviar, all kinds of seafood, such as oysters, scallops, lobsters, and some exquisite meat skewers, vegetarian dishes, cream cakes, sour soup, and some Brittany bramble juice drinks. The calories seem quite high, San José said, looking at the plate of coarse turkey meat. He ate a piece, and, well, it was handled quite well, and the earthy taste was almost completely masked. He took other delicacies and tasted them one by one. This time he spent a lot, so he had to eat more. No wonder these small aristocratic counselors are all pot-bellied. They eat so much oily food every day. It's strange if they're not fat. Most of the army's team leaders are still relatively well-proportioned. After all, the army still needs some training, and the food in the canteen is relatively simple, even unpalatable. They often secretly go out to have a feast, although this is a strictly prohibited behavior. San José ate some meat in the corner first. Except for the turkey, the other tastes were basically okay, and the nutrition was quite rich. However, He was not used to eating some raw seafood. San Jose was afraid of parasites and missed Chinese stir-fries recently. He has been eating traditional Western and Southern European food, such as pea soup, chickpea stew, pasta, etc., with quite rough cooking techniques. He was still not used to that sweet and sour taste. This banquet was not a particularly formal large-scale banquet. Most of the local family attendees brought their female relatives. San Jose chatted with a lady next to him. This was one of San Jose's goals, to hook up with some counselors' wives in the city, whisper sweet nothings in their ears, which could improve his status to some extent, and also inquire about some small news. Mrs. Sias, you look radiant today, Mr. San Jose's outfit today is also very appropriate. San Jose gradually adapted to the rhythm of the banquet. His expression was not as stiff as at the beginning, and he danced with Mrs. Sias in front of him, of course. When a noble lady in her 50s frequently winked at San Jose once again decisively refused. Most of the National Defense Army colleagues did not participate this time. After all, the main body of this banquet was the City Guard Army, and occasionally those who wanted to participate also refused. After consideration, San Jose had a simple chat with most people, inquired about some new information, and stood on the balcony to watch the night scene. There was a breeze tonight, and it didn't rain. Overlooking Córdoba City, the lights twinkled. This banquet lasted for 3 hours, and the purpose was basically achieved. At least San Jose's cannery can be protected by the commander in a short period of time. As for the price, it is a protection fee of 20,000 pesos per month. The small group ultimately failed to reach an agreement, and he didn't feel regret. San Jose left early. Although the gauchos are his family, most of them are still unreliable. The entire gaucho group is only a little over 100,000 people. The wealthy San Jose had a deeper understanding of Córdoba's local forces. It is estimated that the National Defense Army can still get a piece of the pie here, but commander is not as incompetent as rumored. It is indeed not simple to be able to cite as the commander of the Córdoba City Guard Army. At the age of 30, even if you relied on some family forces, these counselors and officials are more shrewd than monkeys and have a huge influence on Córdoba City, giving some painless small promises, empty checks, etc. These counselors can do it with ease, without drafts. If San Jose hadn't been tricked before, he would have almost believed it. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the heroes of the world. The current Córdoba is a place of right and wrong. San Jose, who has shallow roots, still has a long way to go if he wants to gain a firm foothold. However, if he can cling to the biggest thigh at present, it is not a failure, and he has seen a bit of the world. Back at his residence, he cooked some sobering soup, calmed down, summarized the gains and losses of this banquet, repeatedly thought and pondered, read a book for a while, and fell into deep sleep. This trip to the Aquila Hotel can basically be said to be a failure. Most of the people he won over were useless, and the socialites who came were also there to find rich men. The only real power figure was the commander, but fortunately, he was able to say a few words to the commander, so this wave was not a loss. It's just that the 50,000 pesos spent was not worth it. He was played, and San Jose's ears were too soft, and he gave the money away in a moment of excitement. I'm so stupid, really, San Jose thought. Chapter 7: The Gangsters of Córdoba. The next day, I woke up with a slight headache. I splashed my face with cold water, boiled 2 kettles of water, took a hot shower, got dressed, and drank a glass of cold water, glug, glug. After washing up, Saint Hessa, seeing Aragon waiting outside the door, boiled a kettle of water, preparing to brew 2 cups of mate tea. He casually picked up a cup and took a sip. Home tea is still the best, Saint Hessa said softly, then paused, staring blankly at the cup in his hand. Boss, this tea isn't from our hometown. It's from the locals. I can't get used to it. It's only a little better than drinking cold water. If you ask me, Mare's milk tea from our hometown is better. That's because you haven't had anything good. Let me tell you, the legendary tea from New China is the best. Black tea, green tea, oolong tea. After drinking this cup of mate tea, his mood calmed down a bit, and his headache was gone. He started happily bragging, I still can't get used to black coffee. It's imported from the Brazilians, expensive and hard to drink. Aragon had bought a can of coffee beans some time ago and had been feeling the pinch ever since. That's because you haven't had anything good to drink. Let me tell you, cola, soda, milk tea, pineapple beer, bayberry juice, coconut juice, milk tea. I'll get you some to try later, boss. What are you talking about? I've had American cola. It tastes like medicine and is terribly hard to drink. It costs 200 pesos a bottle, super expensive. If you ask me, a real man should drink tequila. That stuff is good. Aragon licked his lips after speaking and peeled off a piece of skin from his lip with his hand. Saint Hesse couldn't help but close his eyes. Okay, maybe the cola isn't good now. It's true that drinking too much cola isn't good. Yet, it's bad for your health. There are some bad rumors about it. I still have some tequila stored. You can take it yourself if you want to drink it. I'm planning to drink less alcohol lately, perhaps influenced by his predecessor. He had a special preference for strong liquors like tequila and had bought a lot of it after earning some money. Boss, then I'll take it. Before he could finish speaking, Aragon quickly ran to the room, even carrying up the remaining box of tequila. Only his bald head could be seen as he prepared to leave. Drinking delays things. Don't drink during the day today. By the way, where can I find the nearest farmer's market? I want to go to the farmer's market to buy some groceries. I'm tired of eating stewed potatoes and meat lately. The cunt from last night was okay, but it was a bit too expensive, Saint Hesse asked casually, slumping into the chair. Tequila has a strong after effect, and he didn't buy any fruit or anything at home to relieve the alcohol. Boss, the nearest farmer's market is the Durante market. Whether it's meat, fruits, or vegetables, that's the biggest market near the Western District. There are also some local specialties from our Gaucho people. Aragon had no choice but to put down the alcohol and speak instead. Okay, when you're free later, come with me to the farmer's market. Okay, does the captain want to drive? No, let's just walk. Is it far? It's about 7 kilometers from here. Oh, then let's take a car. After all, it's not good to waste too much time, Saint Hesse added. Yes, Captain. Aragon saluted, of course. The posture of the salute, well, how should I put it? It looked a bit awkward. A bit strange. Aragon's expression immediately brightened up. He was just a 17-year-old kid. Haha, Aragon is also a gaucho, from the same village. He is quite burly and has been following him since he was a child. He has been following Saint Hesse for more than half a year now and is the soldier who spends the most time with Saint Hesse. Every day he doesn't have to go on patrol either. He's just an orderly who helps the captain every day with everything ready. Saint Hesse rode in the three-wheeled motorcycle driven by Aragon, without incident along the way, arriving at the Durante market. Unlike the desolation on the road, as soon as they reached the intersection, there was a feeling of a sea of people, full of life, with noisy hawking and many stalls. It felt a bit like going to a fair in his previous life. Near the entrance were seafood stalls, where all kinds of fish could be seen. The stall owners were skillfully killing fish and hawking, cleanly and efficiently. Aragon parked the car and followed behind. Saint Hesse slowly walked towards the farmer's market. After passing the fish and meat stalls were other meat stalls, with pork, lamb, beef, and alpaca meat, all in abundance. Saint Hesse was not in a hurry to buy vegetables and continued to stroll forward, arriving at the vegetable stalls, where a circle of people was gathered in front. Not knowing what they were doing, Saint Hesse also walked forward. The stall owner seemed to be a descendant of the Chinese, an old man, which made Saint Hesse feel a little kinship. Having lived in Argentina for 18 years in his previous life, he had almost never encountered descendants of New China. This was the only Chinese face selling vegetables at the stalls here, which made him pay attention. There were many common vegetables on the old man's stall. In front of the stall were several people with rather flamboyant attire, who seemed to be collecting protection money. The old man looked meek and submissive, and there were also several other old and weak stall owners, but most of them were bowing their heads, and some other white stall owners were watching. May your family be rich, young brother. I really have no money, Pugue. I don't earn much from setting up a stall for a day. He then rattled off some Spanish. The old man's face was pleading, and the words he spoke confirmed the dialect that Saint Hesse had heard. Saint Hesse felt his blood rush to his head. He was speaking the hardest words in the most cowardly tone. That's right. He was a fellow villager. Just as he was about to go forward, he suddenly paused and stopped. The black-clothed man in the lead was slapping the stall owner's face, speaking Spanish mixed with some Italian. Aragon whispered in his ear, "These people seem to be from the local mafia and are collecting protection money. I heard that our gauchos are often bullied here. Our gauchos sell more beef and lamb here, and there is no one in charge of security here now. Boss, should we go up front and take a look? See more clearly," Aragon said. Seeing that Saint Hesse seemed a little interested, it seemed that Aragon was also very interested in watching the excitement, with an eager look, even staring at Aragon's shoulders, his eyes rolling. The onlookers are the same everywhere. That's not necessary. I'll ask which person this Pugue, little brother, is working for. He looks very arrogant. Although he said it wasn't necessary, Saint Hesser walked forward. And Aragon followed. Puge, what does that mean? Aragon asked, puzzled. It's nothing, it's an English word, pui, meaning poor people. By the way, these gang members shouldn't be carrying guns, right? Saint Hesser explained, a little worried. These teenagers were at an impulsive age, and guns would be troublesome. You should learn more English in the future. After all, English is quite powerful, Saint Hesser said, pressing his point. Probably not. These pui look pretty young, and in our country, you need a license and an exam to carry a gun, unless it's illegal possession. But we're doing pretty well in that regard, unlike those Brazilians. I heard there are gunfights every day. In our country, it's easy to get caught by the city guards and police for carrying a gun on the street. Handguns are generally expensive, but just in case, Aragon routinely bashed Brazil, seeming to know some common knowledge. Saint Hesser relaxed a little. Indeed, he hadn't heard many gunshots in the city recently. The city guards were doing a decent job controlling that aspect. The worst you'd see was some village brawls. On the Pampas grasslands, herders mostly have hunting rifles. Alright, I'll go ask and see. Although Saint Hesser was a little afraid these youngsters would act impulsively and cause trouble, since he said he'd mind his own business, he had to bite the bullet and go forward. He patted the little thug standing at the back. Hey, which gang are you from? Why are you collecting protection money here? The young man was about to lash out, but looking at the oppressive figure, he patiently replied, we're from the Firewire gang. My boss is the one in the black clothes up front. My boss is called Abraham Quayanda. Brother, are you interested in joining our gang? He wanted to recruit Saint Hesser. Oh? How many people are in your gang? Seems like I haven't heard of it. Saint Hesser seemed unconcerned about the Firewire gang. Weren't they just a bunch of small-time thugs? We only have 5 people, so what? We'll grow quickly, and when we do, we can give you a position. The young man almost got angry, but then looked at Saint Hesser's build. Saint Hesser was a little confused. Did he say something wrong? That's okay then. Call your boss over here to chat. I'm the captain of the 9th Brigade of the City Guards. You're suspected of committing a crime, and this is my ID. After saying that, he pulled out his officer's ID. Seeing this, Aragon in the back was a bit speechless. He thought his boss was going to show off his power and beat them down. As if seeing Aragon's thoughts, Saint Hesser turned and waved at him. Aragon trotted over to Saint Hesser and saluted. The young man was a little dumbfounded. Was this the first time they'd collected protection money and specifically picked on a soft target, only to provoke the city guards? It seemed their boss hadn't checked a calendar before coming out today. The young man didn't plan to run anyway. At most, they'd just get a lecture or something. He walked over to the bald guy in front and whispered a few words in his ear. The bald guy and his little brother were a little dazed. They abandoned the old man in front and turned to walk towards Saint Hesser, seeming not to care too much. He was very straightforward and a bit arrogant. Officer, is there anything I can help you with? Abraham tapped a toothpick, picking his teeth. Help you with? Not really. Do you have time to come with us for a trip? Saint Hesser flared up and said calmly, Officer, we're just having a friendly chat with a stall owner, right, old man? The little devil even turned and threatened him. Of course, Saint Hesser was just saying it casually. The Cordoba Police Department wasn't very strong, but Saint Hesser himself didn't have the authority to enforce the law, so he planned to scare this little brat. Alright, don't ask any more. I'll let you off this time, but if I see you again, I'll have the police take you in directly. My colleague is in charge of this area of the police department. It's easy to pull a few people in. Officer, we're great citizens. The little devil still looked indifferent. It seemed his family had some influence. The little thugs behind him were very sensible and whispered a few words in his ear. Saint Hesser vaguely heard something, probably something about retreating for now based on the idea of not offending anyone unnecessarily. Saint Hesser didn't make things too difficult for these little devils and let them go. When the little devil left, he glared at the surrounding stall owners, slapped the head of the Chinese old man, took a few apples, and left. He breathed a sigh of relief, but on the surface, he remained calm and collected. The Chinese old man came over to thank him, speaking broken Spanish, with a somewhat evasive look in his eyes, probably thinking it was better to avoid trouble. Saint Hesser blurted out, Lei hao, uncle, lei zai na tiao jida. As soon as he said it, Saint Hesser felt a little embarrassed, and his voice became quieter and quieter. The Chinese old man seemed to hear this sentence and also became a little excited. Lei hao, sir, my ancestors were from Lingnan province. I've been here for decades. Saint Hesser was of mixed Indian and white descent, with more than half of his blood being Indian. He really did look a bit like a Chinese, and the old man misunderstood. Saint Hesser started chatting with the old man. The old man's surname was Chen, and he said that he was already a third-generation immigrant. Although he only looked in his 50s, he was actually in his early 60s. He grew vegetables on a farm outside of Argentina and sold them. He was threatened by these young men for not paying protection money. These young men were of Italian descent, and it was said that the boss was the son of a small official in the city. Fortunately, Saint Hesser came to the rescue this time. Saint Hesser also learned that there was a small Chinatown in Cordoba. The stall owner hadn't sold all his vegetables yet, and he was still a bit short. Saint Hesser had old man Chen pack up some of the vegetables, saying he wanted to go to Chinatown and take a look. Old man Chen was a little wary, but Saint Hesser didn't care too much. Old man Chen was also a bit curious that Saint Hesser could speak fluent Cantonese and that Saint Hesser seemed to know a lot about Chinese knowledge and customs, including the fact that New China had been established. Saint Hesser boasted that his ancestors also had some connection with China, and old man Chen slowly lowered his guard. Old man Chen also asked why he spoke Cantonese, and he dodged the question with a vague answer. He couldn't possibly say that he was a New China person in his previous life. Old man Chen was also very proud of the establishment of New China last year. And old man Chen didn't seem to have a local green card as a Chinese descendant. Old man Chen himself said that he was a descendant of Chinese miners who came here during the Qing dynasty, struggling to survive until now, which was not easy. However, Saint Hesser also felt a little strange. It seemed that the mining industry in Argentina was not very developed during the Qing dynasty, and Argentina was also remote, so he just thought about it out of gratitude to Saint Hesser, and because Saint Hesser seemed to be a good person, old man Chen politely offered to treat the two to a meal to thank them, or to give some vegetables to the two officers. Of course, old man Chen was just being polite, thinking that these foreigners wouldn't be used to Chinese food anyway. Saint Hesser readily agreed, not paying attention to old man Chen's open mouth, and told Aragon to buy some meat and vegetables, not for anything else, but mainly because he was a little hungry. He hadn't tasted authentic Chinese food for a long time. He also had Aragon go to other stalls to buy some pork, chicken, fish, and other ingredients. Old man Chen also closed his stall. Saint Hesser followed old man Chen, intending to go to Chinatown and Cordoba to take a look and see the world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, Go to Uncle Chen, and Chapter X27, S House for Dinner. Besides having Aragon buy meat, vegetables, and fruit, he also had him go to the store to buy 2 bottles of wine. While tequila was delicious and a high-end gift, it could only be bought in the city center, which was a bit too far, and there wasn't enough time. The two of them followed behind old Chen, carrying large and small bags, while old Chen pulled his cart, walking very quickly. Old Chen looked to be only in his 50s. He hadn't told the whole truth before. In reality, old Chen was from Peru, and his ancestors were from the southern Guangdong province of China. He had even fought for the Peruvian army. He lived a decent life in Peru, but he was a bit restless. Plus, he had quite a few sons and even more grandchildren, so he wanted to earn more money to supplement his family income to save on travel expenses. 5 years ago, he completed the feat of crossing the Andes Mountains from Peru with a group of Native Americans, arriving in Bolivia. But Bolivia was even poorer than Peru, so he came to Argentina. The fact that he could cross mountains with altitudes of 5,000 or 6,000 meters at such an old age, this spirit of not fearing death to make money, filled San Martin with awe. The Andes Mountains are also the sacred mountains of the Gauchos. The remote areas there are inhabited by Native American tribes who haven't been completely exterminated and are relatively simple and honest. Old Chen had a lot of dealings with Native Americans, the Native American tribes in Bolivia, some Native American tribes on the Argentine border, and he even knew some simple Spanish. Most of these Native American tribes no longer have their own languages. Old Chen's Spanish is a bit clumsy, but it's because old Chen's ancestors told him not to forget his roots, meaning, I'd rather sell ancestral fields than forget ancestral words. Would never admit that it was because he didn't study hard when he was young and hung around in Chinatown. Old Chen's family was a small to medium-sized vegetable farming family. They had over 20 acres of vegetable fields in Lima, Peru, But after the 5 sons divided the family property, it wasn't enough. There are very few Chinese people in Cordoba, only a dozen families, forming a small gathering place. The formation of a Chinatown was due to a man named Li Sanai, but we won't go into that. Don't underestimate this vegetable stall. It can actually earn 2 or 3,000 pesos a month, Old Chen said with some pride, also because San Martin looks somewhat like his eldest grandson, and he genuinely didn't seem to have any malicious intentions. I didn't expect him to be a big shot. This Old Chen is quite capable. A man in his 50s, still venturing out into the world, amazing. San Martin couldn't help but give him a thumbs up also. San Martin believed that he looked kind and good-hearted, but after all, he wasn't the same as Old Chen, a fellow countryman. It was normal to be a bit wary at first. If he wasn't wary, it would be abnormal. He would have been scammed on the road long ago and wouldn't have made it to Cordoba. Old Chen saw that this young man was indeed a junior officer and seemed quite decent. He looked honest and reliable, with a good face. As they chatted, he opened up a bit more. Old Chen is older and has managed to travel through several countries without incident, so he must have some skills. Able to use some ancient physiognomy techniques to see if a person is reliable or not. His business has been booming in the past 2 years, and he has saved hundreds of thousands of pesos to send back to his sons, planning to rent dozens of acres of land in a few months, around December or January. During the summer he plans to bring his 4th and 5th sons over by boat. After all, the business is getting bigger and bigger, and he needs more people. Although Peru is relatively comfortable, there isn't much money to be made after dividing the family property, and the competition is more intense. There are still quite a few people in Peru. Moreover, with more people, they can do bigger things. The locals are relatively lazy and not as hard-working as the Chinese. The opportunity is rare, so they will also need to find a larger house to rent. San Martin couldn't help but admire Old Chen. If it were in his previous life, he wouldn't have had this kind of courage, to go to a foreign country alone, struggling to survive, trying to survive in the cracks, and still being bullied. It's somewhat similar to the situation of the gauchos, but of course, it's not comparable. The gauchos originally wandered for the sake of wandering. Old Chen's house wasn't too far away, but the continuous 3 kilometers still left San Martin a bit dazed. Looking at Old Chen's brisk pace, San Martin fell into deep self-doubt, but he quickly recovered. This was a man who had crossed the Andes Mountains, the modern-day San Martin. Awesome. The Durant market was already considered relatively far from the city center, and Old Chen lived even further away. After Old Chen said almost there for the 19th time, San Martin remembered his fear of climbing mountains in his previous life. If he had known, he would have had Aragon ride the 3-wheeled motorcycle over. Looking Aragon next to him, carrying things, he also looked a bit weak. Aragon and the others lacked exercise. Their foundation was not bad. San Martin himself was fine. His physical fitness was much stronger, and he had been consciously exercising recently. It seems that he needs to give the people in the company a bit more training. Life is a bit too comfortable, need to add some spice along the way. San Martin and Old Chen chatted constantly, from New China to Peru, from mining to growing vegetables, from fighting wars to playing soccer. Old Chen was also very surprised by San Martin's fluent Cantonese. Except for Aragon, who didn't know what the two were saying in code. Aragon didn't say much and silently followed 2 steps behind Old Chen. Lived in a 3-story building, with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. There was also a small courtyard downstairs for parking. Sure enough, San Martin met several familiar Chinese faces here. The so-called seeing fellow countrymen, tears welling up in their eyes. San Martin was also a bit excited. The so-called Chinatown here was just a small alley. There weren't many Chinese people in Cordoba. Old Chen was quite familiar with them, which made San Martin a bit disappointed. He thought that Old Chen's bragging was quite good, and he almost believed it. He thought there was really a street full of people. San Martin followed Old Chen up to the 2nd floor, opened the door, and found it clean and tidy, very well swept. Hey, although this place is a bit remote, the rent is cheap, only 180 pesos a month. When I first arrived at the central train station from the border, I lived in a small single room that was only 100 pesos, Old Chen said. He recalled coming to Argentina alone and finding this small settlement, where he met some fellow Chinese. The cleanliness of the house made San Jose a little embarrassed, as it was different from the bachelor life he had imagined. The furnishings in the room had a strong Chinatown feel, a wok, a traditional Chinese dining table, long benches, soy sauce, chili sauce, some leftovers on the table, and a thermos. The scene was truly nostalgic, and tears almost welled up in his eyes. These old things were left to me by someone else. His name was Third Master Li. He stayed in Argentina for a long time. Last year, he went to Buenos Aires with his son to enjoy life, Old Chen said, rambling about things in the room. Cohen, you came without telling me, and you even brought things. He then took the meat and vegetables, put on an apron, and started cooking. I'll help wash the vegetables, San Jose said nimbly, taking out the greens, potatoes, green beans, asparagus, chickpeas, scallions, green beans, and tomatoes, and washing them clean. Old Chen saw that San Jose was quick and efficient, so he asked San Jose to rinse the rice. Old Chen told San Jose to cook a little more. San Jose used a cup to measure out enough rice for 5 people and rinsed it clean. San Jose saw Aragon sitting idly in a chair. Aragon, go get the car later. I'll help prepare things here. We'll have delicious Chinese food later, San Jose said, pushing him out the door, leaving Aragon speechless. He picked and washed the vegetables one by one, then prepared to slice the pork. He also washed a few apples and cleaned and sliced the lamb chops, beef, and fish. Old Chen was in charge of cooking, looking at the familiar stove and stir-frying. Old Chen also took out some unique local herbs from the room and used them to stew a pot of chicken soup. He made several hearty dishes: preserved vegetable with pork belly, poached chicken, braised pork, steamed base, chickpea stew with beef, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stewed lamb chops, and several plates of green vegetables, each with a perfect color, aroma, and taste, making San Jose swallow his saliva, almost unable to resist stealing a bite. The two of them worked for almost 2 hours, and it was already evening. Aragon had already returned and prepared the bowls and chopsticks. The 3 of them were ready to eat. The doorbell rang at this moment. What a bloodhound! Old Chen frowned, but a smile appeared on his lips, and he got up to open the door. A young man stood outside the door. Old Chen, look what I brought. The young man was carrying half a roast duck. When he saw San Jose and Aragon, his expression became wary. Oh, Old Chen, you have guests at home. Should I come back tomorrow? He said, putting down the roast duck and preparing to leave. Hey, young man, what's your name? Sit down and eat together. There's plenty of food. San Jose stood up and invited the young man to sit down. Old Chen also didn't let the young man leave and introduced the 2 of them. San Jose went to the kitchen to get a new set of bowls and chopsticks, scalded them with boiling water, and served chicken soup. The young man sat down a little cautiously. You can also speak Mandarin. My name is Li Qingyan. Just call me Little Li. The young man named Li Qingyan seemed a little excited. In Argentina. It was the first time he had met a foreigner who could speak Chinese. San Jose shook hands with Li Qingyan. I'm San Jose Cohen. You can also call me Cohen, he said, and sat down to drink the soup. The taste was perfect. His stomach was a little uncomfortable from drinking last night, and a bowl of chicken soup was just right. He hadn't eaten much all day, and the food on the table was extremely delicious, completely different from what he had eaten recently. It was the taste of home, so delicious. Aragon was also eating Chinese food for the first time, but he didn't know how to use chopsticks, so he used a spoon and ate with gusto. After a whirlwind, more than half of the food was eaten. San Jose burped with satisfaction, feeling a little embarrassed, but it was so good. He didn't expect to be able to eat the taste of home so soon. At the end of the meal, everyone chatted. He learned that Li Qingyan worked as a waiter in the city, and the salary was low and he wasn't happy. You can work in my factory making canned goods. If you do well, I'll make you a production supervisor. Earning a few thousand pesos a month is not a problem, San Jose said after chatting. He felt that Li Qingyan was quite reliable. The people in the cannery were a bit lazy and not very capable. San Jose didn't quite trust them. The dog fart supervisor had even stolen canned goods these past 2 days, so San Jose fired him and hired a new German guy as supervisor, who was doing a good job. Really? I'm so frustrated working as a waiter. The salary is less than 500 pesos, and they deduct this and that. There's no technical content either. Li Qingyan stood up excitedly, looking at San Jose. Come to 16 St. Clara Street outside the West City Barracks. I'll have Aragon take you there, San Jose said casually after drinking some wine. It felt like a dinner with good friends from his previous life, making San Jose very relaxed. He was very lonely in this world and didn't have many friends. He didn't know who to talk to about many things. Meeting Old Chen was a big surprise today. The 3 of them kept bragging and chatting. Except for Aragon, who didn't know what they were talking about. They occasionally spoke Spanish, allowing Aragon to participate in the conversation. The meal lasted from dusk until after 9 in the evening. Aragon had a big appetite and devoured more than a third of the food. The group went downstairs, leaving the washing of the dishes to old Chen. Haha, San Jose could cook, but he wouldn't wash dishes. Aragon was driving and didn't drink. San Jose also switched back to Spanish mode. Boss, tonight's food was really delicious. Why aren't there any Chinese restaurants in the city? I'll go eat there every day. That's right, he had been in Córdoba for more than half a month, and there weren't any Chinese restaurants. Old Chen's cooking skills were good. Maybe he could talk to old Chen about having his children come and open a Chinese restaurant, which would definitely be a hearty mess: Chinese hot pot, barbecue, skewers, and the like. When it got bigger, he could create a food street or something. The two returned to their residence and fell asleep. He remembered that he had to give a speech tomorrow and have his men strengthen their training. They were eating too well and had little bellies, which wouldn't do. Chapter 9: City Guard Squad Training. The Córdoba City Guard was formerly the La Plata Governorate Córdoba Militia Guard, considered an army with a glorious tradition. After Córdoba became the third largest city in the Argentine Republic, the Militia Guard was reorganized and upgraded to the City Guard. The essence of the City Guard is still that of a militia guard. It's not a first-rate combat unit. In terms of military equipment, it only has some ordinary firearms and a few military vehicles. It doesn't even have mortars. Most of its ordnance is obsolete equipment from other units, and when it occasionally gets new weapons, the quantity is far from sufficient. If Saint Hessa had to make a comparison, their combat effectiveness was similar to that of the urban management brigades of later generations. However, this army is still quite formidable, ranking first among local forces and even managing to obtain extra military funding from the Córdoba province, so they live quite comfortably. The City Guard's garrison was originally located in a military camp in the suburbs. From the 1930s onward, the country alternated between military juntas and civilian governments, greatly elevating the status of the military. This also gave the City Guard an excuse to interfere in city affairs and even gain autonomous power, such as independently organizing the recruitment of soldiers. This could be considered a huge hidden danger, and it was how Saint Hessa was recruited. The City Guard's garrison commander sometimes seized power to become the city's highest official, with authority far exceeding that of the mayor and the council. Later, they simply established their headquarters next to the city government, creating a three-way power split. The responsibilities of the City Guard's headquarters also became quite chaotic. At most, it had administrative, law enforcement, and military powers. Except for not being able to legislate or adjudicate, it almost became a first-level administrative organ of the city of Córdoba, squeezing out the official institutions and sidelining the mayor. Córdoba's economy also became increasingly depressed due to the repeated policy flip-flops of the government, leading to population loss and industrial decline, a vicious cycle. Outsiders were also unwilling to come here to develop, and only native gauchos and some new ethnic groups from abroad would come here to look for opportunities. Officers are very different. Most of them graduate from Argentine military academies and can be directly appointed. The Army's clerical staff comes from ordinary universities and military academy clerical programs. They can enter through simple examinations and are promoted quickly. Squad leaders are contractually based low-level officers, belonging to the outer layer of the Army's establishment. Of course, it can also be said that they are not part of the establishment. Appointments do not even require much investigation, nor do they require graduation from a military academy. Conscripts can become them according to current Argentine military law. Ordinary soldiers can serve up to 35 years old. Because the gauchos have a lower status, they also cause trouble. There have even been incidents of white officers suppressing and mistreating gauchos, leading to bloody conflicts, forcing the army leadership to carry out reforms and appease them later. Most gauchos also had the right to become junior officers, the position of captain, but their status was still the lowest. And their development was still limited. Saint Hessa's age is an exception. He is almost the youngest squad leader in the City Guard. However, he plans to serve until the end of this year at most, and then go to university. Currently, ordinary soldiers can enlist at the age of 16 and generally serve for 2 years. First-level combat soldiers are 20 years old, which will be changed to 18 in a few years. At that time, Saint Hessa can designate a gaucho to succeed him. If the superiors approve, he can be elected as the captain in charge of a squad's management. This time, Saint Hessa plans to give this group of subordinates some intensive training, because they have been a bit lazy recently, idle and even getting into fights. which makes Saint Hessa a little embarrassed. This is also the basic responsibility of the captain. Saint Hessa puts on his military uniform and takes a cart to the camp. There are not many people guarding the camp, and there are even women going in and out. The squad leaders are still drinking in broad daylight. Arriving in front of the barracks, the patrolling soldiers are in 2s and 3s, chatting idly, quite lazy. No wonder they couldn't beat the English 30 years later simply from their temperament. This is a bunch of feudal-minded strawberry soldiers. Saint Hesse once briefly studied those Middle Eastern countries, and their level is at most equivalent to that of Saudi Arabia. Even with advanced weapons, technology, and equipment, their combat effectiveness is not as good as those jungle guerrillas. The Vietnamese guerrillas were quite strong, having been taught by China. It is now time to train the squad. In fact, Saint Hesse in his previous life had never managed a team of 50 people. His greatest management experience should have been as a QQ group owner, a true keyboard warrior. Now he can accumulate more experience. Although the canning factory's headcount has already exceeded 100 and its scale has expanded, it is still somewhat different compared to these army loafers. In a nutshell, there are a lot of slackers. Saint Hesse blows the emergency assembly order. Only after 10 minutes do people come to the training ground. Today happens to be the change of guard day, and Saint Hesse is choosing this day to carry out some intensive training. Gradually, everyone arrived, but out of a full-strength team of 50, there were only 47 present. 2 were still fast asleep, and Aragon had already gone to wake them. This was equivalent to the size of 5 squads, a reinforced platoon. The city guard was still in disarray. Though nominally a military force, it only had 5,000 personnel out of a full complement of 6,000. It was unclear if this included logistics and support staff in scale. It was equivalent to a reinforced regiment, and the largest local force besides the Buenos Aires City Guard. It comprised 3 small infantry battalions, each with a full strength of 2,000 men. Saint Hilaire's team belonged to the 5th Squad of the 2nd Company of the 3rd Battalion. The organizational structure was chaotic, and the unit had not seen any combat. Even daily training was neglected, let alone any military exercises. Looking at the disheveled soldiers, of all shapes and sizes, some were missing parts of their uniforms, like military caps or buttons. It was a motley crew. This unit wasn't even as good as a basic training battalion. They were too weak. A security team could probably wipe them out. It seemed like he was complaining a bit too much. For some reason, Saint Hilaire had been thinking about this all morning. He suddenly thought that maybe he could propose a basic military exercise to the commander. He hadn't contacted him since their meal, so now he could start training them in advance. Everyone, look forward. Attention! Saint Hilaire raised his voice and began to address the troops, at ease, upon receiving orders from higher command. In half a month, to showcase the spirit of our city guard, we will hold a military exercise. I am ordering the 5 deputy squad leaders to take 10 men each and conduct military training. Saint Hilaire cleared his throat and said, Aragon, Best, Cruz, Lambetta, Nupes, step forward. Saint Hilaire called out, you 5 are now appointed as temporary deputy squad leaders. If you perform well this time, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to captain, just like me. He shouted loudly. Did you hear me clearly? Yes, sir. We obey orders. The 5 men had been listless, but hearing this, they instantly straightened up. All right, everyone. Today's training is a 10-kilometer run, with a 1-hour time limit. No one eats until they finish. Saint Hilaire didn't make it too difficult for them, setting a reasonable goal. Then, he arranged the afternoon's training schedule, watching over the soldiers as they trained. The other soldiers in the barracks looked at this squad as if they were idiots. To motivate the men, Saint Hilaire didn't just watch. He ran easily in front of them, also exercising his body. It was easy for him. His physical fitness was no joke. No wonder he could become a squad leader. Seeing their captain training with them, the soldiers gritted their teeth and persevered. The gauchos were quite hard-working, and the other mixed-race soldiers didn't slack off. In the overall environment, Saint Hilaire was quite satisfied. The afternoon consisted of traditional training exercises such as push-ups, sit-ups, and frog jumps. Standing at attention and shouting slogans nearly drove the men to the brink of death. Although the food in the barracks was okay, with sufficient protein and carbohydrates, the taste was really bad. Every day, they ate sausage stew with mashed potatoes, beef stew with mashed potatoes, lamb chop stew with mashed potatoes, and corn stew, which was also a staple. Otherwise, it was hot and sour cabbage soup, cooked in one big pot. Occasionally, there would be some vegetable salads, but they were just thrown together haphazardly. The food was either bland, overly salty, oily, or greasy, like pig slop, just a mishmash stew. There were very few noodle dishes. If it weren't for the Italian descendants in the city guard, there wouldn't even be any lumps of spaghetti. The most common staple was bread, and this bread was hard enough to use as a club. There was also strong-smelling milk, which Saint Hilaire could drink. Perhaps due to his genetic makeup during mealtimes, Saint Hilaire gave the military kitchen 5,000 pesos to cook better meals privately, preparing dishes with slightly better taste. He forbade drinking alcohol, purchased medicine to promote blood circulation, and also bought a batch of basins for them to soak their feet in hot water at night. By the end of the day, Aragon and the others had learned quite a bit. These people were too tired to stay up late at night and fell asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillow. Of course, the intensity of the training wouldn't be increased too quickly to prevent muscle strains and soreness starting the next day. Saint Hilaire also conducted simple military theory training to strengthen their ideological and theoretical understanding. This was basically the routine every day. During breaks, they would stand at attention and march in formation. Once they adapted, the training intensity would be increased. In just 1 week, this 50-man squad had become quite decent. A week had passed, and on the training ground, these men trained against the cold wind with firm gazes and a strong spirit. They had achieved some success. The training results these past few days have been very good. Tomorrow is Sunday, and you will have a day off, Saint Hilaire said with a smile, but in the eyes of the others, it was the smile of a devil, too terrifying. Yes, sir. Although the men were a little excited to hear this, they still stood at attention very well. Saint Hilaire was very satisfied. He had put them through quite a bit in the past few days. Tomorrow, he would go to see the commander and propose a military exercise. While Saint Hilaire was conducting military training, he also seriously studied military theory to put into practice. He felt that he had made some progress. Li Kingayan from the cannery had also entered the factory 3 days ago as a small assembler. The production line was ready, and the output had made a new breakthrough. He also took the time to clear out the inventory at the glass factory and placed a new, larger order. Everything was developing in a positive direction. Chapter 10 Meeting with the Commander. These past few days, Saint Hilaire had been training alongside his soldiers, sharing their meals and sleeping quarters, even using his personal funds to provide them with extra rations and post-training recovery. This experience not only benefited the squad members, but also significantly improved Saint Hilaire's own morale. His soldiers gradually began to accept some of Saint Hilaire's ideas. What white masters can do, we gauchos can also do. What white masters cannot do, we gauchos can also do. Why should we be inferior to white masters? He instilled in them various egalitarian ideas, which aligned with Argentina's inherent rights, democratic, and free-thinking principles. These gauchos generally had limited education. Initially, Saint Hilaire recited simple military theories verbatim, but he found that many of them didn't understand. Most of these gauchos had only attended primary school, with very few completing secondary school, and their basic knowledge was lacking. Therefore, some cheap slogans were created. Of course, Saint Hilaire wasn't aiming for rebellion or anything of the sort. In fact, he became increasingly committed to industrial reform rather than revolution. The country was already chaotic enough and didn't need a bloody revolution, but proper reform was essential. All men are born equal, and gauchos should strive for the same status as others. Gauchos were indeed at the bottom of society. Even with a newly enacted conscription law prohibiting forced conscription, the old practice of recruiting strong men still existed, evolving into the Argentine conscription law. Most people with connections avoided military service as low-ranking soldiers. Although it had a legal facade, the treatment requirements were basically the same, yet they received unequal pay. Gaucho soldiers were paid less than white soldiers, and the strong gauchos were mostly drafted into the army. This was a different form of forced conscription. Argentine secondary school lasted for 6 years. Saint Hilaire dropped out in his 4th year, equivalent to the first year of high school. People in the squad with his level of education were rare. Most could only write simple words. The Spanish language was forcibly taught in provincial schools, but some people didn't learn it early due to school size and family reasons. Saint Hilaire began to try to teach them some simple military theory knowledge with simple principles, and even planned to hire teachers for these soldiers, so that they can better learn, encourage learning through learning competitions, and rewards, and made good progress. But for some reasons it ended. The backwardness of the gauchos was first and foremost cultural backwardness, followed by ideological backwardness. Saint Hilaire started by improving their cultural level, increasing their knowledge, and changing their thinking. so that they might have a higher status in the future. Even the status of Saint Ayres, a slightly higher level lackey, didn't mean much. What he wanted was the improvement of all gauchos, from the Andes to the Atlantic, from Jujuy to Ushuaia, all Argentines, regardless of their status, working together for the rise of this country. This was the consciousness of a socialist successor. One evening, Saint Ayres was reading a book, Argentina National Education Bulletin 1950 Statistics, brought by Klein. It was a thick book of more than 100 pages, with fairly good paper quality. Klein said that he had asked his university classmates to bring it from the capital, and his classmates were basic officials in the administrative statistics office in the capital. Saint Ayres took it and read it carefully, taking notes on the paper, hoping to analyze some data and gain a deeper understanding of the country. Although Argentina fully implements a public free education system, in remote border provinces, due to economic backwardness, relatively short funds, and the level of teaching is indeed much worse. This is the reason why gaucho soldiers cannot quickly learn slightly deeper military theory knowledge. After reading the basic education report, Saint Ayres flipped through it boredly. Saint Ayres suddenly discovered a problem. Although he originally felt that it was not quite right, there was no basic data. That is, this country does not seem to have a specialized university of science and engineering. Most of them are comprehensive universities and normal universities, church schools, etc. The entire country has less than 50 universities, which is very few, because universities are scarce, and funds are also lacking, so the level is generally average. In the common universities and later generations of New China, such as technical universities, industrial universities, and science and technology universities, were not seen at all. And there is another problem: this country rarely implements English teaching schools, and fully implements Spanish textbooks. It is not that Saint Ayres looks down on Spanish or something, but currently and in the next few decades, Spanish is indeed not a world power. The best economy is Spain, and Mexico can develop in later generations, but it is a lackey of the United States currently and in the future. The most powerful country in the world and the most widely used language are English. Many important documents are in English, which makes people feel very wrong. As a time-traveling person, I basically understand the development history of later generations for decades. The so-called living in line with the trend of history, the language problem is still very big. The so-called learning mathematics, physics and chemistry is not afraid to travel all over the world, penetrating into the bones of the idea of a powerful industrial country. Saint Ayres carefully studied and read the entire government report, and gained a deeper understanding of these shortcomings in education. The next day was Sunday, and Saint Ayres finished studying this statistical annual report and fell into deep sleep early in the morning. After washing up, I ran back and forth a few times downstairs in the rented house, practiced a few sets of physical exercises, did push-ups and sit-ups, and simply dealt with a simple breakfast. I read the newspaper and studied in the morning, took a nap at noon, and woke up after 1 o'clock in the afternoon after a simple hot shower to clear my mind. It was time to go and find Commander Thompson. I had already made an appointment with Thompson's secretary on Friday, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and there was still half an hour left. Saint Ayres stretched, found his ironed military uniform, put on his clothes and shoes, and tidied up his appearance. He started shaving in front of the mirror. Just like in his previous life, his beard grew very thick in just one day, which was really troublesome. His hair was also a bit long. He would need to go to the barber shop to get a haircut in the next few days. He still wasn't quite used to the razor, the kind that was long and required breaking the blades in half and inserting them into the long, curved outer frame. He wondered if some company's new version had been invented yet. He really couldn't get used to this thing. A few minutes later, he finally finished. This time he didn't cut himself, which was some improvement. He wiped his face clean with a towel. He patted and combed his hair, which had become fluffy from sleeping. His hair was black, and his eyes were light blue. He took another sip of cold water, called Aragon, and went out the door. As usual on the tuk-tuk, he arrived at the gate of the headquarters at 2:30 on the dot. The security at the headquarters didn't make things difficult for him, but there was another security checkpoint in front of the commander's residence. He handed the guard his officer's certificate. Although it was called an officer's certificate, it was actually just a 2-page piece of paper. Aragon parked the car not far from the headquarters and told him to sit and wander around. He would pick him up at the gate at 3:30. Aragon was also happy to sit around. Saint Ayres stuffed him with 2,000 pesos. It had to be said that the face value of the peso was also large. 50 pesos was equivalent to $1, and it would depreciate in the future, which was quite outrageous. He gave him free rein. Aragon knew that he couldn't drink today, so he simply went to the underground boxing arena in the city, took the dilapidated bus, and watched people boxing. The headquarters had a 6-story building, and the commander was on the top floor. He pressed the elevator to go up. As far as the decoration of the headquarters was concerned, it was indeed more luxurious and newer. The mental outlook of the headquarters staff was also good. It seemed that the commander was not as defeated as he appeared to be on the surface. St. Tesser had heard rumors that the city guards were retreating steadily in front of the National Defense Forces, but from the headquarters, it felt full of energy. Rumors were just rumors after all. Putting away some of the little thoughts and cleverness in his heart, being able to become a commander, no matter where, was definitely the elite among the elite. Just like a saying in his previous life, those who can leave their names in history books are all awesome people. He came to the door of the commander's office and knocked gently. "Please come in." St. Tesser opened the door and went in. "Oh, it's Comrade Cohen. Please sit here, don't be nervous, just chat as usual." Little Thompson put down the documents in his hand and said to St. Tesser with a smile, "Okay, sir, regarding your proposal, I have decided to adopt it. Is there anything else you want to say, sir? I think that in order to better show our training results, we can invite the head of the Cordoba Administrative Office to watch, as well as colleagues from the National Defense Forces. This will better show the face of our Cordoba City Defense Force," St. Tesser said in a loud voice. Little Thompson looked at St. Tesser and nodded. "Your proposal is good, but I think our city guards are usually more lazy, and this exercise is a bit boring. We can add some rewards, such as outstanding squads or companies can be used as promotion qualifications. The first, second, and third place can get prizes, or have a vacation, etc. What do you think?" The commander is considerate. "I think it's okay." St. Tesser also thought this method was good. "Also, it's not interesting for us to practice alone. How about we choose a powerful team to have friendly exchanges with the National Defense Forces?" "Okay, that's very good." St. Tesser nodded in agreement. As expected, he had some skills. "Well, I have another proposal." Little Thompson smiled. "I wonder if Cohen, are you interested in being the temporary person in charge of this exercise and carrying out the training work?" "Oh, sir, I don't have enough qualifications, do I?" "I think your team is training very well." "Yes, sir. I will work hard to complete the task." It seemed that many things in the military camp could not be hidden from these people. The canned food factory was probably exposed as well. St. Tesser felt a little cold in his heart and sweated a little on his back after leaving the commander's office. The commander's formal appointment would not arrive at the military camp until Monday. As St. Tesser left the office, the commander opened some of St. Tesser's information. "This Cohen is a talent, a little clever, runs a canned food factory, has good communication skills, secretly runs a training school, and can also train his subordinates." Little Thompson picked up the phone. "Clyde, man, you order to go down. You guys put aside this St. Tesser's matter. You don't need to stare at him anymore. Pay more attention to the people in the National Defense Forces and the government in the city, and also, warn that Chambers. Let him not try to stretch his hand into the defense forces. This is not something a small counselor like him can get involved in." "Yes, sir." The person on the other side responded and made a record, and hung up the phone. After chatting for a while, St. Tesser took the tuk-tuk back to his residence. His back was covered in cold sweat, and his face was a little pale, but on second thought, no one had touched the canned food factory recently, so it seemed that it was still relatively safe. He put away his careful thoughts, kept the canned food factory as it was, and it was best to support someone to hold it on his behalf. He would first seriously do this temporary teaching post and could not slack off this time. By proposing a proposal, he hugged the commander's thigh and also got a teaching position. Overall, he was lucky. Chapter 11. Back to the cannery. The weather in May is unpredictable. This morning, a light rain started again. Cordoba, shrouded in the drizzle, resembled a sleeping, sick dog, plagued by illness yet carrying a hint of new life. St. Tesser opened the window, his gaze drifting into the distance. Cordoba at this moment was both ancient and modern, dilapidated and trendy, a mixture of the decay of the colonial governorate era and the nation's aspiration for a new beginning. "Your life will be saved by me. If you ask how long, it will be my entire life." St. Tesser suddenly spoke a nonsensical sentence in New China Mandarin, startling a passerby below. "Mommy, is that uncle sick?" a little girl passing by asked a young woman. "He probably forgot to take his medicine." St. Tesser, wearing pajamas and with disheveled hair, grinned, scaring the little girl. "Hey, beautiful, want to grab a meal sometime?" St. Tesser switched to Spanish. "He's quite handsome, But a lunatic, she quickly pulled the little girl away. Saint Iris admired the scenery for a moment before closing the window. Cordoba's weather is actually relatively stable. It's not located on a plateau but on a plain, surrounded by mountains on three sides. Although the raindrops are small, there's a slight chill in the air compared to the several cities I lived in for a longer time in my previous life. It's somewhat similar to the ancient city of Chang'an. At an altitude of 550 meters, it has a temperate continental climate, which is generally mild. However, in recent years, the autumn and winter seasons have been quite cold, with the lowest temperatures approaching 0 degrees, which is somewhat abnormal. According to Saint Iris's pitiful knowledge of geography, it might be some kind of El Niño phenomenon in my memory. Cordoba's summers are relatively cool, not so hot. I don't know why it always rains during the almost winter months of the last half month. Could this be the legendary climate cycle? It's hard to say. After all, I'm not a climate expert. The light rain has subsided slightly. Today, I plan to go to the cannery to check on the situation and see how Lee Kingayan and the others are doing. If he's suitable, I'll promote him to production supervisor and then have a drink and some late night snacks with him and Uncle Chen. He rode a motorcycle, a used one Saint Iris bought a few days ago. It's somewhat similar to a Suzuki brand, but I can't say exactly what brand it is, or where it came from. It cost 19,000 pesos. Straddling the motorcycle, he put on his helmet, safety first. He drove slowly, only about 20 kilometers per hour, and was overtaken by several cyclists who gave him the middle finger. Arriving in front of the cannery gate, the security personnel had already put up the sign, which read Pralini Cannery in Spanish and English. Saint Iris originally planned to add Chinese, but the city's printing factory couldn't produce it, so he had to give up. They also put up recruitment advertisements, but looking at the sparsely populated area nearby, it's estimated that few people would come here currently. Printed materials are produced using mechanical typewriters, so it's normal that there's no Chinese outside. The Pralini factory's large iron gate was a guardhouse, where 2 security personnel were resting, responsible for checking personnel and goods entering and exiting. Saint Iris took off his helmet to signal them, and the large iron gate was slowly opened. He drove his small motorcycle towards the parking lot, which was actually a relatively large open space covered with lime. The weeds on the open space had been cleared, and the excess soil had been removed, ready to be paved with cement, concrete, and gravel. The exterior walls had been whitewashed, and the renovation work was decent. The entire factory area looked much more formal, somewhat presentable. Factory director Klaus soon put down his work and came out to show Saint Iris around the factory. Klaus was a typical German descendant, meticulous and organized. His Spanish wasn't very standard. He came to Argentina during World War II to avoid the war and military service. He had the relatively rare German smoothness, and had served as production director and factory director in several factories in Cordoba. Entering the factory area, a group of workers wearing cloth masks were washing fruit with tap water. Baskets of fresh fruit were sorted, washed clean, and passed down the assembly line to the next step. Without large-scale cleaning equipment, they had to rely on manpower. The second area of the assembly line was for cutting work. Using simple tools, workers peeled and seeded the fruit. In this area, the fruit was peeled, cut, and divided into pieces. The third area involved adding additives to the fruit and steaming it to make it more palatable. A dozen specially made large iron pots were used, creating a lively scene, still operated manually. The fourth area was the natural cooling and sterilization area, with fewer people. The fifth area was the fruit canning area, where 4 semi-automatic canning machines were working. The last area was finished product packaging, including printing the production date and sealing cardboard boxes, which was the final step. Saint Iris was considering how to handle this problem, and the current semi-manual production was not particularly good. The production equipment was also relatively old and needed to be purchased. Most of the factory area had already been used and divided. Saint Iris followed factory director Klaus to the factory's general manager's office, located next to the factory director's office. Entering, he saw the clean office, the newly purchased 3-meter solid wood long table, leather chairs, and a bookshelf and filing cabinet. Saint Iris nodded in satisfaction. Klaus followed in and stood in front of the table, reporting on his work. He was selected as the production supervisor from the initially recruited workers. He had considerable prestige and was over 40 years old, with a burly figure and relatively rich management experience. He used to be a manager at the Aqualala Hotel, but was fired for some personal reasons. Last month, he applied for a job at the cannery and became a worker. He was energetic and meticulous in his work, and was promoted to be one of the supervisors in charge of production. Later, he was promoted to factory director by St. Hesser. Compared to the chaotic and disorderly state of the factory area some time ago, the factory is now well organized, and the workers are working hard to produce canned fruit. Now the production line has been basically completed, and the production work is also steadily advancing. St. Hesser is quite satisfied after seeing it. Boss, our daily output has reached 9,000 bottles a day during this period. The production capacity has basically been maximized. It is estimated that at least 12,000 bottles a day can be achieved by improving the production process in the future. Moreover, the market in Cordoba can only sell up to 5,000 bottles a day now. Is it necessary to limit production? Cross put forward his own suggestion. No need. Continue to maintain the production target, improve the technology and production process, and we need to expand production. I will expand the sales channels here. If you have time, go to the central railway station to see if there are suitable warehouses. All the extra cans will be transported there for storage. St. Hesser had his own plans in mind. Okay, by the way, boss, our cans are currently only printed with American technology and do not have a trademark identification. What trademark do you think we should register and apply for? Cross raised a new question. Trademarks are indeed very important, then let's call it Fanta. Fanta. What do you think? If this trademark has not been registered by anyone, St. Hesser blurted out. He was reborn in Italy 5 years later with this trademark. St. Hesser took it out for use in advance without feeling any guilt. Now the Fanta brand belongs to the American Coca-Cola Company, but it has been shelved, and Coca-Cola has not registered this brand outside of Germany. Because of his love for this brand, St. Hesser plans to make a copycat version. Of course, the more trademarks you register, the better. St. Hesser wrote a bunch of trademarks that will be more famous in later generations but have not yet been produced and gave them to Cross to prevent the Americans from reactivating the Fanta brand and suing them for not having a brand to use. Then it depends on what the boss means. This name is very good and has a meaning. It also gives people a strange sense of familiarity. I can't remember it for a while. It would be a little difficult for Cross to flatter him with his rigor. In fact, Cross had also heard about this brand, but who made Germany a defeated country? By the way, see if there are any international registration channels for this trademark at that time. We want to sell canned food all over the world, St. Hesser continued, carefully looking through the reports on the table, for fear that his subordinates would fool him. In the future, we will not only sell canned food, but also sell beverages, soda, milk, and packaged food. We will sell everything that can be sold, St. Hesser suddenly said seriously to Cross, and stopped the pen in his hand, wiped the apple on the table clean, and took a bite directly. It was crisp and sweet. The apple was big and red, and it was covered with mature vertical stripes. Cross, we have to replace all these equipments with more advanced equipment to prepare for the next expansion, St. Hesser continued while gnawing on the big apple. Yes, boss. Cross looked very excited. He didn't expect the boss's ambition to be so great. It seems that I have to work hard too. Maybe I can be like the boss in the future. It's not just wishful thinking. Starting last night, St. Hesser considered the development of the cannery. Canned products are still relatively relatively niche and marketable. This time, the time difference was used to sell so much. I heard that some people in the city are already investing in the production of canned food. Competition is coming soon, and we need to open up new sales channels non-stop if you want to expand the category. Soft drinks are a major category. But this depends on the accumulated funds. You also need to customize production and processing equipment. St. Hesser is no longer limited to American equipment, but also has choices from Germany, France, Japan, and the Soviet Union. This time, he can't be fooled like last time. Recently, the profits of the entire factory have increased rapidly. The next market is the capital and nearby provinces. Argentina also has more than 10 million people. Maybe we can promote some salesmen from the factory to develop the market. Cross, does our factory have any more active people with better eloquence? St. Hesser gestured and said, boss, there are quite a few such people. My nephew is one of them. Do you need to fire them? Cross was shocked and said that's not the case. I'm still very satisfied with the people you're responsible for recruiting. Cross did a really good job. The factory's production is in good order and the product quality is good. St. Hesser is very satisfied. I'm very relieved to have you manage the factory, St. Hesser added, letting Cross breathe a sigh of relief. It's not easy to find a good job in Argentina now, I want to set up a sales department to be responsible for the sales of canned food in the factory. Do you have any suitable candidates? Can we select a dozen or 20 people from our factory? St. Hesser continued. I think Lucia Miller from the 3rd department of the production department can also serve as a salesman. My nephew, little Nick Schmidt, can also be a salesman. Cross said calmly. Okay, you can arrange the work later and let those you think are suitable come to this office. I want to talk to them and understand. Okay, boss. Cross is very serious and responsible for his work, and he also cherishes this job with a salary of 15,000 pesos per month. Okay, I'll take a look here. You go out and arrange it. St. Hesser nodded after Cross left the office. St. Hesser stood up from his chair. It was drizzling outside the window, and the misty rain made him feel relaxed. The second purpose of coming to the factory this time was to establish a sales department and strive to sell canned food all over the country. Chapter 12 Sales Channel Expansion. St. Hesser sat in the chair, waiting quietly. The frame of the factory has been set up. It's not too big or too small, because the equipment is semi-automatic and manual, so it requires more people. The next step is to establish sales, finance, quality inspection, procurement, warehousing and other departments outside the production department, and turn this small workshop into a real factory and even a company except for the sales department, which can cultivate some people from the production side. Most of the others will be re-recruited. There was no heating in the room, it was a little cold, and after waiting for a while, someone knocked on the door. Please come in. St. Hesser sat casually, with his plan to build a sales system on the desk, which he had just been drafting. Boss. These people are the ones you asked for with better communication skills. I brought them here, Cross said, standing at the front. Okay, you all sit down first. Cross, you sit down here and listen. St. Hesser stood up. There were 11 people in front, plus the factory director, a total of 12. They all looked lively and outgoing, except for one who looked relatively quiet. The reason I called you here this time is to ask if you are interested in becoming a salesman in our factory and selling our canned food all over the country. St. Hesser paused. The people sitting down all look very interested. St. Hesser stretched out the Argentine national administrative map he had just taken from the wall. As everyone knows, this canned fruit is currently selling very well in Córdoba. On average, about 2,000 cans can be shipped per day, and the population of our entire city of Córdoba is more than 670,000. The population of our country is 15.97 million, which is more than 20 times the market size of our city. According to my estimation, the total market size is at least 40,000 bottles a day. Of course, this is my personal prediction, an optimistic estimate. St. Hesser continued. In fact, it is impossible to have such a large market. Now it is just a large market created by the drought and the high-priced sale of fruit monopolies, like the kind before and after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Although the country produced a lot of things, it was impossible to buy them on the market, or not to buy what you liked. There is not much time left now. In order to give them some confidence, St. Hesser is also desperately, of course, because there is relatively little contact between the provinces of Argentina. I need sales staff to establish our own sales system so that this canned food can be spread throughout the country. There will definitely be competition in the future, but according to my estimation, the intensity of competition will not be particularly great, but our factory will not be limited to a single canned product. In the next year or two, we will also produce various foods and beverages such as soda, juice, milk, beer, and even liquor, and when conditions are ripe, we will open a meat product production line. As everyone knows, our country's animal husbandry is very developed, and a lot of meat products are exported to the United Kingdom and Western Europe. The current market is relatively large, and our neighbors Uruguay, Paraguay, Brazil, Bolivia, Peru, Chile and other countries also have very large markets. St. Hesser continued to brag, blowing hard without paying taxes. I don't know if you are interested in becoming a salesman in our factory. Our factory will provide a no-responsibility salary of 3,500 pesos per month, and a commission of 0.5% of sales. You don't have to agree to me so quickly. You can think about it for a while. Assuming you develop half of a market as big as the city of Córdoba, the monthly sales volume is 30,000 bottles, and the wholesale price is 40 pesos per bottle. The total sales amount for a month is 1.2 million pesos, and the commission is 6,000 pesos. The monthly salary is 9,500 pesos. If you work harder, the monthly salary will be over 10,000, which is more than 3 times the current factory salary. Continuing to blow the conch, The people present were somewhat tempted. Our factory will provide accommodation fees, transportation fees, travel expenses, catering fees, etc. We will customize several sets of work suits for you. Saint Hesser paused and added fuel to the fire, and there is currently no competition for this product in China. We use American technology, it tastes very good, and has a very good sales space. It will sell well, add some confidence to the product. How about it? Are you interested in joining the factory's sales team? Each person is responsible for at least one province's market. As long as you develop it, these commissions will be yours. Everyone comes out to work to make money, and I think you are all very suitable to become salespeople. Saint Hesser continued to praise, boss, but we don't know anything about sales. Cross's nephew, Little Nix, raised his hand to ask. Saint Hesser signaled and he stood up. There is absolutely no need to worry about this. I will give you a training session to teach you some simple sales skills and give you support. The sales champion this year, the one who does the best by the end of the year, will have the opportunity to be promoted to sales supervisor, with a base salary increased to 5,000 pesos, and our factory will provide a brand new American-made motorcycle as a reward. Everyone was completely excited, and I also want to state that we will provide a tiered commission method, setting a basic sales target for each person. When you complete and exceed the sales target I set, the factory will have additional commission points and bonuses. You get more for more work. Saint Hesser continued to improve his ideas. If any of you don't want to do it, you can bring it up later and go back to your workstation in the production department. You can communicate with each other now. I will be back in 10 minutes. After Saint Hesser finished his last sentence, he walked out of the office and came to the workshop. Factory Director Cross also followed him out. Saint Hesser didn't care. If they didn't try such generous conditions, they could only say that they missed a good opportunity to make money, and business is indeed a very profitable position. I've seriously considered it, and currently, we need to produce at least 20,000 bottles a day to meet demand. I'm not sure if you have the confidence to achieve that. Do you see any other problems with a production line? I'll try my best to help you improve things. Work a little harder during this period, and I'll give you an extra bonus this month. Starting this month, your base salary will increase by 2,000 pesos, Saint Hesser said, looking earnestly at the clothes he needed to take advantage of the large market and produce quickly. Otherwise, when labor costs rise and others grab market share, Saint Hesser can use the large amount of capital he has to produce better products with higher barriers to entry. Boss, the main problem is with the first few production steps. Currently, they're basically all done by hand. Although we have a simple assembly line, the packaging machine can't fully realize its packaging potential, Close said. What improvements do you think are appropriate? Saint Hesser also felt that this problem was hindering the increase in production volume. It would be best to introduce automated equipment for cutting and peeling. Manual work is not only slow, but also results in inconsistent sizes and waste, Close requested. Okay, I'll try to arrange the purchase of fully automated equipment as soon as possible. I'll need you to keep an eye on things during this period. By the way, boss, there's also a problem with the electricity. It would be best to upgrade the factory's electrical wiring, Close said after thinking for a moment, raising a new issue. Okay, I've noted all of these down. I'll contact the power company to upgrade the lines. Let's go see how their discussion is going. Saint Hesser raised his hand to check the time, pushed open the office door, and saw everyone sitting obediently. How have you considered it? Are you interested in joining the company's newly established sales department? Boss, we are all willing to join, everyone said in unison. Very good. First of all, congratulations on embarking on the fast track to wealth. I'll tell you how to develop new markets. You all have good communication skills, so I'll teach you some sales techniques. Saint Hesser nodded in satisfaction. These people in the factory are relatively familiar with the products. Moreover, Saint Hesser intentionally promoted some people internally, hoping to retain more people as the factory's automation level increases in the future. Saint Hesser lectured from afternoon until dark, and everyone took copious notes. Becoming more and more confident in the company's products, he also gradually became familiar with some of the personalities of the people, who all seemed like good sales prospects. These people were assigned to 11 wealthy provinces in the country, mainly in Córdoba and provinces near the capital, which were relatively close by car. At the same time, Saint Hesser customized uniforms and business cards for them, and also set up a customer service team in the factory area, installed a telephone line, and provided telephone consultations. After doing these things, Saint Hithier also went to the city's newspaper office and placed recruitment advertisements to attract talent, so that the cannery could be formalized as soon as possible. The updating and improvement of production equipment was temporarily handled by contacting American smugglers. Coincidentally, a food factory in California, USA, had closed down for some reason, and many of the equipment were very suitable for the Plary cannery. It would take about 3 months' worth of sales profit to purchase this production equipment. Saint Hithier bargained with the smugglers and finally accepted a 30% deposit, with a balance to be paid 1 month later, and negotiated the equipment down. This included a complete set of automated fruit washing and cutting equipment, as well as a simple beverage canning production line. Saint Hithier optimized the factory's current production speed, bringing the daily output to 20,000 bottles per day, and the 20,000 square meter warehouse at the central train station began to be continuously unloaded and filled. Currently, some small wholesalers have also come to the city and are very interested in this canned food. Saint Hithier personally received them, increasing sales somewhat. After 2 days of training, the first batch of 11 sales team members left Córdoba by train and went to the capitals of 11 provinces to start new battlefields. The largest capital market was handed over to Close's nephew, Little Nix. Lucifer, whom Close valued most, volunteered to go to the second most populous province, Santa Fe. Lucia was the one who seemed the quietest at the beginning. Some new canned food factories and small workshops have also appeared in the city, but the taste of the canned food produced is not as good as that of the Plary factory. Sales in the city have also declined somewhat, and there have been some small orders from outside the city. The Plary cannery is producing goods at a rapid pace, with twice the debt, but the telephone in the factory has not been ringing. Currently, the shipments in the city have been compressed a lot, with only less than 1,000 bottles shipped per day. Close showed signs of anxiety, while Saint Hithier remained calm on the surface, but was also somewhat troubled in his heart. Could it be that this thing can't be sold? Sean Glass Bottle Factory is urging for the final payment, and the fruit farms are also urging for the final payment. Even the workers are spreading some rumors. The Fanta trademark registration also failed. After all, this trademark belongs to the Coca-Cola company. Saint Hithier didn't care too much. Since the Fanta trademark can't be registered, then register other trademarks. Pepsi's Mirinda is fine, and the Sprite trademarks haven't been officially created yet. There is still not much news about outside orders. The daily sales in K-City are only 300 to 500 bottles, and there are not many wholesale orders. The K-City market has already been overdrawn. Saint Hithier has foresight, but of course, he can't grasp the entire Argentine market. Saint Hithier also has some self-doubt. The people in the finance department have been recruited, but the factory's bank remittance account is still empty. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling, the sales department's phone rang, and Saint Hithier quickly ran to answer it. Hello, Plary Food Company, boss, I'm Lucia. I've already secured an order here. The order volume is 70,000 bottles. A 30% down payment has already been transferred to the company's account. Please transport them to the Santa Fe train station as soon as possible. The balance will be paid after the goods are transported to the trading company here, Buenos Aires. 60,000 bottles, Catamarca, Chaco province. Today, the total shipment volume reached 400,000 bottles. The warehouse was completely emptied, and the factory is producing non-stop. The cannery is really on fire. Chapter 13 Mutual Learning Group. The work to improve the structure of the Plary cannery was steadily advancing, and sales from offices across the country began to flow into the factory's bank account, giving Saint Hithier more money to do things. The official documents for his teaching position in the army had not yet arrived, so Saint Hithier trained the soldiers in his squad during the day and began intensive review and study of high school knowledge at night, hoping to get into a good university in the summer entrance exams. After much research and advice from the tutors he hired, Saint Hithier set 3 university exam goals. His first choice was law at the University of Buenos Aires. After all, this university is the highest institution in the country. Like Tsinghua and Peking University in New China, the kind that makes people think you're amazing just by hearing it, and it's the most difficult. His second choice was social relations at the National University of Córdoba. The University of Science and Technology is on the other side of the Science City, close by and with low tuition fees. It would be great not to leave the local area. Social relations is also a strong subject at this university, and the exam difficulty is not too high. Most of the courses in Argentine high schools are relatively simple, with a clear diversion effect. The best students are already self-studying advanced courses, and ordinary students are similar to the happy education of the Americans. Ordinary civilians, unless very talented and hardworking, find it difficult to get into good universities currently. The admission rate for universities throughout Argentina is only 3%. After this year's university expansion, it may reach 5%, which means that many people cannot get into university, and the value of a university degree is relatively high throughout Latin America. The number of people aged 18 to 24 who can attend university is 2%, which is truly elite education. After transmigrating, Saint Tessa only had headaches and nosebleeds for the first few days. Later, after repeated scouring of the memories of 2 lifetimes, Saint Tessa suspected that the doctor said he had an inflammation. He thought it was because his predecessor ate too much barbecue, grilled meat, and drank too much alcohol. He guessed that it was likely that the fusion of soul memories stimulated the secondary development of the brain. Some old cells died, and the brain was redeveloped once, and the brain's heat dissipation was not enough, which caused nosebleeds. Of course, this was just his guess. Now his memory and learning ability have produced a magical effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Not only is a lot of knowledge from his previous life engraved in his mind, but the speed of learning new knowledge is also very fast. This is also the confidence that Saint Tessa dares to set his goal as the top university when studying and reading. Saint Tessa found that he learned things very quickly and had a strong memory. Many memories from his previous life were also very deep, and he could even remember many details. A lot of knowledge of Spanish, English, and Chinese could be integrated to this end. Saint Tessa formulated a huge study plan, including Russian, French, German, economics, political science, advertising, medicine, and even many other complex knowledge areas. Saint Tessa also hired students from the University of Córdoba to tutor him, and also called on some soldiers in his team who were willing to continue learning to form a University Promotion Association mutual aid learning group. More than a dozen people came at his call. Currently, Argentina does not have a college entrance examination system. After passing the high school subjects, you can participate in the university entrance examination. To this end, Saint Tessa enrolled in a private high school in the city in an on-the-job study mode and took the academic subject exams. For him now, sociology subjects are relatively simple, with a lot of memory-type knowledge, which is very suitable for Saint Tessa's intensive memory training. In addition to the compulsory courses in science and engineering subjects, he also conducts simple studies in other areas except for the necessary exams. Saint Tessa rarely goes to the school to attend classes, and it's more enjoyable to have private tutoring. The current secondary education in Argentina is a 6-year system. Saint Tessa had already entered the 4th grade of high school when he dropped out, so it is not too outrageous to take the university entrance exam now. Saint Tessa has been a soldier for 2 years, and his high school classmates are preparing for the entrance exam, but they rarely contact him. Their ambitions are not as great as Saint Tessa's. Getting into a national university would be a great blessing. Most subjects are relatively simple for Saint Tessa, except for some ancient documents that are difficult to understand, messy Spanish documents, and words that are stinky and long, so he can only study and recognize words by flipping through dictionaries. Saint Tessa also studies classical political economics in German, various codes in Western, Southern, and Eastern Europe, and dabbles in some subjects such as philosophy. As someone who has been through exam-oriented education, doing practice questions is a piece of cake. He had people collect 10 years of entrance exam questions for similar subjects from 20 universities in China and ask people to write out standard answers to start his practice question career. As for natural science subjects, they are not Saint Tessa's specific goals, including mathematics, which is relatively simple, because the requirements for choosing humanities and social sciences are relatively low. However, after studying political economics, he became quite interested and found that he also had a high talent, so he also listed this major as the 3rd choice, and the school was also the University of Buenos Aires. Then the following things are relatively simple. After these students sort out, give lectures, and then do practice questions, do papers, and memorize books, the whole set is complete. Saint Tessa became more confident and also made the study group very successful through secret channels. He purchased a large number of foreign professional books, including professional books in Russian, English, and Chinese. He focused on studying the ideas and knowledge in Russian books and increasingly felt the greatness of the great man. In order to prevent anyone from noticing, Saint Tessa set up a new secret residence basement library outside his residence and only kept those dragon-slaying books here, occasionally coming over to study and recharge when Saint Tessa studied hard. He felt like he had returned to the happy and fulfilling time of the college entrance examination in his previous life after reading Spanish books proficiently and understanding and studying more deeply. Saint José found that Spanish books on advanced scientific research are relatively rare compared to other industrialized countries. Today's three major scientific and technological holy places, books and industries, come from the English, German, and Russian systems, as well as the French system. The United States and the Soviet Union are in full swing. Germany was split up and suffered a lot of damage, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse. In a few years, Germany and France will join forces, and the former suzerain state of Spain will also become part of the European community, as well as Italy. In the next few decades, the Chinese system will also be added. All of them had received a lot of external support, coupled with relatively stable political systems in their own countries and the backing of the United States. Although Mexico was completely controlled by the United States and Australia was its lackey, they were indeed considered to have developed very quickly. Saint José studied and compared them carefully, considering whether future reforms should be gentle or achieved through bloody political struggle, all of which required practical application according to some foreign economic development reports. Other major countries were rapidly recovering and developing in the middle of this year, while Argentina was beginning a new round of military government turmoil, which left Saint José somewhat speechless. However, this was also a remnant of the colonial era, coupled with the country's backward industrial and economic development, sparse population, and various other reasons. Saint José gradually analyzed the underlying issues of this country, realizing that its current prosperity was only superficial. Saint José wrote a basic analysis and argumentation of the Argentine economy, a comparison of the Argentine system with the British and American systems, and the similarities and differences between the Argentine national constitution and continental law for his major thesis. After writing these argumentative articles, Saint José felt that many of his previous understandings were relatively superficial, mere armchair theorizing, including what he was writing now, which was only based on these books plus some God's eye view from his previous life. To truly understand this country, he needed to conduct in-depth investigations, like the very detailed report written by a great man more than 30 years ago. Saint José unconsciously learned from, imitated, and drew closer to these articles, making great progress. Daily military skills training for the soldiers had not stopped, and Aragon was also forced to study. Saint José had high expectations for Aragon. Saint José originally wanted him to take the university entrance exam together, but Aragon's ambition did not lie in this. He wanted to continue being a soldier. This made Saint José feel exasperated. Aragon, it's okay if you don't take the university entrance exam, but if you want to continue being a soldier, why not take the military academy exam? Saint José persuaded Aragon today. Oh? Military academy? Aragon seemed somewhat interested. Yes, the famous French Emperor Napoleon said. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. You also need to continue learning. I think the Argentine Army Military Academy is good. Saint José also took out some materials and books from the bookshelf and gave them to Aragon. I think you wouldn't want to be a soldier for the rest of your life, right? Moreover, in our country, soldiers are sent back to their hometowns when they get old, and some veterans in the city become beggars because they don't have retirement pay, Saint José said exaggeratedly, with accompanying gestures, but going to military academy is different. You can become an officer, get promoted, and be promoted without leaving the army. You can directly take the exam and continue your studies, but, boss, I don't really understand these things. You know I was not good at studying when I was little. It's okay, I'll teach you. I'll hire a tutor for you. There's an entrance exam in September, you can take it and try, Saint José said, and then took out several military materials and threw them to Aragon. These are the materials I collected. You can take them back and read them. You can ask me if you don't understand anything. Yes, boss, I will study hard. Good. If there are any brothers in our squad who are willing to study for the military academy exam, you can also provide help. Study hard and make progress every day, Saint José encouraged. If you can't bear the hardship of studying, you will suffer the deepest beatings from society. You don't want to go back to the days of herding sheep and horses, being bitten by mosquitoes, right? Moreover, we study not only for ourselves, but also to contribute to the prosperity of the country. Our country needs you. The country is not very safe. Our islands are still occupied by the damned British, and the people there are still waiting for our rescue. We will have a war with the British sooner or later, and the future still depends on you young people. Saint José once again poured chicken soup, gently patting Aragon's shoulders with both hands. War is not a dinner party. You must not be afraid of bloodshed and sacrifice, and overcome all difficulties." After Saint Hussar finished the last sentence, he looked at Aragon again with a sincere expression. "Boss, I will definitely study hard and work hard, and I will not let you down, but I am more interested in pulling some people to join. I will go find a few buddies first." Aragon tidied up his appearance and saluted solemnly. Saint Hussar also returned the salute. What a simple and honest young man, but it's a pity that he doesn't like to study. Aragon walked out of Saint Hussar's small office with an excited face. To promote the concept of learning and change his thinking to other comrades and soldiers, Saint Hussar crossed his legs and picked up a popular history book from the table and read it. Half a day later, Aragon returned to Saint Hussar's residence in frustration. "Boss, I seem to have failed. They would rather take the time to play cards and drink than listen to me for a word." Aragon's voice was a little hoarse. "It's okay. This is also very normal. Failure is the mother of success." This was said by the great Argentine father of the nation, San Martin. Saint Hussar also forgot who said it, and directly assigned it to the South American liberator San Martin. "So that's how it is. San Martin is a great hero. What he said must be right," Saint Hussar said while taking out a set of books, which were left by people who withdrew from the study group, and stuffed them to Aragon. "You can take a look at these books when you have time, and ask me if you don't understand, boss. I feel annoyed when I look at it. These words will hurt my brain. You know I didn't study well since I was little." Aragon, who was still full of passion just now, came over and said a minute later, "Aragon soldier, this is an order," Saint Hussar said helplessly. "Yes, Captain." Then Aragon, like he had eaten Coptus Chinensis, prepared to leave Saint Hussar's home. "I'll get you a few bottles of tequila then. As long as you can get 50 points, Saint Hussar added, still wanting to give the child some sweetness. "Dull, boss, I will work hard." During this period, Saint Hussar's thinking has also changed a lot from the initial radicalism, becoming more peaceful. Argentina has a market for rebellion, but his own level is not good enough, and people will not listen to you. People like Cata are still college students, and Castro is a PhD. Some of the original small actions also slowly stopped. The number of people who came to this study group every day became less and less. Since it could not be changed, he could only integrate into the mainstream. After a while, Saint Hussar disbanded the study group, and the house dedicated to learning was also returned. He returned to the life of a salted fish, memorized the knowledge he had learned, and could only destroy the other books. Chapter 14 City Guard Instructor. On June 1st, Saint Hussar woke up early. The newly bought wind-up alarm clock rang wildly at 6 o'clock. It was the first time he had gotten up so early. The alarm clock was extremely penetrating, even waking up the neighbors. Mainly because the soundproofing was poor, the neighbor, Brito, secretly cursed in Spanish. Saint Hussar could only pretend not to hear. The two were nodding acquaintances. For some reason, their family had run to Cordoba. He had a wife and 5 children, making a small contribution to the country. However, one good thing was that the Brito family didn't snore when they slept. This was why Saint Hussar wasn't in a hurry to move. Occasionally, there were sounds of procreation, but the Persian descendants were still very reserved in this regard. Their children weren't very noisy either. They turned off the lights and went to bed at 9 o'clock sharp, and woke up at 7 o'clock sharp. Their routine was quite regular. While the church bells in Cordoba rang at 8 o'clock, Saint Hussar also pretended not to hear this time, thinking about whether to move to a better house in the future. The former Saint Hussar saved money. He rented a cheap house, and Saint Hussar didn't move away to keep a low profile. However, to be honest, the house was indeed a bit old, and the soundproofing was a bit poor. But there weren't any good houses nearby. He could consider moving in a while. After getting up, he simply washed up and heated up the leftover chickpea stew with lamb chops from last night. The weather was cool in the morning, and with a cup of hot mate tea, his body immediately felt invigorated. As for the taste of mate tea, he still wasn't used to it. Green tea and black tea were better, but unfortunately, they weren't available here. The clock on the wall rang 7 times at 7 o'clock, which was the alarm clock set by the previous owner. The neighbors also got up one after another. Saint Hussar suddenly thought of why the Brito family always got up at 7 o'clock. Aragon arrived at the door on time and knocked. The two went to the military camp together. He was responsible for driving, and this time they didn't run over. He calculated the time in his mind and didn't expect that he had been in this world for almost 2 months. A few days ago, Saint Hussar was summoned by Commander Thompson again and attended an informal military expansion meeting, which surprised him a bit this time. The commander formally proposed a military training exercise, which was not what he had initially promised. There would be a total of 10 instructor positions, each responsible for a brigade. This was also his compromise within the City Defense Army. The commander could not have the final say in the City Defense Army. His subordinates also had development needs. This was not a complete dictatorship. Saint Hesse also felt that his previous position was too high profile and did not conform to his style of low-key development. The military training will last for 2 months and is scheduled to be followed by military exercises on August 1. Commander Thompson encouraged Saint Hesse to work hard. The official military exercise will begin on June 1. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Although Saint Hesse was only an instructor for a brigade, he was responsible for the confrontation in this friendly match. The training results of Saint Hesse's team were quite gratifying. Except for live ammunition shooting training. Because the City Defense Army currently had few guns, and lacked practice, the other projects were doing well. Gauchos were inherently good and met the requirements. They were better than other native whites. On the surface, there was no longer a big difference between the two. Especially since many new gauchos were of mixed blood. They liked to intermarry with lower-class white girls. The gaucho's unrestrained personality also became more popular. Gaucho heroism returned again. Now, in general, the gaucho's status was no longer at a complete low. Instead, they were in a stage of slow improvement, especially with Perón's loose Argentine national integration policy, which blurred racial boundaries. Often, the difference could only be seen from the surname. This also made gauchos somewhat popular. Some mixed-race descendants looked more handsome and did not work on farms. They were not exposed to the sun and wind, and their skin was not very rough, but rather looked better because the fake nutritious meals that Saint Hesse made for the soldiers were indeed quite good. Some thin soldiers even gained muscle. Because the intake was strictly controlled to ensure nutrition, but the daily training intensity was also high. The physical fitness of this group of soldiers improved very quickly, which made the commander very satisfied. Military training also greatly improved their obedience. Originally, these subordinates were somewhat undisciplined. With Saint Hesse's military training ideas, simple learning, and the cultivation of activists, the team's atmosphere began to change, which changed them a lot. It turned out that the commander had told Saint Hesse in private that before the formal military meeting was held, he had persuaded the other powerful company and regimental commanders, and that Saint Hesse's position was only temporary and did not squeeze out anyone else's position. However, others also stuffed in some people, so the opposition was not great. This training will last for 2 months. Saint Hesse was formally appointed. Saint Hesse planned to reorganize the 10 teams into a new 9th Brigade, with a full complement of 513 people. The original brigade commander would assist as a deputy instructor at this moment. Saint Hesse and the other 9 instructors stood at the front of their respective teams, while Thompson was sitting in a chair giving instructions. After talking nonsense for more than an hour, the soldiers all felt a little tired. Fortunately, it wasn't the hot summer sun. Saint Hesse looked at the 10 times the number of soldiers and felt a little overwhelmed. These veterans were much more troublesome than his team of 50. Saint Hesse's goal was also clear: to get first or second place in the 2-month training. Unlike before, in order to train better and faster, Saint Hesse reorganized the teams, mixing his team of 50 into the 500-man team. The training was similar, and the original 9 team leaders were still appointed as the heads. Then, 4 people were selected from every 50 people, and the head of Saint Hesse's team was Aragon, divided into small units for training. After dispersing the teams for reorganization, these people could bring the old with the new, break up the original small teams, and at the same time give Saint Hesse a certain amount of prestige. That morning, the first was a regular cross-country run of 5 kilometers. Saint Hesse added a weighted 10 kilometers for extra training, which he easily completed. Saint Hesse always exceeded the training by 2 times each time, while the original 50 people who had been intensively trained were able to make these people persevere. In the afternoon, there was regular confrontation training. At the same time, Saint Hesse brought footballs and tug-of-war ropes. The traditional skills were some of the team-building things of later generations, and the effect was not bad, which improved the cohesion of the entire newly formed team. That evening, there was a bonfire party and outdoor survival. Actually, it was just bringing tents and going to a farm for dinner, which Saint Hesse paid for out of his own pocket. After the first day's combination punches, it could be considered a small achievement, and the team had established initial trust. The squad leaders also became more familiar with Saint Hesse. The eating and drinking dissipated much of the initial resentment from the soldiers. By the time dinner ended that evening, it was already 8 o'clock, and the troops marched back to the barracks, singing military songs. The united southern provinces now display their noble throne. Freedom-loving people around the globe respond. Greetings to the great people of Argentina. In Saint Tessa's heart, however, another tune played. On the surface, he sang the loudest. Under Saint Tessa's lead, the military song of the 500 soldiers pierced the clouds, as the soldiers marched in formation, roaring, "Even in death, we carry glory. Even in death, we carry glory." When passing through San Martin Free Avenue in Córdoba, the citizens looked up, disdainful, to we, corrupt city guards. Some children even spat secretly, just short of throwing rotten eggs or something Saint Tessa pretended not to hear. The soldiers' formation paused slightly, and Saint Tessa shouted, "Soldiers of the city guard, advance to the barracks, advance." Saint Tessa took the lead, running ahead. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall, but the soldiers continued to run forward, without stopping or breaking ranks to seek shelter. As if infected by Saint Tessa's passion, Saint Tessa led the team, jogging into the camp, and announced the dismissal, reminding the soldiers to take hot showers and soak their feet, and to gather here again at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Today was a different day. The other 9 teams also underwent simple training, following Saint Tessa's method of military training, but the results were not very good. Saint Tessa did not stay in the barracks that day. He returned to his residence overnight, took a hot shower, and then wrote down some precautions for tomorrow, as well as the training plan for the entire battalion. It was more complete than the first one, from standing at attention, running, to physical combat, saluting, marching in formation, singing military songs, shouting slogans, emergency assembly, sitting posture, and interior arrangement. He completely copied the military training content from his previous life and added some local Argentine characteristics with a comprehensive plan in place. Saint Tessa had a clear idea. He drank a glass of milk before bed and fell into deep sleep. He got up at 6 o'clock the next day, then washed and tidied up, and set off from home at 7 o'clock. Running to the barracks, day after day of training greatly improved the appearance of the entire 9th Battalion. Saint Tessa also felt that the time was right and began to prepare some enhanced versions, such as an emergency assembly at 3 o'clock in the morning, a 5-kilometer cross-country run with heavy loads, making the soldiers of the 9th Battalion miserable, both painful and happy. A more distinctive feature was the group, which was more interesting and also improved individual combat and teamwork capabilities. Live ammunition shooting training was the soldiers' favorite. Saint Tessa himself was indeed extremely talented, and his marksmanship was among the best in this group. Instructor, show us your skills. The soldiers under him actually had a low level of training. As a third-line force, the city guard was even worse. "Hey, you little brats, I'll show you a thing or two." Saint Tessa picked up a German-made STG-44 assault rifle replica, which had just been equipped this year. There were not many of them. The total number of samples produced was not enough for the army to have one per person. The city guard's position in the local system was still okay, so they were given 10 from the warehouse for testing and to provide some suggestions for subsequent improvements. Some were still using older rifles. Explaining it in detail, the soldiers gathered around Saint Tessa. "Everyone knows the STG-44 in my hand, produced by the Germans, and it is also the world's first large-scale equipped assault rifle. The domestic name is Cam-1, which is our country's version of the German version. It is indeed a bit inferior to the original, using domestic 7.92 mm rifle bullets, but the output is not much. Our city guard only has 10. We got 2 and 20,000 rounds of ammunition for this military training. I'll disassemble and assemble it for you to see." After Saint Tessa finished speaking, he quickly turned the rifle in his hand into individual parts, taking 50 seconds. Then he showed them to everyone one by one. The soldiers were amazed and admired. Saint Tessa quickly reassembled the rifle, taking 55 seconds at the same time. Saint Tessa also placed the 2 automatic rifles on the table, unloaded the bullets, and let the soldiers study them one by one at the same time. He explained step by step in slow motion how to disassemble and assemble the guns for the soldiers to learn, and announced that there would be a rifle disassembly and assembly competition in 3 days. The top 10 people will get the right to shoot 50 bullets, and the others can only use the old semi-automatic rifles. The soldiers were passionate and began to learn about firearms knowledge and understood the weapons in their hands better. Saint Tessa wiped the sweat from his forehead behind him. In order to show off, Saint Tessa got this rifle in advance and secretly practiced for a long time to improve the time. This time he performed exceptionally well, and fortunately he didn't embarrass himself. Being a boss is quite difficult, but to be honest, Argentina's light weapons are really not good now. The current rifle is a domestically produced replica of the Domingo Mate light weapons factory. Saint Hesse himself prefers the AK series invented by the Soviets, which is more durable. The Germans have been defeated by the Soviets and Americans. The AK series, produced more than 10 years ago, is still durable and reliable. For infantry combat, it is still necessary to use it. The reverse-engineered STG-44 is not practical enough. It was this kind that was defeated when fighting the British. Of course, it is still okay for Argentina to be able to imitate weapons and have its own light weapons production line. It must be said that the British are still very awesome. Their military equipment far exceeds Argentina's, and the quality of their soldiers is much higher. The weapons that the Argentine soldiers are holding are from the 1940s, challenging the upgraded 1970s, a difference of 30 years. Argentina has no strength to challenge the five powers, although it is the weakest of them. On June 25, the Korean Civil War broke out, and the atmosphere in Argentina began to become tense. Although the war had never broken out in Argentina, people were hoarding materials, but there was still plenty of fruit raw materials, so canned products were sold out, and Saint Hesse made a war fortune. The beautiful country is also preparing to intervene because of this war. The beautiful country is also supporting the little Japanese nation, and from then on, the little Japanese country will rise again. But like the little Japanese country, a great country is about to revive and rise again, far surpassing the little Japanese country affected by this. From June 23 to July 13, 1950, the Dow Jones Index fell by 12%. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15: Football Games and Factory 2. The outbreak of small-scale wars after World War II was backed by the world's leading power, the second strongest power, and a newly established major power. This war also affected Argentina domestically, greatly increasing the importance of this military exercise. People from the Ministry of Defense also paid attention. Argentina was also influenced by the military exercises of these two forces and began to implement nationwide military exercises. This was a small butterfly effect that Saint Hesse had not anticipated. This was a confrontation between a local military force and a national-level combat force. After live ammunition shooting training, Saint Hesse continued to boast, implementing new ideas in army talks, attempting to change the thinking of this unit. Of course, the final effect can only be said to be average, merely planting some seeds. Saint Hesse no longer made too much effort, as facts proved that his influence was limited in the first month of training. On July 1st, the city guard unexpectedly held a football match. This situation made everyone very happy. The training intensity of the 9th Battalion was the highest, and the soldiers' results were also the best. However, combining work with rest, the 9th Battalion organized an army-wide football tournament according to the soldiers' wishes. Argentina is already a true football country, but Argentina has not participated in the World Cup for the past 20 years. According to later data, the next participation in the World Cup will be 28 years later, but this does not hinder the Argentine people's love for football. Before Argentina's true national strength affected football, it was a world-class football power, with many talented players, such as Maradona, Messi, and many other star players. However, after entering the 21st century, the football of these South American countries began to decline. After all, for football to develop well, the importance of money is unparalleled. Some European countries, such as Germany, France, Britain, and Italy, began to exert their strength and surpass these South American countries. Perhaps the so-called mutated ones can't beat the pay-to-win ones, it is not known. Another typical example is that the United States has the most basketball teams and talents in the world, and there are many African descendants among the top players, but local African basketball players are rare. The City Guard is one of the groups with the highest proportion of football enthusiasts in Córdoba. It is said that they will also compete with the National Defense Forces. Saint Hesse is not particularly enthusiastic about football, but he is also excited about the soldiers' enthusiasm. Football may be a way for some small countries to improve national cohesion, which is quite helpless, just like the star player Maradona, who rose after the Falklands War, who is regarded as Argentina's national hero. The more than 500 people in the 9th Battalion directly formed 24 teams based on squads to compete, and then gradually selected excellent players and teams. This is both a military-wide sport and a sport for soldiers who are good at playing football. Even a mere city guard team's game was very exciting, with exciting confrontations and good skills. Saint Hesser was thrilled and even wanted to play, but considering that his performance might affect his prestige, he gave up the idea. Argentina is indeed a country where many future football kings and superstars emerge, consistently ranking in the top 10 of the World Cup, with very exciting games. The only countries in the vicinity that can compete with Argentina are Brazil, Uruguay, Chile, and Colombia. This is also related to the strong football atmosphere throughout South America. Just like China's table tennis in later generations, Argentina's national sport is football. Saint Hesser has a superficial understanding of football, but it doesn't prevent Saint Hesser from cheering arbitrarily. It would be nice to have a beer. This is also an important way to release stress. The football match lasted for 2 full days, making the squads get along more harmoniously, united and loving. Facts have proved that the military training organized by Saint Hesser was very good, and the soldiers' quality improved quickly. During the holidays, Saint Hesser took the time to go to the cannery. The cleaning, cutting, and production lines of the canned goods had been basically assembled. The 3,000 square meter area was completely filled with canned food production lines, and beverage canning lines were also arranged. The dilapidated agricultural breeding farm next door was rented by Saint Hesser and completely hardened with cement, an area about twice the size of this side. It used to be an indoor cattle farm, but it was closed due to insolvency. The walls on both sides were opened up, connecting the place. The prairie cannery only needs 200 people to operate the machines because the production line has been upgraded and transformed. Saint Hesser also bought tools such as forklifts from Butchtown, and the forklifts were too expensive, which made Saint Hesser feel distressed for a long time. The improvement of the production line reduced the manpower required. I have to say that the efficiency of mechanized production is much higher. The remaining 50 people were arranged to the second factory to prepare to debug and produce orange-flavored soda and apple-flavored soda. At present, the domestic petrochemical industry is backward, and there are no plastic bottles available. We can only find a small steel factory in the city to produce bottle caps. The glass bottles are also produced according to the appearance patterns provided by Saint Hesser, imitating the design of foreign Coca-Cola glass bottles. Currently, we can only print the product logo on the glass bottles. Since the Fanta brand cannot be used, the Minute Maid trademark will be used. Cordoba currently does not have industrial parks. There are many breeding farms nearby that have closed down due to poor management. This place is connected to the outside world by a simple cement road. Currently, the transportation of raw materials and finished products is hired by the city's fleet, and the price is quite high. However, there was nothing he could do. Argentina currently had no presence in the automotive industry. There were only a few car assembly plants in the entire country, and it was estimated that it would take 2 years to start building car manufacturing plants, and 9 years to produce the first car, which was quite backward. Currently, the country's trucks and freight vehicles are all imported from French Renault, American Ford, and General Motors factories, and the prices are extremely expensive. Cars are even more expensive, resulting in huge transportation costs. This is a common problem for ordinary second and third-rate countries. They cannot develop their own industrial system, and others can sell them even garbage at sky-high prices. Saint Hecate's current half-month profit can only buy a second-hand truck. In the future, we must enter the industrial manufacturing industry. Without our own industrial system, we can only become someone else's market. Saint Hecate thought the new China of later generations is really amazing. It was able to build its own industrial system from scratch, and the products it manufactures are 10 times cheaper than those of other countries with the same income level. It is truly a miracle. Saint Hecate carefully directed the construction and cleaning work of the second factory. Argentina also has a good point. It is sparsely populated, and land is relatively cheap, but it can only accept that some ordinary industrial products cannot be produced. It's a bit like the Soviet Union in later generations, where light industry is really backward, but heavy industry is even more backward. Saint Hecate had to go to the capital to find a high-end food packaging factory, and then transport it over. The petrochemical industry is backward and plastic bottles cannot be produced. Electrolytic aluminum production is backward, and easy open cans, which have been invented for several years, cannot be produced either. Fortunately, there is a factory that can make pressure-capped crown bottle caps, so we can only settle for second best and produce glass-bottled orange soda. Fortunately, the country has achieved preliminary electrification. Hydropower installation technology was introduced from the United States, and there is a large-scale hydroelectric power plant near Córdoba. Otherwise Saint Hecate would not even be able to operate the soda production line. The freight cars at the central railway station are also old-fashioned steam locomotives, which made Saint Hecate, who had experienced the high-speed rail era, quite critical. The operation of the two factories is quite difficult. The production efficiency of the number 1 cannery has increased. In July, the 2-day monthly break was changed to 1 day off per week, but the production volume increased to 14,000 bottles a day. It is not only producing orange and sweet pear canned fruits, but also strawberries, yellow peaches, apples, and sweet orange canned fruits, which have enriched the variety a lot. It has basically reached the current production capacity limit, and can almost be regarded as one of the largest food processing plants in the country. Although in Saint Hecate's eyes, this is just a small food processing plant, more than a dozen train cars of raw materials have to be transported every day. It is a miracle that Miranda canned food stores have appeared on the shelves all over the country in an era without advertising. In order to advertise and sell more canned food, Saint Hecate's salesmen used many small techniques taught by Saint Hecate, such as painting walls, which is simple and effective, posting posters, and even finding printing factories to print brochures, which made the sales of Saint Hecate's cannery continue to rise, creating a small miracle. The factory's sales are booming, and production is booming. Saint Hecate began to reform the factory to make it closer to later generations. Since he cannot have a say in the reform of the army, he can still do it in his own factory. The daily working hours have also been changed from 9 hours a day to 8.5 hours a day. Fortunately, the salary and benefits have been improved. And customized work clothes for the factory are produced and outsourced to Chen Laobo's Chinatown seamstress workshop. The order of 1,000 sets made the Chinese elders in Chinatown a little dizzy. They also began to expand production capacity, find outsourcing, and find workers, and they did a good job. The Chinese elders' small garment workshops also became quite decent as scheduled. The first batch of 100 sets of factory uniforms required by Saint Hecate were hand-sewn and produced. When these factory uniforms were worn on the workers, the factory was boiling. The cannery even distributed free factory uniforms, which was quite unbelievable. In Argentina, the factory uniforms were printed with the factory logo, and the quality was also good. The craftsmanship of the garment workshops was not bad. The elders also recruited some female workers from other places for training, and may even be able to develop into a clothing factory. The distribution of factory uniforms has also greatly improved the sense of belonging of the factory workers. Saint Hecate is also constantly improving the environment and treatment of the workers in the factory, such as providing work meals, renting houses as dormitories, improving the working environment, and providing employee skills training. On the other hand, the second soda factory also began to trial produce orange soda. Except for the packaging, Sean Glass Factory, a local company, is very supportive and began to produce glass bottles according to Saint Hecate's needs. Saint Hecate drew the required glass bottle according to the appearance of the soda he drank when he was a child, with an increased capacity of 400 milliliters, which can allow people to drink enough at one time. The aerated fatty house happy water has a very good taste. He placed an order for 200,000 glass bottles at a time to the glass factory, and the previous cooperation also revitalized the glass factory, which was about to close down, and the previous stock of glass cans was almost cleared by the Plary cannery. This gave the glass bottle factory a very optimistic cash flow. The factory director Odyssey is also a very capable person. He quickly reached a deep cooperation agreement with the Plary cannery and issued the overdue wages, and the operation was doing well. At most 300,000 glass jars were transported at a time. This almost made the director of the Córdoba Sean Glass Bottle state-owned factory treat Saint Hecate as God. Such a big customer, except for the initial establishment, had never appeared before. And the demand of the glass factory was transmitted to the sands mining plant and railway transportation, which made the economy of Córdoba City a small-scale hit, which can be regarded as a conduction effect. The popularity of the Plary cannery has also indirectly driven equipment factories to produce bottle caps and can lids, printing factories to print bottle bodies, and driven a number of employment positions. The unemployment rate in Córdoba, which has been rising for many years, has actually dropped a lot, which is quite rare in the overall economic downturn trend in Argentina. I have to say that a small cannery has started a small butterfly effect, and maybe it will get bigger and bigger. The first step of the long march, the small cannery has already set sail. Whether it can become a 10,000-ton giant ship, it still needs time to test, but Saint Hecate believes that the future rise of Argentina will definitely be successful. Chapter 16 Soda Factory. The 2-month military training was 75% complete, nearing its end. Saint Hithier stood at the front, looking at this group of young men. They've gotten tanned and stronger. Saint Hithier had also improved a lot during the training. He had basically quit drinking. Looking at these soldiers, their complexions had gone from pale and sickly, some fat and some thin, to a uniform bronze. They looked energetic, and the weight loss effect was also good. Some in the team used to have protruding bellies, but now they were much smaller, while some of the thin ones had bulked up a bit. Saint Hithier really wanted to say to them, the revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard, but considering the negative impact, he just silently recited it in his heart. Their small goose steps were also quite decent. The Argentine military's goose step originated from the Third Reich. It's a bit exaggerated and not as good looking as the Chinese version, but it's still pretty good. In military terms, they had a certain spirit. The Argentine army as a whole was still at its peak recently. Saint Hithier had been paying less attention to physical training and had begun to shift towards cultural learning and development. Besides folding blankets, it was goose stepping, and then shouting slogans and singing songs every day. After that, they would organize and learn some simple military theory. Saint Hithier also relaxed the control of the army a lot. More and more people in these troops were slacking off during training. The general goal had basically been achieved on August 1st. The preliminary work for the military competition was handed over to Aragon. Saint Hithier spent all day doing nothing and slacking off, working on his side business. The construction of the Plary soda factory number 2 had officially been put on the agenda. The glass bottles were basically in place, stored in a nearby warehouse. The trial production was going well, but of course, the final equipment debugging still needed further work. Now it was time to clean and renovate the factory buildings. The factory building rented this time was very large, which was conducive to the subsequent entry and upgrade of the product line. It is said that this cattle farm raised more than 3,000 cattle at its peak, and this was still a relatively small cattle farm nearby. There used to be a whole area of cattle farms, but under the pressure of high costs and intense competition, the cattle industry in Córdoba suffered a devastating blow. Córdoba's indoor farming industry could not compete with outdoor cattle farms. Some migrated to Recife City, the Gran Chaco Prairie, where it was cheaper and there was an abundance of corn and alfalfa. Most of the local small ones went bankrupt. The cattle farm that Saint Hithier rented was built indoors. The building structure was still good. It had been abandoned for 4 or 5 years. It was spacious and cheap, and it was right next to the Plary factory. Breaking through the surrounding wall would allow it to be incorporated into use. Saint Hithier's funds were not enough to build a brand new industrial zone, so he could only use local materials. A brand new production method appeared in Córdoba, recruiting many former cattle farm workers, most of whom were in their 30s, unemployed and idle at home. It cannot be said that Saint Hithier changed this suburban cattle breeding base, but it did allow them to regain their confidence. Córdoba lacks talent in the development of light industry and food industry. In 2 or 3 months, except for the factory director and salesman, basically no particularly good employees were recruited. Later, the cannery became a star enterprise in Córdoba. A reporter interviewed an employee supervisor named Marino Cachi. Cachi said, "Originally, I was an employee in charge of the cattle farm. Every day, besides raising cattle, I was drinking. Later, the cattle farm went bankrupt. I wanted to find a job, but I found that I didn't have any workability. I didn't expect that there was no place for me in the great Córdoba. Later, I got a little older, almost 40 years old, and I wasn't very eager for work. I just did some odd jobs for people, raised cattle, and really didn't like that kind of work. My family also disliked me very much. My 3 children were unwilling to be close to me." Cauchy still had regret in his eyes for that period of time. Later, "I wanted to find a job, but I didn't want to leave Córdoba, but I was a little older and there was no work to do. I lay in the warehouse at home every day, or I went to drink with friends and spent all the family savings. Fortunately, there is no problem with eating in our country. Although I was anxious, I could only hide at home, until one day, my friend Tana Tordici, he said to me, 'Hey, brother, I heard that a cannery has opened near Masaki Farm and is recruiting workers. Do you want to try it?' Cauchy paused for a moment, and his low voice suddenly became relaxed and happy. That was the day my fate changed. I still remember that day. I specially shaved my beard for the interview, put on a denim jacket, and when I arrived at the factory gate, I hesitated a bit, but the security guard brother enthusiastically pulled me in. That was the first time I saw the boss. The boss looked quite young, greeted me to sit down, and asked me a lot of questions, which I answered one by one. Later, he told me, "Coqui, can you come to work tomorrow? I'll give you a starting salary of 4,000 pesos a month." My God, 4,000 pesos. You have to understand, back then, a relative of ours who graduated from university only made 3,000 pesos a month in Buenos Aires. The boss even told me, "Hey, Coqui, you should lose some weight." He planned to have me train in the freight group first, and if I was suitable, I could go to other positions. After the interview, he even gave me 2 cans of food. The moment I walked out of the factory gate, I jumped up excitedly, almost dropping the cans. That was 4,000 pesos. Back when I was working at the cattle ranch, I wouldn't even get 2,000 pesos. 4,000 pesos could buy my Annabella the doll she always wanted, and I could buy my sweetheart a bouquet of roses. Those cans were truly a delicacy. I only drank a sip of the syrup, and my family all smiled happily. After starting work at the factory, I resolved to lose weight. I quit beer, ran home after work, and worked hard. My relationship with my family also got better and better. Later, I got a raise, and eventually became a supervisor. Coqui had a bright smile on his face. The reporter looked at this burly, well-built employee of Preli, finished recording, and smiled, giving him a big hug. After many days of effort, the soda factory was on the right track. 1/5 of the open space in the factory building was already filled with machinery. San Jose invested 80% of the profits in the purchase of new equipment, which can be described as a desperate gamble. The production is neither the country's most famous wine nor beer, but orange-flavored soda. Many people are waiting to see San Jose's joke. San Jose doesn't have a formal position, plus the commander's special instructions, so no one is bothering him in this regard, allowing San Jose's expansion work to be done well. More than 20 trucks of bricks and concrete were purchased from outside to reinforce the weak prefabbed houses. The floor was hardened, and more than 20,000 square meters of land were hardened to build the factory building. In addition to keeping an eye on the factory building, San Jose had a little more money on hand. He not only paid attention to international events, but also paid attention to some domestic trends. Currently, the domestic turmoil has subsided a lot. The infighting between the city's defense forces and the national defense forces is also using a more peaceful approach, not like the previous years, with constant fighting and shooting. This situation is a great thing for San Jose. The most feared thing in doing business is a chaotic world. San Jose considers himself not a hero, but just wants to make some small money, then go to college and become a small tycoon to enjoy life. However, the idea of "why shouldn't I be a king or general" is constantly urging San Jose's laziness, and a sense of historical debt in life makes him finally have a strong interest in shaping the rise of a country and the revitalization of the economy. What a divinely bestowed land this is. It reminds him of a joke. God loves Argentina so much that he gave Argentina everything, and then gave it the most incompetent government. Argentina has all the endowments to become a world power, but it has fallen so low, especially during military training. He also saw the army's spirit of desire, the spirit of the people, which gave San Jose some new ideas in starting a canned food and soda factory. He also saw other characteristics, ordinary people seeing the country's economy constantly declining, making it impossible for ordinary people to find work, and the disappointment of not finding a way out, indulging in drinking to escape reality, and the joy of finding work in a canned food factory. Those nobles in the city are living comfortably. No matter how depraved and incompetent they are, they can still spend money like water. The former slave owners and compradors are still just wearing a different skin, sitting in the Senate and House of Representatives, talking about the country and deceiving ordinary people. Local middle school students drop out of school and become gangsters to oppress local people. Even San Jose himself is a city guard and occasionally uses his privileges to exercise his power. San Jose also saw the shining points of this city. Uncle Chen and the others are hardworking and strive to make their families more prosperous. The workers' happiness after finding a job, and the efforts of the salesmen to improve sales. There is peaceful coexistence of various ethnic groups, and various military governments and civil governments are vying for power. Various ideas collide here, and various contradictions also converge here. When there can no longer be suppressed one day, it will be the source of chaos. According to some newspaper information, the entire country's industrialization process has also been interrupted. During this period, starting a simple soda factory and canned food factory requires large equipment to be brought in from abroad. The developed railway system has become dilapidated and has insufficient transportation capacity. It is still a backward steam locomotive. Moreover, The country's external environment is also very poor. There are very few connections with the United States and major European countries. In particular, the United States is suppressing the development of the two major South American countries, Brazil and Argentina. Argentina itself is not good enough, and now it can only play in its own little corner. However, what makes San Jose a little strange is that, including San Jose's predecessor, they all have a good impression of the United States. Aragon only hates Brazilians. This propaganda is very impressive, so San Jose has to pretend to sell canned food using American technology, and it sells very well. Setting up a canned food factory can only be implemented smoothly if San Jose personally takes charge. He also had to bribe that clerk 12,000 pesos to set it up. If Aragon hadn't stopped him, he would have almost beaten that guy. San Jose is a little fed up with these corrupt elements, but the national conditions are like this, and he is somewhat powerless. Argentina is facing internal and external troubles. When the Cold War really starts, Argentina will also face the Soviet forces. San Jose truly understands that the new China led by that person is truly a godlike figure. He has experienced such small troubles, and the opponents are even stronger. San Jose is also looking for some ideas to break the situation, at least to accumulate some initial capital through the soda factory and canned food factory. Chapter 17 Colleagues in the Wehrmacht. On August 4th, the official military exercise-friendly match was about to begin. Saint Hesse, as one of the instructors of the seed team, finally appeared at the military camp training ground. The 9th Brigade's team hadn't changed much. It seemed that Aragon and the soldiers hadn't slacked off on their training plan due to Saint Hesse's frequent absences. I wonder if this will be our team's show time, Saint Hesse said to Aragon in English, also addressing the 9th Brigade team. Boss, are you crazy? Did you forget to take your fever reducer after being caught in the rain? You don't actually think that our city defense force can surpass the elite national defense force after some simple training, do you? No way, Aragon said, rolling his eyes. He stood up straight, wearing a light-colored Argentine military uniform, looking puffed up all over, except for that bald head hidden under his hat, which was a bit out of place. Private First Class Aragon, you've been getting more and more annoying lately. Do I need to give you some extra training? Saint Hesse grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Boss, I was wrong. The National Defense Force guys are definitely not as good as our city defense force. Under the boss's training plan, we will definitely win this competition handsomely. Aragon's voice trailed off as the National Defense Force troops entered the field. Don't boost others' morale and underestimate your own strength. Just compete well, everyone, Saint Hesse encouraged the soldiers. Yes, sir. The Córdoba City Defense Forces uniforms were light green, designed by locals, with ordinary plastic military helmets on their heads. They didn't look like an elite unit at all. Except for Saint Hesse's 9th Brigade and the 3rd Brigade, which were relatively organized, the other brigades were still as lazy and disorganized as before. The National Defense Forces uniforms were dark green, with military leather shoes and boots, and American-style steel helmets. The uniform design was inspired by the Third Reich of Germany, actually just copied. They looked elegant and handsome, and their marching was powerful and rhythmic, worthy of being a first-class military combat unit. They did look quite good. The number of soldiers in this batch of the National Defense Force was about the same as the City Defense Force, but their morale was high, and the leaders looked arrogant and haughty. In terms of soldier treatment alone, the National Defense Force was indeed much better. Saint Hesse just felt a little uncomfortable, and after thinking about it carefully, he felt that they were too arrogant. No wonder they would overestimate their capabilities and challenge the former British Empire 30 years later. Although that empire had declined into a kingdom since India's independence and was no longer qualified to be called an empire, it could only be said to be a second-rate world power after its decline, following behind the United States, but it was still one of the 5 major powers in the world, something that Argentina at that time couldn't afford to provoke. After all, a country without atomic bombs was just a third-rate power still. Saint Hesse's organized 9th Brigade looked more down-to-earth and simple. They were neither arrogant nor cowardly, nor were they disorganized. They had a spirit of striving for progress. Although it was quite weak, the Falklands War 30 years later failed to become Argentina's war to become a strong country, but it was a complete defeat, a loss of sovereignty and humiliation. Not only was the Falklands not recovered, but the military government also completely collapsed. Argentina's military also declined from its peak after the war. Argentina's backwardness now is not only in military affairs, but also in military command quality, military industry, naval vessels, and the quality of soldiers, as well as in the economy, industry, and the government as a whole. That war also completely awakened Argentina. Thatcher, known as the Iron Lady, faced an backward, corrupt, and incompetent military government. The whole of Britain was united, which was a bit of bullying, to be honest. Twice the population, a navy that was a shadow of its former self, and combat supplies over thousands of miles completely defeated Argentina. If it were a novel, they should shout, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, and then the whole country would work hard together to build a stronger country. In fact, the later Argentina failed to learn from its failures, or even make further progress, but instead moved towards liberalization and democratization, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Aragon, return to ranks. Everyone, attention, at ease. Saint Tessa also stood at ease, looking at these young, energetic soldiers. This time, our 9th Brigade has achieved certain results after 2 months of hard training. This time, in the competition with our colleagues in the National Defense Force, we must compete with our level, compete with our style, compete with our results, and compete with our ambition. Saint Tessa said some platitudes from later sports meets, which did sound a bit impressive. At the same time, friendship is second, competition is first. Do you understand? The 9th Brigade's emotions were also fully mobilized. Understood, understood, understood. Saint Tessa's pre-match pep talk made the 9th Brigade the focus of the field. The loud shouts also made the National Defense Force realize that the City Defense Force was not all good for nothings, and that there were still some talented people. Commander Thompson, sitting on the rostrum, looked very satisfied. Sitting next to him was Garcia Martin, from the Ministry of National Defense. He was about 40 years old, ambitious, born into a landed aristocratic family. He graduated from the Argentine Military Academy and studied in Germany. It is said that he was once a fanatical pro-Prussian military officer of the German faction. Saint Tessa secretly glanced at him, but he looked like a refined officer. Sure enough, you can't judge a book by its cover. Commander Thompson, sitting next to him, looked a little wretched. The others sitting in the audience were some powerful families and government members in the city. This military exercise confrontation may determine the relationship of interests in Córdoba City and even the future Córdoba province for the next few years. Currently, the powerful class and the common people in Córdoba City are happy to see the two warlords adopt this gentle power transition and cake sharing. After all, the situation of turmoil affecting urban development and causing urban stagnation and regression is not uncommon. Haven't you seen the neighboring provinces of San Luis, Chaco, La Rioja, and San Juan? They are doing very outrageously in this regard. Saint Tessa, as an instructor, didn't need to participate in the competition. After arranging the soldier teams participating in the drill, he leisurely sat in the audience seats to watch the show. Those sitting around Saint Tessa were all wealthy or influential people. Klein had already gone back to school, otherwise, he would have enjoyed this lively scene. The person sitting next to him started chatting with Saint Tessa. Hello, you must be Captain Saint Tessa. I am Sanchez Soon, an official from the city's Justice Bureau. It's a pleasure to meet you. The guy next to him seemed to recognize Saint Tessa and introduced himself. Lawsuits were rare. Saint Tessa could get away with smuggling because he had formal customs clearance certificates, which he could buy with money. Oh, hello, Mr. Soon. It's a pleasure to meet you too. The two chatted casually. Saint Tessa wondered why this guy was looking for him. Mr. Saint Tessa, I heard that you opened a cannery. Could you please do me a favor? So, even opening a small cannery was known to people. However, the Prowley cannery was quite large now, and it would be easy to find out that Saint Tessa was behind it. Saint Tessa was taken aback. Could it be that he was going to cooperate with an investigation? The two of them chatted for a long time before this guy finally revealed his purpose. It was evident that small talk was a basic skill for officials, universal throughout the world. I wanted to seek a position for my relative, Han said somewhat embarrassedly. No problem, we still need workers. Our factory is quite short of people, Saint Tessa said readily. The new round of expansion did require some people. No, you misunderstood. I have a relative who just had her second child this year, has financial difficulties, and hasn't found a proper job, but her foundation is quite solid. A solid foundation meant no work experience. She's back here, but she's too old to pass the civil service exam. I was thinking of asking you, since I heard the factory you opened has good benefits, maybe you could help. We can help a returning mother to the workforce. It is not a problem. If there's anything I can help with in the future, you can also look for me. The guy pushed up his glasses and spoke in a lower voice. Okay, she can come to our factory for work directly next Monday for a 3-day trial period. We just happen to be short of a financial accountant. The factory did happen to be short of an accountant. It didn't need to be too professional or experienced, just basically reliable. Saint Tessa didn't care much about this. Having more friends meant more paths. Going through back doors wasn't a big deal anyway, and a business school graduate was still a talent, knowing that the cannery's most educated employee only graduated from middle school. Okay, thank you. This has almost become my heart's disease. It's true that there are few jobs in our country, and it's not easy to pass the civil service exam. Soon muttered, how about this, have her come to our factory for an interview next Monday if she has time. You know the address, right? Saint Tessa suppressed a smile. No problem, I'll tell her then. After the two finished speaking, they continued to watch the competition, then continued to chat, from the country to the nation. Without saying anything else, the two also discussed foreign companies, such as the Brazilian mining company Vale, and Brazil's preparations to establish a state-owned oil company. Our Argentina is too backward. It's a pity, they thought. Argentina used to be a regional power that could compete with Brazil, but now the country was in turmoil, while Brazil was thriving and had established many powerful company groups among them. Vale, established a few years ago, was a leader, and would become the world's largest mining company in the future. The soon-to-be-established Brazilian National Petroleum Corporation would also become Brazil's most profitable and only oil company. In contrast, Argentina was somewhat stagnant. Workers were on strike, the national treasury was beginning to dry up, centralization was not enough, and Patagonia also had abundant oil and natural gas resources, but they couldn't be developed. The two felt somewhat regretful. The competition on the field began to intensify. Saint Tessa's 9th Battalion was indeed professionally trained, and its total score had already reached second place. Moreover, Saint Tessa's most elite squad had not yet played. Saint Tessa had a good idea of the situation. It seemed that the training was very effective. Aragon, as one of the deputies, also commanded well. Those from the National Defense Force were somewhat disorganized, while the city guard became more and more courageous. Whether it was live fire shooting, playing soccer, or doing single and parallel bars, short sprints, or push-ups, they were not inferior, and even slightly surpassed them. Saint Tessa was completely relieved, watching little Thompson on the stage nod repeatedly, while Martin next to him was calm and indifferent on the surface. Old fox, I have to be more careful with this kind of guy in the future, Saint Tessa thought to himself, then looked at the city guard on the field, expressing his satisfaction. Even if weak, they must strive to compete. Even if disadvantaged, they must strive to resist the strong. This is the city guard soldiers. Chapter 18, Garment Workshop and Victory. Saint Tessa gave the order for nearly 300 sets of factory uniforms for the cannery and soda factory to a newly established small workshop. The owner of the small workshop was Lin Yun, a neighbor of old Chen who was skilled in tailoring. Saint Tessa met her when he was buying beer. This story begins with a meal Saint Tessa freeloaded on last week. That noon, he ate in the army cafeteria and almost broke a tooth on a grain of sand. It nearly sent him to the afterlife. He even found a small white worm in the thick vegetable soup as an extra course. Not caring about wasting food, he dumped the remaining 2 clumps of greens and finished the spaghetti. He consoled himself, thinking that vegetables with worms meant they weren't sprayed with pesticides, and that greens with meat were delicious. Still, he felt a bit disgusted and even considered complaining to the cafeteria. However, when he thought about the cafeteria manager, a giant weighing over 300 pounds, he decided against it, imagining a sumo wrestler from Japan. The food has been getting worse and worse lately. Should I start bringing my own food in the future? He thought to himself, as his hand unconsciously reached for the few remaining leaf slips in his drawer that afternoon. He really didn't want to cause any trouble. He quickly wrote Saint Tessa's name and the current date, handed it to the front desk of the military camp's administration office, and walked out of the camp amidst the envious gazes of the other captains. This kid was taking leave again. He wanted to have a good meal again, but he didn't want to cook himself, nor did he want to go to a restaurant. So, he decided to freeload at old Chen's house. He didn't know anyone else in the city. They were either in the military camp or elsewhere. First, he went to the vegetable market, but old Chen wasn't there. He probably closed up shop early. Then, he happily bought some vegetables and meat, but forgot to buy alcohol. He happened to see someone running a small shop at the entrance of the alley, so he went in to buy some beer. To be honest, although Saint Tessa was from northern Argentina, he had the appetite of a southerner. Cordoba's local cuisine was spicy, and it wasn't always convenient to eat out. However, the food in the military camp cafeteria was terrible. After getting to know Old Chen, St. Husser often bought groceries and freeloaded on meals, which somewhat spoiled his appetite. St. Husser jokingly said that Old Chen's ancestors must have been chefs because his cooking was really good. If he didn't want to sell vegetables anymore, he could open a Chinese restaurant in Cordoba, and he would definitely be a frequent customer. Old Chen said in conversation that his ancestors had indeed worked as cooks for the troops of the national hero Zhuo Zongtang, but he didn't know if it was true or not. The chicken that Old Chen cooked was indeed very delicious, with the skill of a great chef. He said that when his sons came to Argentina, they might really try to open a restaurant. Old Chen had 4 sons and 3 daughters, all of whom were married and had families, so he could be considered to have a house full of children and grandchildren. Lin Yun, Old Chen's neighbor, happened to open a small convenience store at the entrance of the alley. During a casual conversation, she said that her ancestors came from Wenquan City in Zhejiang Province, China. At the end of the Ming Dynasty, they moved to Siam at that time, later renamed Thailand, and then came to Argentina after many twists and turns, almost crossing the Pacific Ocean, tens of thousands of miles by sea. Their original destination was not Argentina, but they wanted to go to New Zealand. As a result, the policies there were tightened, and later, relatives came to Argentina and followed them to Ledesma City, and even took the train to the capital because they were not very adapted to the atmosphere of Buenos Aires. They moved to Cordoba City in the central interior and settled down. This Lin Yun was a very good tailor. She set up a sewing machine in front of the convenience store and did some sewing and mending work. Many poor families in the city who couldn't sew or mend would send their clothes here. St. Husser initially wanted to find a clothing factory in the city to customize the factory uniforms, but the people at the clothing factory disliked the small order and demanded a high price. St. Husser contacted several factories. The prices were almost several times higher, exceeding St. Husser's bottom line, so he got angry and gave up directly. After asking several factories and not being satisfied, St. Husser even planned to give up. In his opinion, this thing was not a necessity. It was just a strength in the sense of belonging and other additional functions. It wasn't an irreplaceable thing like a machine, so he simply wouldn't do it. One day, after St. Husser finished military training, he wanted to eat some food from his hometown, so he went to the vegetable market alone, bought vegetables and fruits, and went to Old Chen's house to freeload on a meal. He passed by Lin Yun's convenience store and bought some daily necessities like oil and rice. St. Husser's military uniform happened to have a hole torn during training. Seeing a sewing machine at the entrance with a sign in Spanish that said clothing mending, this woman mended the hole in a few strokes, perfectly. So, he had an idea and asked the woman if she could make clothes. "Are there any other people with good skills like you? I see that there are many people in our Chinatown who don't have jobs. Can you have them work together? I can help you ask about sewing machines. It's possible to buy a few in the city." St. Husser lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. "That's not a problem, I can ask around." "It shouldn't be an issue," said Sister Lin Yun, a woman with a broad vision. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to build up a convenience store and take up tailoring. Besides, these sisters have no work and are indeed a bit bored. If they can make clothes, they can also earn some income for the family, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. St. Husser was not only concerned about the work clothes. He also realized that in Chinatown, it's not just the men who have difficulty finding work. Very few people like Uncle Chen start their own small businesses. Most go to do hard labor, like washing dishes in restaurants. Besides Cordoba's poor economy and high unemployment rate, job opportunities for women are even fewer. The cannery's demand might be an opportunity for these fellow villagers to establish a clothing workshop, allowing them to do some part-time work. Argentina's service industry is also relatively backward. Opportunities like working as waiters are mostly taken by local white people. There are no chain stores like KFC, McDonald's, or Starbucks, as the saying goes. Rely on friends when abroad. St. Husser naturally wanted to help. The clothing industry is relatively easy to get started in, and making clothes is a traditional skill of the Chinese. Making shoes and clothes was a piece of cake for our ancestors. Moreover, during the era of 3 forms of import processing and compensation trade in China, the garment manufacturing industry was also one of the important industries undertaking industrial transfer. St. Husser followed suit, hoping it would work. No sooner said than done. St. Husser went to the second-hand market in the city that day and purchased sewing thread and sewing machines. The next day, Saint Hesser bought 10 sewing machines from the city's flea market and transported them to Sister Lin Yun's place, and also purchased cotton cloth from the city market's Sister Lin Yun, mobilized the fellow villagers who were idle at home to learn how to make clothes. Saint Hesser gave the sizes from the factory to the sisters, and the results were indeed good. With Saint Hesser's support, all kinds of work uniform orders were placed with a garment workshop, allowing them to expand their part-time work. Later, they even took on small-scale orders in the city, even making jeans and clothes, which were very popular. This workshop with only 11 sewing machines also had orders to survive and got on the right track. Saint Hesser placed orders for 600 work uniforms before and after, and the quality of completion was quite good. Later, it was not only Uncle Chen's family that he freeloaded from, but also other fellow villagers who would invite him to join them. They were quite united, and had also been to Li Qingyin's house and Sister Lin Yun's house sometimes. Several families would each contribute a few dishes and eat and gather together in the yard, creating a happy and harmonious feeling. At this time, Saint Hesser was only focused on eating and enjoying the dishes. There was no other reason. The food was really delicious. The feeling of eating heartily was very satisfying. Saint Hesser's help later made Córdoba an important Chinatown gathering place in Argentina. They not only opened supermarkets but also vegetable markets, and some even became farmers by cultivating land, while others opened clothing factories, and so on. The small Chinatown alley later truly became a unique Chinatown. The city guard finally won the championship with the 9th Brigade, and Saint Hesser was also commended. The 9th Brigade deserved to be the result of Saint Hesser's improved training methods. They were full of morale and had a solid foundation, while also paying attention to confrontational strategies and tactics. Aragon also commanded well, not only in ordinary confrontation matches, but also in new style projects such as live ammunition shooting. The 9th Brigade scored A+, while the National Defense Force only scored A, which made Commander Thompson very satisfied. In the weight-bearing cross-country race, the City Guard's 9th Brigade took the lead, running fast and steadily, and no soldier fell behind, successfully reaching the finish line first on the last day of the competition. The weather was clear and it was a rare good day. Saint Hesser left the stands to cheer for the soldiers. Brothers, perseverance is victory. Let us play the glory of the City Guard. This is also the glory passed down from the La Plata era. From the Andes to Córdoba, from Celta to Tierra del Fuego, we are fearless. Saint Hesser said loudly, wearing his captain's uniform, his slightly white shirt gleaming. The City Guard is invincible. Long live great Argentina. The City Guard is invincible. Long live great Argentina. This time, no one looked down on Saint Hesser anymore, and no one looked down on the Córdoba City Guard anymore. Facts have proved that Saint Hesser's training is indeed very effective. Even if it is just an enhanced version of university military training, it is not a joke. Millions of people gather for military training every year, and the soldiers of the 9th Brigade are becoming more and more confident and proud. The National Defense Force, on the other hand, was stunned by the 9th Brigade's competition methods. With the same physical fitness, these animals were united and supportive, and they really couldn't beat them. The two troops totaled more than 10,000 people, which can be described as a sea of people. Unlike the beginning, this time it was completely reversed. The City Guard's morale was high, and the National Defense Force's morale was low and depressed. Among them, there was a project that was not actually the City Guard's strong point, which was horse racing. However, this was an old tradition of the gauchos. The gauchos are the equestrian people of Argentina, and Saint Hesser is even a master of it. He had his own pony when he was 5 years old and was known as the Little Prince of Prairie Horse Racing. Saint Hesser taught horse racing skills and let the gauchos of the City Guard form a horse racing team, and this time they also won the first place in the horse racing project. This bilateral test ended with a victory of City Guard Commander Thompson and finally came to a successful conclusion. Thompson also had a private chat with Saint Hesser, and his appreciation was beyond words. He repeatedly said that Saint Hesser was a great contributor to this military exercise, and that his vision was correct. Chapter 19: The Ascension of Saint Joseph. This time, the City Defense Force, as a quasi-military unit, surpassed the National Defense Force, a first-tier military unit, by half a level, triggering a storm of public opinion among the upper echelons of K-City, partly due to self-promotion by the City Defense Force. Although this competition was at the level of a military exercise, and perhaps not even quite a military exercise, the process was full of twists and turns and quite challenging. Local families and local councillors also gained more confidence in the local City Defense Force, and their hearts leaned towards them. As they naturally trusted locals more than outsiders, Saint Hesser has officially entered the sights of the upper echelons of Córdoba city, gaining access and receiving some attention. As the most dazzling figure in this military exercise, he used his position as a military instructor to lead soldiers from the poorest background, the gauchos, to defeat all brother units and become the champion of the military exercise. This was truly remarkable. The news of the victory also spread throughout the province of Córdoba. Several newspapers with large circulations, such as the Argentina Sun, the Córdoba Honest People's News, the Christian Science Monitor, and the Córdoba Truth News, all reported extensively, calling this victory a victory from the common people, the great victory of our Córdoba local army, and the hero of the people of Córdoba province. Many newspapers, in pursuit of circulation from this major news event, engaged in extensive boasting, even including a photo of Saint Hesser's back, making him a minor celebrity in the city. Although they didn't know who Saint Hesser Cohen was, they knew he came from the city defense force of our province. The province of Córdoba under the rule of the city defense force was doing quite well. Many middle-aged men had served in the city defense force and had some affection for it. At the very least, little Thompson was doing quite well in this regard. The two military bigwigs, Colonel Martin and Colonel Little Thompson, jointly awarded Saint Hesser a Medal of Honor, which became a popular story for a time. The results of this military exercise were also reported to the Ministry of Defense and the Military House of Representatives, earning the praise of the councillors and the Minister of Defense. Although the National Defense Force lost to the City Defense Force, akin to a biological son losing to a stepson, it prompted the entire Peron military government to pay more attention to military exercises. The more than 20 city defense forces upgraded from militia units in various regions also received some attention. This quasi-military system of local infantry soldiers numbered about 70,000, accounting for 1/3 of the national army. The Córdoba City Defense Force was already one of the largest city defense forces in the country. On par with the capital city defense army, the Ministry of Defense increased investment in the local army in next year's military budget, allocating more military spending and distributing some inventory that the National Defense Force was preparing to phase out to the local city defense forces, such as military jeeps, rifles, and helmets. On the day the military exercise ended, Saint Hesser was rapidly promoted from first sergeant to warrant officer, with Commander Little Thompson personally officiating the ceremony. Currently, upgrading from the sergeant level to the warrant officer rank does not require approval from the Ministry of Defense and can be conferred by the regimental military commander, followed by reporting to the Ministry of Defense. Little Thompson also encouraged Saint Hesser. As the entire city defense force applauded, Saint Hesser's eyes momentarily turned red. "From now on, you are warrant officer Saint Hesser. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Work hard in the future, and I hope there will be opportunities for further advancement," Little Thompson said. Commander Little Thompson also received a commendation telegram from the Ministry of Defense. His mustache twitched with satisfaction as he looked at Saint Hesser. This time was a significant addition to his resume, showcasing his abilities. Perhaps he might have the opportunity to become a major general in the future. This step had blocked many people. "Thank you for the commander's cultivation and the support of the City Defense Force brothers. I couldn't have achieved this result without you. I dare not take the credit. This is the result of the support of all the City Defense Force soldiers. I only made a small contribution," Saint Hesser said earnestly, his voice slightly choked. "I will definitely continue to work hard in the future, closely following the commander, learning and progressing more, and contributing my share to the construction of the City Defense Force in building a better future," Saint Hesser said, displaying a well-behaved, diligent, and eager to learn attitude, clinging tightly to this influential figure and expressing his loyalty. "Yes, keep it up." Little Thompson was even more satisfied. This comrade Little Sai was not arrogant or impetuous and was indeed performing well. He was also getting older, so perhaps he could be a matchmaker or something in the future. The cheers and applause of the City Defense Force soldiers grew louder. Aragon and others lifted Saint Hesser up and tossed him into the air, experiencing the feeling of being a flying man. Little Thompson looked at his City Defense Force subordinates and announced that, except for necessary patrol personnel, they would have a day off, and ordered the military camp kitchen to purchase some fresh meat and vegetables to prepare some traditional Argentine dishes for a full army celebration on this day. Saint Hesser, as the protagonist of the promotion ceremony, also gained more recognition from the soldiers and officers within the City Defense Force, including the other 9 instructors. They also put aside many prejudices. After all, the people in the army are relatively pure. If you are strong, I will naturally think highly of you. For example, Second Lieutenant Han Krutich was one of them. He had many conversations with St. Hesser. This Krutich had graduated from the Argentine Military Academy less than a year ago and was already 20 years old this year. He started as a warrant officer and would automatically become a second lieutenant in half a year. He used to look down on mud-legged guys like St. Hesser, thinking that St. Hesser was just good at flattering. He didn't expect that the team he led was one of the best in the city defense force, but it was much worse than St. Hesser's, only winning 7th place. The first 5 were all from the National Defense Force. And the 7th place was already the second best in the city defense force. This fellow chatted with St. Hesser for a long time and was directly convinced. After all, St. Hesser could be considered experienced and spoke eloquently about these so-called experiences. Hey, St. Hesser, although your training methods don't quite align with what my teachers taught me when I was at military academy, like folding blankets and marching in formation, does this stuff really work? To defeat the enemy, don't we need better equipment and such? Krutich organized his words before speaking. Military equipment is indeed important, but the most important thing is the role of people. Even if the equipment is a bit inferior, the combat effectiveness of a united and scientifically trained army is very strong. Don't think that the National Defense Force is already the strongest army in our country. In fact, its combat strength is relatively poor, and many of its military ideas are already outdated. St. Hesser paused, looked at Krutich, and continued, currently, the 2 most powerful armies in the world are the Soviet Army and, barely, the American Army. But I think there is another army that is also very powerful, but you just don't know it. Its military organization ability and combat effectiveness are truly unparalleled. It is a truly modern army. Which country is it? You'll know in a few years. It will rise again and confront the 2 world superpowers. St. Hesser secretly said to Krutich, what you're saying sounds pretty impressive. Krutich widened his eyes. Looking incredulous, St. Hesser wore a mysterious smile on his face, remaining silent for a long time. Krutich also completely abandoned his academic prejudices and began to study these wars and military governance ideas, often consulting St. Hesser with questions, which St. Hesser answered one by one. This time, the City Defense Army received commendations from the Ministry of Defense. Those who performed outstandingly within other military camps also received internal promotions. For example, Aragon was promoted from private first class to corporal. Because St. Hesser didn't have a university degree, otherwise St. Hesser could have been promoted to second lieutenant. This was also the first gaucho to hold the rank of warrant officer. Argentina's military strength before the Falklands War could indeed be considered its peak period, with the navy alone having more than 100,000 people, and the army also having hundreds of thousands. It is expected that in the near future, the City Defense Army will dominate the political situation in Córdoba province, with the National Defense Force as the second in command, forming a new political balance. Of course, this so-called new situation remains to be tested. In addition to Córdoba city, which covers more than 500 square kilometers, the other 160,000 square kilometers of land in Córdoba province, the areas outside the city can basically be said to be the suburbs of the province. Some cities outside the province are simply called towns, such as Maria Town, while others are counties, such as San Justo County, the largest lake in Córdoba province, next to Lake Chiquita. To put it simply, it's just chickens pecking at each other, a slightly lower level. Of course, the population in these areas is quite dispersed. Córdoba city accounts for 1/3 of the province's population, while the other dozens of towns account for 2/3. According to what St. Hesser saw in the Argentine National Gazette of 1950, the population of Córdoba province was less than 2 million. What is the concept? The area of this province is about the same size as the later Kilu province of China, and the climate is similar to that of Qinling province, or even better. After all, the northern part of Qinling province is close to the desert grassland area, and there has been soil erosion. According to this population growth rate, in another 70 years, the population will grow to about 3.5 million. That's roughly equivalent to 1/30th of Kilu province, or 1/11th of Qinling province. If Argentina continues to develop based on its own population growth rate, it is likely to get worse and worse. The so-called industrialization is the best contraceptive. Argentina's population base is too small. Currently, at St. Hesser's level, he can only rely on ideas such as foreign immigration. Of course, this is not something St. Hesser needs to consider. Now the cannery has encountered some bottlenecks, which is very simple. The market is almost saturated. Except for the capital, where complete victory has not yet been achieved. Meta brand canned goods have basically entered the national market, With only the jewel in Argentina's crown, the city of Buenos Aires, remaining compared to the market scale of later generations, Argentina's market of less than 20 million people is really not enough. Recently, Saint Tessa has also been worried about this matter, whether to continue to expand production, cultivate the market and export, or expand the category scale and produce other products. This is also the future development direction of the cannery, how to develop better and faster, accumulate more funds, and later get involved in heavy industries such as steel smelting, coal, mining, cement, petrochemicals, shipbuilding, and even military industries, such as aircraft manufacturing, which is Saint Tessa's ultimate dream. Only heavy industry is the foundation of national prosperity and strength. Saint Tessa's ambition will certainly not be limited to a small food company, but that's all he can do now. Earning money is not easy. Saint Tessa specifically went to San Martin Square this time, looking at the stone statue of the liberator San Martin, with many flowers offered by people in the city. Looking at this national hero who liberated South America, Saint Tessa was momentarily filled with emotion. South American liberator, San Martin. Saint Tessa stood quietly for more than 30 minutes, without saying another word, just watching quietly. Finally, because the weather was really a bit cold, Saint Tessa hurriedly returned to his residence. Chapter 20 Argentina and Chapter X27, S first 5-year plan. The next morning, upon waking up, thankfully I hadn't caught a cold or anything. Last night, I went to the plaza to see the statue and didn't use an umbrella, getting a little wet in the rain. I need to learn a lesson and not show off. Even if my body is strong today, I don't have to go to work, and it's still drizzling outside, perfect for reading the newspapers. Recently, I've been flush with cash, so I subscribed to all the newspapers available in the city to not miss any important information, such as the national newspaper, financial newspaper, overseas newspaper, and a bunch of business newspapers. This morning, the mailman had already placed a thick stack of newspapers at Saint Tessa's doorstep. The neighbor's kitten was wandering outside the door, and the hallway was somewhat dim. The floor wasn't very damp, it was a cement surface. The male head of the neighboring household was preparing to leave. Saint Tessa greeted him in Persian, and the man politely returned the greeting before hurrying off. The neighbor's child was sitting there quietly. Saint Tessa gave a bag of biscuits to the adorable child, who said thank you. Then, several more children suddenly ran out. Saint Tessa could only go back to his room and get a few more to share with him. They also politely said thank you. They probably hadn't eaten breakfast. The female head of the household was holding one and came out upon hearing the noise, thanking Saint Tessa. Saint Tessa waved his hand and closed the door. Picking up the newspapers, he walked to the dining table. This apartment wasn't bad. Although it was quite cheap, with the increasingly large business in the future, a more spacious room would be needed. American stock market recovers from initial war concerns. The war is still ongoing. In 2 months, the Americans will intervene, and in another 4 months, New China will join. This is a great anti-aggression war. In reality, Argentina's relationship with the United States has already eased somewhat, but the Perón government is preparing to return to the third position, which will greatly displease the United States. Although this war is a great opportunity, Saint Tessa doesn't intend to seek any personal gain from it. He still needs to lie low honestly for now, and it would be best to fleece the Americans. There wasn't any other important information to pay attention to. He casually glanced at the rest for entertainment. Currently, Saint Tessa lives in a 1-bedroom apartment, which is somewhat cramped. However, the great thing about this 1-bedroom is that it has a private bathroom, so Saint Tessa doesn't have a strong desire to move out. He wants to save as much as possible, and most of his money, besides necessary expenses, is invested in expanding the cannery. Saint Tessa rented this apartment after receiving his military pay. It accompanied him through a period of time, and the rent isn't expensive. Even if he moves to a new place, he probably won't cancel the lease. Keeping it as a memento, he warmed a glass of hot milk, toasted 2 slices of bread in the toaster, fried an egg, and heated up the leftover pea stew from last night. He ate breakfast while reading the newspaper, thinking that perhaps he should buy some pasta to cook in the future, as cooking rice himself is a bit troublesome in the future. When he has money, he'll hire a cook and a cleaner, so he won't have to cook himself. The Perón government continues to implement a 5-year plan. The urban population in the country has increased significantly, leading to a slight shortage of grain and rising prices. The Perón government is working to stabilize prices. This year's drought has had a significant impact, and our country has imported a large amount of grain from Brazil. Saint Tessa had indeed noticed this problem. The price of rice in the market had increased by several pesos, and even the price of beer had gone up. A few days ago, some soldiers celebrating their victory said that their monthly salary could only buy 200 bottles of beer now, compared to 300 bottles a month before. Since the new president took office, BHN, National Housing Bank, loan projects have exceeded 50,000. The second 5-year plan will continue to expand and scale, with a target of 300,000 loans. This is a good thing. After the reform of Argentina's domestic banks, the National Housing Bank gained access to use bank funds for national construction, providing housing loans to workers. Unfortunately, the original scale was small, mainly concentrated in the capital. Now it's expanding nationwide to solve housing problems. The National Atomic Energy Commission has been established, and our country is beginning to move towards independent research and development. Led by the physics department of the University of Buenos Aires, they're going to develop the bomb. However, St. Hesser remembers that Argentina spent decades trying to develop it without success. Their level in this area isn't even as good as North Korea's. Of course, their civilian nuclear industry is considered good among developing countries today. He finally saw some good news. He definitely needs to take advantage of this kind of opportunity to fleece them. Inflation and currency devaluation will be severe in the next few years, so the more he gets now, the better. If the cannery wasn't located in Cordoba, St. Hesser would have wanted to move the factory to the capital. The capital has the most banks in the country, allowing him to obtain the most loans. Cordoba is not bad either. Besides the Klein family's Cordoba Commercial Bank, there are also branches of the National Bank of Argentina, the Argentine Agricultural Credit Bank, and other companies. Since it's something the country is encouraging, he definitely needs to hurry. After quickly finishing the last piece of bread, drinking the remaining milk, and washing the dishes, St. Hesser put on a suit and went out on the way. He slightly refined the plan. This time, he needs to have a complete expansion plan. The factory has also hired a lot of people recently, so he can discuss it with them more. The cannery and the soda factory need to be registered as one company to get a loan from the bank. With such a low loan interest rate, we definitely need to get more to expand the production line, rent more factory buildings, and hire workers arriving at the factory area. He announced in the office that a meeting would be held in 10 minutes, gathering all the employees in the office. Currently, the staff is fully staffed with more than a dozen people, including the personnel department, finance department, warehousing department, production department, and so on. In the small meeting room, St. Hesser spoke slowly and methodically. First of all, I want to welcome everyone to join our prairie factory. This meeting is being held because the factory plans to start a new round of expansion. I hope all colleagues will work hard and earn more wages. Now, let me talk about our development goals. The opening remarks were all empty and useless words. St. Hesser paused for a moment and looked at the employees who were listening attentively below, all taking notes seriously. As for whether they were really serious, you could tell by the turtles and chicks everyone was drawing. Our factory needs to carry out a new round of recruitment of production employees, and rent the 2 farms in the northeast corner to transform them into our meat canning factory, producing our Cordoba specialties, beef and pork canned meat. The country is implementing an import substitution policy, which is a great opportunity for us. We must drive the American imported canned goods out of Argentina. The employees couldn't help but applaud and stop doodling. Although this is very difficult, I believe that as long as we work hard, we will have a chance to succeed. If we don't do this, we will definitely not succeed. He continued with more nonsense. For this reason, we will formally register a company. At the same time, we will develop more soda flavors. In addition to orange flavor, we will also develop apple, grape, cola, lemon, and other flavors of soda, with a goal of selling them nationwide. After the company is established, the base salary of all employees will be increased by 5%, the finance department and the factory director stay, and the rest can go back to work. Let's discuss how to get more loans and use bank funds to quickly expand our company. You can speak freely, boss. How much is our loan target this time? 5 million pesos to start, with no upper limit. Borrow as much as you can. The purpose is to expand our factory buildings and improve production equipment. St. Hesser discussed and studied with these factory employees and basically finalized a plan. The legal representative of the new company was set as the factory director Hassan, with 1% of the shares, and St. Hesser controlled 99%. In the future, those who make outstanding contributions can get some dividend rights. This meeting basically came to a successful conclusion. St. Hesser led the meeting but did not appear in person. Hassan was responsible for the loan work and contacted the bank. Lee Kingayan was also officially promoted to production supervisor, responsible for the production management of the soda factory, which he did fairly well. St. Hessel inspected the cannery, and the output increased again, and some new employees were added. The soda factory number 2 has already gotten on the right track. The machine debugging is completed, and the trial production is okay. It is preparing for a large-scale mass production stage, boss. These are our new production lines. The first batch of Mirinda soda produced by us has entered various supermarkets and stores in Córdoba, and the feedback is okay. Kingayan, thank you for your hard work. I see that you have lost some hair recently. Thank you for your hard work, boss. I'm not working hard. The company pays me such a high salary to let me work. Okay, contact me in time if you have any difficulties. St. Hessel personally negotiated and rented 2 farms, and hired workers to open up the walls and unite them. He also contacted intermediaries to see if there were any iron can production lines, filling lines, etc. in order to expand production capacity faster. On the military side, although St. Hessel was promoted to the rank of warrant officer, he was actually still leading his own team and did not have the authority to be responsible for more people. Of course, his salary increased a bit. The first 5-year plan formulated by President Perón 3 years ago has reached its 4th year, and Argentina's economic reform has begun a new round of deepening. The Perón government promoted the import substitution industrialization policy, calling for the use of products produced by domestic industries to replace imported products in order to improve the balance of foreign trade and improve the country's autonomy, and get rid of the control of Britain, Spain, the United States, Italy and other countries over Argentina's trade and economy overall. The Perón government did a good job in the first few years. But he himself had too much desire for power and was essentially a dictator. The Perón government's first 5-year plan one-sidedly demanded industrialization, but was extremely incompetent in rural issues and made no achievements, leading to the current major problems in the Argentine economy. With Argentina's rich and developed agricultural and animal husbandry country, there are actually signs of inflation and shortage of materials. The introduction of the new policy is good news for St. Hessel. In the past few years, he only shouted slogans, with a lot of noise and little rain. The introduction of this new policy has given some small factories in the country some opportunities and a greater chance to grow bigger. Of course, most of them have fallen into the pockets of large groups, such as the 2 major groups in Argentina, industrial capital and agricultural capital companies. This 5-year plan is modeled after the Soviet Union's first 5-year plan, but Argentina's level is not up to par. The new policy has allowed St. Hessel to see huge opportunities, not only the devaluation of the currency in the next few years, which has made interest rates ridiculously low, but even borrowing 100 pesos may be equivalent to 50 pesos in a few years. Such a good thing must not be missed. Moreover, expanding production is also in line with the goals of the Perón government's first 5-year plan. St. Hessel even considered taking the money to hoard gold and sell it in a few years, which would be a sure profit, but he gave up this tempting decision. Industry can revitalize the country. Of course, this huge loan has a rather place, that is, it can only purchase domestically produced equipment, which is a more headache because of the U.S. blockade. It is forbidden to export equipment to Argentina. What can be bought on the market are low-level ordinary civilian light industrial equipment, and even these are smuggled. Argentina's heavy industry is very backward, so the equipment produced is very rough, and the price is also ridiculously high due to cost issues. Chapter 21 Loans and Plastic Bottles. This loan application was made under the name of the newly registered Pralery Company, with a newly appointed general manager, Cross, and finance manager, Bianchi Marino Rosa, formerly the factory director and accountant, respectively. The banks in Córdoba that received policy loans this time were the National Bank of Argentina and the Industrial Bank of Argentina. The central government not only subsidized interest but also provided additional credit support, mainly handled by national banks for convenience. Following the plan, St. Hurst drafted a production report, the factory's future production plan, and a series of plans and proposals for the use of loan funds. At the same time, he contacted a small newspaper to test the waters, a newspaper that published a Córdoba economic and commercial news. They took photos, including some of white-bearded old men wearing protective suits and glasses, going to the university biology lab at the University of Córdoba, holding test tubes, and so on, using advertising terms written by St. Hurst himself, exaggerating and boasting as much as possible. Unexpectedly, the effect was quite good. So St. Hurst didn't hold back. He worked quickly and even created a special report introducing Priory Food and Beverage Company. He concocted a pseudo-professional thesis using methods from later generations, at least on the surface. It used a large amount of real and detailed data, but drew some folk science conclusions, including some firmly believed basic terms from later generations. He boasted that this was a new technology that could win the Nobel Prize, a national-level beverage laboratory. One small newspaper was not enough, so he found several newspapers with huge circulations and directly bought advertising space for reprints. The buzz in the city skyrocketed if it weren't for the small words advertising section in the lower right corner betraying his true colors. St. Hurst almost believed his own hype. It even spread outside of Córdoba for a time. Everyone in the city knew that there was an ancient food and beverage company in the city, with world-leading biotechnology and advanced technology. It implied that the Priory factory had American technology, was developed domestically, and had noble lineage, crazily playing on the edge and stealing the spotlight because it was not appropriate to take the handwritten draft, and there was no typewriter at home. St. Hurst went to Cross's house. Cross had a special typewriter at home with extra-large letters, said to be German-made. He had him type up all the draft reports, spending 2 full days preparing a complete report. At the same time, he made several copies, which contained detailed information and professional plans. After this professional report was drafted, it was given to the 2 subordinates to review. Cross carefully looked through it and prepared his speech. This time, St. Hurst was not going to come forward himself, partly because of his gaucho identity and partly because St. Hurst was a warrant officer. The 3 also held a meeting in the small conference room. On the left was the smartly dressed Hassan Rosa, the relative introduced by Han last time, with thick auburn hair, emerald green eyes, thin lips, and a straight, beautiful nose. Around 30 years old, she looked mature, stable, and full of charm. She graduated from the Department of Economics at the National University of Córdoba. After graduating, she worked as an accountant for 2 years and then married a wealthy boyfriend. After marriage, she had 2 children in a row, but the scumbag found a mistress and they divorced. After the divorce, she received a large sum of savings and a house. Without a continuous economic income, she came out to find a job again. However, due to experience, work history, and other reasons, Rosa was unable to go to any good company. It just so happened that St. Hurst's cannery was short of a finance person, and the cannery was relatively remote, plus the finance position was a bit demanding. Rosa was just right and met the requirements, so she was hired. The work arranged by St. Hurst was also relatively flexible. Rosa's 2 children, one went to kindergarten, and the other was taken care of by a servant at home. Cross and Rosa were carefully looking through the materials drafted by St. Hurst, taking notes from time to time, very focused, quietly waiting. St. Hurst also looked through it, checking to see if there were any errors or omissions, and whether it needed to be modified. The 5th part of the future plan includes purchasing production equipment to produce canned meat. This is easy to understand. The country exports beef but rarely produces canned beef, but imports foreign canned goods. The purpose of the 5-year plan's import substitution plan is to replace imported goods with domestically produced products, with a goal of raising 100 billion pesos in 5 years, equivalent to $2 billion in capital investment, which is quite considerable. The most important thing is to expand the production line of the soda factory number 2 to produce fruit-flavored soda, transparent carbonated drinks, iced tea, fruit-flavored beer, milk tea drinks, coffee drinks, etc. These are all relatively well-known beverage varieties when St. Hurst was in a later generation with abundant resources. This aspect will occupy at least 30% of the funds, approximately at least 80 million pesos, or about $1.6 million. This aspect involves funds and cooperation that will not only be with banks but also with the newly established Argentine National Oil Company. The equipment for the chemical factory can be produced by the Argentine Oil Company, which is good news. The initial funds involved will reach over 90 million pesos, equivalent to $4.5 million, which is also the most difficult part, boss. The first and second are okay, but is the third loan goal really necessary? Producing plastic bottles ourselves, can this not be used for drinking? Rosa raised her hand to ask, looking at St. Hurst seriously. It is very necessary. Currently, the domestic oil company is recruiting partners. I have a plastic bottle production technology formula in my hand. Although glass bottles are good, they are not convenient to carry, and the cost is actually quite high. After the mass production of plastic bottles, the cost will be much lower than the cost of glass bottles. Actually, if possible, We can also have an aluminum ingot smelting plant next to the new La Plata hydropower station in the future to produce easy open cans. That's amazing, boss. What is an easy open can? It is a thinner aluminum can that can hold soda. This is a German technology, St. Hurst said vaguely. Oh, easy open cans have not been invented yet. The current tin cans are produced by the Belleville steel plant. I wonder if that factory can even produce 100,000 tons of steel a year. They also have to go to the Cologne forging plant to make the can boxes, which is quite costly. Speaking of this, besides feeling powerless, St. Hesser also had a greater desire for a complete national industrial system. A great country should at least have an aluminum company with an annual output of 5 million tons and a steel conglomerate with an annual output of 20 million tons to develop powerful shipyards and automobile factories. Relying solely on selling oil can only bring temporary wealth, and it's a wealth with a huge gap between rich and poor. Like Venezuela in later generations, a mere shell built on oil. This is due to the short-sightedness of the rulers and the resource curse. A good example is the small country of the United Arab Emirates, Dubai, which relied on the first pot of gold from oil to develop international trade and technology, and can continue to develop even after Dubai's oil runs out. Of course, inseparable from the financial backing of the Khalifa Emirate today, Argentina's national oil company occupies the entire domestic market, but it relies on exporting crude oil to the UK in exchange for pounds, which is a huge waste. St. Hesser's intention to independently produce plastic bottles is also to covet this cake of the chemical industry. The profits from exporting crude oil are taken by others, while the petrochemical industry can produce many chemical products, such as plastic products, organic chemicals, inorganic chemicals, rubber, and fibers, which can drive a large number of industries. This is a long-term plan. In the future, we need to do supporting facilities. It is not enough to purchase and import from outside. We must produce ourselves. It's not a good feeling to be strangled by others. Although we are just a small factory now, our future is to sell our products all over the world. Therefore, reducing production costs is very necessary. It is very necessary to take out a loan to build a petrochemical plant and then set up a plastic bottle factory. You should know that during World War II, Germany had more than 200 Coca-Cola processing plants, selling 30 million bottles of soda in a few years. Even if saving 1 cent of cost per bottle will result in an additional 3 million in profit. It is very necessary to promote and implement this. St. Hesser took a sip of water and continued. Of course, St. Hesser is not only for the food and beverage company, but also to cut into new industry through this, an industry with broad development prospects, such as the coal chemical industry, the fertilizer industry, and so on. The first pot of gold has been accumulated. The next step is to continue to make things happen. Chemical plants must be built, steel plants must be built, and even aluminum plants must be built in the future. The two also continued to ask questions, and St. Hesser answered them one by one, and made a deeper explanation in narration. The two also made an appointment with a bank. In total, 2 banks, Cordoba Commercial Bank, provided a low-interest loan of 30 million pesos. This is also because St. Hesser set up the settlement and public account in this bank. This fund is mainly used for the expansion of the soda factory. As for the plan for the meat and food canning factory, it was rejected on the grounds that there is already a company in the city that has borrowed 40 million for meat canning production. And the city government does not want vicious competition. Argentina National Bank is financially strong and provided a loan of 60 million pesos in total. It also rejected the meat canning production plan on the grounds that the profit is low, it is difficult to recover the cost, there is a risk of bad debts, which may lead to company difficulties. The bank president is very interested in the plastic bottle factory and has invited professionals to assess the feasibility of the plastic factory, and pulled in the AO office stationed here. Finally, it was determined that the plan is very feasible. At the same time, this loan also alarmed the municipal government. This professional report was submitted to the mayor's office, which was greatly appreciated by the mayor, and was directly listed as a key development project when approved by the municipal government. However, there is a prerequisite for the loan. If the new chemical plastic factory cannot repay the loan by then, it will be fully recovered and auctioned. This is also a prerequisite. The municipal government will provide land for the construction of new factory buildings, equipment channels, approval convenience, and so on. Although St. Hesser is very unhappy about the municipal government taking advantage of the fire, but who told him that he has no money now, he can only accept it, And with the endorsement of the municipal government, the development of the plastic bottle factory should be much faster. St. Hesser's information and planning are currently the most professional for the bank president, and the current monthly sales return of the canning factory has been close to 3 million pesos, which is also the reason why the National Bank carefully reviews the loan. As for the most important reason, that is, St. Hesser pulled clients' family to invest and endorse, as well as the bank's flow and the care of some people in the city. After all, Córdoba is still a society of human relations. Since the Plary canning factory sells enough, the data is also the most real, and there are people taking care of it. The risk of bad debts is also the lowest, so why not agree to the loan? Of course, the two finally had a hard negotiation with the National Bank, bargaining, haggling, and eventually using 1 to 10, and even alarmed the city hall, and finally finalized a total of 90 million pesos in loans from the two banks, about $1.6 million, accounting for 4.5% of the 2 billion low-interest loan funds in Córdoba this time, a quite amazing proportion. St. Hesser's plastic bottle factory will be located in a town outside the city, where railway transportation is also more convenient, and it will not cause pollution in the city. St. Hesser is also preparing to establish a plastic factory to provide raw materials for the subsequent specialized production of beverage bottles. Córdoba has indeed gained a new development period through this funding support. The annualized interest rate of this batch of loans issued by the Argentine central government is not high. President Perón personally signed the bill, involving 23 provinces and 1 capital city in the country. If it is a local enterprise of a certain scale, it will be very advantageous. St. Hesser is one of the first to eat crabs. Of course, St. Hesser also used some small tricks. The stimulus effect of this batch of loans is also quite significant. Of course, it can only be used for special procurement of equipment to expand production funds, and can only be used for a petrochemical equipment company, for import substitution of domestic enterprises, and cannot be used for any other purpose. When these two loans were finally signed, St. Hesser finally breathed a sigh of relief. This will be a thrilling leap. Success will accelerate development, and failure will be utterly crushed. The next step is to find someone to cooperate with a laboratory to test the food-grade plastic bottle process. With St. Hesser's experience, it will be very simple. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 established a plastic factory. The City Hall's finance department finally approved the special loans for these two Biron projects. The Department of Production and Development provided advice and necessary assistance, offering 3 alternative towns for selection: Dolores Town in the west of K City, Darien Funes Town in the north, and Maria Town in the southeast. The locations of these 3 towns are mostly within a 150-kilometer radius of the city center. Maria Town was immediately favored, as it is expected to be one of the larger towns in the future of Córdoba province. However, to maintain appearances, inspections were also conducted in the other towns to save face, receiving enthusiastic receptions. The final inspection target was set as Maria Town, which was St. Hesser's primary goal. While the National Bank was approving the loan, Aragon went to a car rental company in the city to rent a large pickup truck, took a leave of absence in advance, and went to the town area outside the city. Close arranged his work for the day. Actually, they could have taken a train, but trains in Argentina are prone to delays and are slow. Moreover, the train station is located outside Santa Maria Town, making transfers quite troublesome, so driving themselves was more convenient. Maria Town is about 130 kilometers away from the city center, downwind. It has a small train station and a wharf, exporting wool, beef, etc. Transportation is relatively convenient, making it a traditional agricultural and pastoral town. This was also St. Hesser's 3rd time leaving Córdoba city. The previous 2 times were to inspect the other 2 towns. Dolores Town is located in the western highlands. Although the climate conditions are relatively good, land prices are the cheapest, and there are abundant labor resources, transportation is not very convenient. There is no river transport or railway, and the altitude exceeds 1,000 meters. For Córdoba, with an altitude of 500 meters, increasing the altitude is a significant difficulty. Darien Funes Town is a satellite town of K City, with the most convenient transportation, the most foreigners, and a mixed population. There is also an underground mafia. It also has a railway and was almost hacked by the valiant townspeople and mafia members. The town's economy is fairly good, making it the second alternative town this time. To ensure safety and avoid the unexpected incident, the mayor also seemed not very welcoming, hearing that a new foreign mafia, the Bird brothers, had killed his son when going to Maria Town. They all brought a revolver and ammunition and wore bulletproof vests, which provided some peace of mind. Aragon cannot drive and does not have a driver's license. This pickup truck is also a big guy, although Saint Tessa had a driver's license in his previous life, and Close can only ride a bicycle. This pickup truck is considered relatively primitive. It has a manual transmission, and Saint Tessa, accustomed to automatic transmissions, was afraid of accidents, as it was dilapidated. For his own safety, he simply hired an experienced driver. The driver was a middle-aged uncle in his 40s, a typical descendant of Italians. He asked Saint Tessa to call him Old Bill. He seemed very talkative. It was said that he had been in the mafia, bragging to Aragon and showing off his large floral arm tattoos, almost making Saint Tessa think he had entered a den of thieves again. Saint Tessa sat in the passenger seat, while Aragon and Close sat in the back. Saint Tessa watched the surrounding scenery with interest. The four of them wore wide-brimmed hats. Saint Tessa fastened his seat belt and looked out the window. The pickup truck was not driven fast, only about 20 miles per hour. This was also related to the cement roads here, roughly equivalent to a provincial highway, somewhat dilapidated, with two-way lanes and not many vehicles on the road. The pickup truck rumbled, emitting black smoke. They left the city and then the suburbs, and finally reached the prairie, feeling the prairie style. The car windows were opened, and there were few people, with an endless prairie in sight. This is the legendary Pampas, the treeless prairie. Saint Tessa had once ridden a steed and galloped freely on the prairie. The sun in the sky was hazy. After about 3 hours, Aragon chatted with the driver. Saint Tessa occasionally interjected, and they made occasional jokes. The journey was neither near nor far. The journey was safe and sound. The public security in Argentina is basically okay. Leaving the main road, they were greeted by a Spanish-style town. It is said that the local ranchers are all pure descendants of Spaniards. The ranch workers are mostly descendants of Italians and other white people, such as descendants of Persians and Turks. The total area of Maria Town is only 6 or 7 square kilometers. The population in the town center is only about 40,000, and the suburbs have less than 10,000. Saint Tessa compared it and found that the area was twice the size of his university in his previous life, and the population was about the same as his university's student body. However, the land outside the town was very vast, which was what Saint Tessa valued. The overall scale is relatively large, with the economy mainly based on trade and agriculture. The facilities in the town are relatively rich. There are 4 streets running southeast and 3 streets running northwest. The town government is located in the center of the town. There is a post office, a police station, a commercial street, and a supermarket. A river runs through it, and there is a small wharf. Besides bars, there are no other entertainment facilities. There are several community clinics, or rather, branches of a hospital, 3 Catholic churches, a library, and some small parks. There is also a Catholic school. For middle school, one has to go to Juin's Middle School in the suburbs of Córdoba City because there are not many children left in the town, not enough to form 2 classes. Therefore, the original Santa Maria Middle School was abolished. There are also some military fortress buildings left over from the colonial period. The planning is much better than the previous 2 towns, with a decent appearance. Although small, it has all the essential features. The rest are basically breeding farms and some small factories, such as flour mills and slaughterhouses. Most of them seem to be in operation and look good. Besides the residents in the town, the residents live relatively scattered, mostly in detached houses, and the houses are also relatively large. However, Saint Tessa saw a wooden house that looked a bit old, not as safe as reinforced concrete. Of course, the current depression is also related to Argentina's current 5-year plan. In order to develop industry, many local farmers and herdsmen have left the town to work in big cities. They arrived at an open space where several people were already waiting, including the mayor of Maria Town and the approval officer from Córdoba City and the government affairs personnel who had arrived earlier. Mayor Cabo Bamond is a burly man in his 50s with a grizzled beard, tall and sturdy. He came over and shook hands with Saint Tessa. The municipal affairs officer is a young man, about 27 or 28 years old, who looks very refined, wearing a formal suit. They are called Juan Carlos and his deputy Corina Bellamy, who is a young girl who has just graduated. After a brief greeting, they started chatting. Mayor Bamond's ancestors were once Spanish colonial expeditionary forces. Although he was anxious, he patiently chatted with Saint Esteban and was very enthusiastic, constantly introducing the advantages of the town. After all, the town is about to go bankrupt and urgently needs new financial resources, otherwise the entire town may be cancelled. Carlos and Bimira are responsible for supervising the funding for the plastic bottle factory, this time to prevent the bank loan from being used for other purposes. The budget for the construction of the factory this time is more than $1 million, half of which is in foreign exchange, and many equipment needs to be imported from abroad. The land for the factory is provided by the local mayor for site selection services. The group walked and talked. Argentina's foreign exchange is currently sufficient, and it can import the equipment needed for plastic bottle factories from Germany, Great Britain, and the United States. Looking around, the town wasn't very big. It had only been established for over 80 years, with flat terrain and an altitude of less than 200 meters. Most of the pedestrians on the street were elderly, as many young people had gone to the city to make a living. There were still some horse-drawn carriages on the roads in the town, and the most common vehicles were pickup trucks. Newfangled things like motorcycles were also seen, and occasionally some vehicles resembling jeeps. It seemed that the local farmers, like Americans, liked these big pickup trucks. However, I didn't see any gas stations or similar facilities in the town. The supporting infrastructure was indeed lacking. This factory construction was different from the Prarli cannery, which involved renovating an old farm. This time, the plan was to build new chemical plant support facilities. Of course, the initial investment, including factory construction and water and electricity supply, was not a small amount. Argentina has a developed railway system, and this was a small station, making it convenient to transport raw materials such as ethylene. The state-owned oil company's chemical plant was located in the coastal city of La Plata, and transshipment only took a day and a half. The only trouble was that after the bottles were manufactured, they still needed to be transported to the city, which was also quite inconvenient. According to some memories, this town had the best transportation among the three towns and was one of the small cities with the best future development, making it very suitable for San Jose's establishment. To this end, San Jose had already made plans to acquire 1,000 acres of land in the early stages to develop a large industrial park. Perhaps the soda factory could also be relocated here in the future, which could save a lot of transportation costs. The only issue is that it might be more difficult to recruit employees here. However, this was also part of San Jose's grand vision. Although the original cannery was located in a semi-suburban area, the costs were high, the space was small, and the land was leased. If the rent were to increase or the land were to be reclaimed one day, it would be troublesome. Moreover, it wouldn't be suitable to buy it, as it would be quite expensive. It would be better to directly establish an entire industrial base here. San Jose was increasingly satisfied with his place, but he didn't show it on his face. Respected Mr. Carlos, this place is far from the market and the transportation is not very convenient, which is not conducive to the future development of our factory. The train station is also quite old, and the town is not big, which is not conducive to the daily life of our factory employees. There are no entertainment activities, not even a cinema or a place to relax, San Jose said with a frown. Moreover, this place is desolate, and it will take a lot of money to build a factory, so the investment is also a big problem. Mr. San Jose, the transportation in our town is actually quite good. This river can accommodate ships of 3,000 tons. Our town can provide special funds to help you build a factory. As long as you come to our town to set up a factory, we will do our best to provide assistance. The mayor's voice became smaller and smaller, as he knew that Santa Maria town was unlikely to get this plastic bottle opportunity. How much funding can the town provide to help us build a factory? And the factory we build may be relatively large. How much land area can you provide? We need at least this much. San Jose held out a finger. We can probably provide 5 million pesos in assistance and support, as long as you guarantee that the total tax amount exceeds 5 million pesos within 3 years. We can provide your factory with 1,000 acres of land. The mayor seemed a little disbelieving and hurriedly said, if it's not enough, we can provide another 500 acres of land, just by demolishing a small ranch. Sure enough, he was a tycoon. A small ranch occupied 500 acres. Okay, our plastic bottle factory should be located here. If we need more land in the future, we will contact the town. San Jose finally made a decision. According to Argentina's nature, it was estimated that it would take a lot of time to build a factory, which would be a good opportunity to purchase the necessary equipment. The three of San Jose went to the mayor's house as guests, ate a roast lamb chop, and drank a cup of Métis. Santa Maria town was a traditional agricultural and pastoral town with a solid foundation, but not many factories were willing to set up factories here. Moreover, the 5-year plan had caused many farmers and herdsmen to leave the town and go to the capital or the provincial capital. The town was also relatively depressed. There were still 200 or 300 households in the northeastern town area originally planned for the plastic bottle factory, but now there were more than half fewer. After all, the best city was the capital, or the provincial capital. The town had begun to decline 2 years ago, although Santa Maria town still maintained its land price strategy. Then came the signing, but when signing, they found that they were using acres. 1,000 acres was roughly equivalent to 6,000 mu. San Jose repeatedly checked several times to make sure he had not misread and signed his name. San Jose had also inspected the other 2 towns. Either there were many people, but the transportation was inconvenient, or they were relatively wealthy and not so eager to increase tax revenue. Santa Maria town basically met most of San Jose's needs, and could also provide cheaper funds for subsidies, which made San Jose quite satisfied. This time, someone needed to be selected to supervise here. In theory, Cross was the most suitable. Factory director Cross was meticulous and organized, and he also knew some flexibility, but because the cannery still needed him to be in charge of the current factory, Aragorn was quite honest and was one of the few people San Jose could trust at present, but he currently had a military position. After thinking about it, only Li Qingyan from the production department was more suitable. Old Chen had a high evaluation of Li Qingyan, and even Cross was quite satisfied with Li Qingyan's work, as he was alert and tactful with him watching. The results should be pretty good. Of course, if there were more suitable personnel at that time, they could also be found to come here as a supervisor, but most of the people in the factory now were relatively flexible, and the sales department still needed to continue promoting products. A simple meeting was held with Mayor Carlos and municipal civil servant Payman to finalize the specific details and decide to start construction as soon as possible to meet production needs. It was necessary to contact cement plants for cement, as well as sand, gravel, steel bars, brick factories, etc. Fortunately, the Cordoba Municipal Construction Company, a subsidiary of the Municipal Government Housing Department, provided a construction team to be responsible for the construction, renovation, and land leveling of the new factory. San Jose only needed to send someone to monitor the progress of the project. This was the first time he had built a factory himself. He finalized many planning details. That day, the mayor also celebrated with the town's residents for the cooperation of the chemical laboratory. Cross had already contacted a University of Science and Technology. The newly established laboratory was fully sponsored by Prarli Company, and several young chemical engineering students in their junior year, as well as a chemical master who had just returned from the University of Chicago in the United States, served as a part-time teacher in the chemistry department and spearheaded the establishment of the project. All property rights of the plastic bottle technology belonged to Prarli Company, and San Jose provided a large amount of funding for sponsorship. And students could also directly join the plastic chemical plant after graduation. Chapter 23 Transfer to the Army General Staff. The 2-day holiday passed in a flash. The site selection and planning for the plastic bottle factory were initially completed. The municipal department mobilized a construction team to carry out the clearing work and laid the foundation for the first factory building. This will be a super-large steel structure factory covering an area of 30,000 square meters, accounting for a quarter of the investment cost. The mayor obviously cherishes this new factory more than St. Hesser, even if the new factory may bring some air pollution. Of course, compared to the government which is about to go bankrupt, this is just a minor problem. St. Hesser also returned to the barracks. Nothing major happened in the past 2 days. The national defense forces in the city were transferred to other garrisons outside the city. Cordoba City became the world of the city defense forces again, and the city defense forces were once again commanded by the Ministry of National Defense. Commander Little Thompson was also promoted, but his official position remained unchanged. This was quite unexpected to St. Hesser, who originally thought he would have to continue fighting. St. Hesser also made a simple analysis. A new round of general elections is coming. Although the city defense forces are not powerful, they represent the most important local forces outside the capital, and are related to nearly 500,000 votes. Currently, the number of eligible voters in Argentina accounts for about 15% of the total Argentine population, an average of 1 vote for every 6 people. Cordoba also influences the votes of nearby San Luis, Santiago del Estero, La Rioja, and Catamarca. Even the local forces are relatively united. The National Defense Forces cannot gain any advantage, which may affect the general election later. The Perón government seeks re-election and must also consider the face of this important province, and it is best to win them over. Anyway, the promotion in rank without a change in official position will still be decided by Perón, the commander-in-chief of the three armed forces. In the future these are just Saint Hesar's simple guesses. After all, he currently has no access to the thoughts of those old men in the Ministry of National Defense. The Ministry of National Defense also specifically allocated 1,000 of them to the City Defense Forces to form a new mechanized infantry brigade, and listed the City Defense Forces as a second-level combat unit in Argentina, providing a large amount of military equipment. The Córdoba City Defense Forces were also listed as one of the important units since Saint Hesar was promoted to warrant officer. His daily work has been the same as before. He works as a squad leader, responsible for whistling together the troops for roll call every day, and then patrolling the designated urban street defense zone. He occasionally interacts with people from the police department. He has the air of a city management team leader. Saint Hesar smiled. In his opinion, the warrant officer has already reached the top of his military career, unless he can make some military achievements. But there are no military achievements in peacetime. So he has reached the top. Apart from the Falklands War in 1982, the others were some encirclement and suppression of guerrillas. Argentina does not have their survival soil. The military government pays great attention to the suppression of these guerrilla fighters. And Córdoba is located in the central area of Argentina. Those people mostly cause trouble in places like Colombia and Bolivia. It seems that Vagra is still in college. Maybe he can communicate with this big shot. He doesn't need to patrol himself. Occasionally, he chats and brags with Krudik, the former instructor of the 5th Battalion, and the day passes. Every day is relatively boring, roughly like this: get up at 6 in the morning, wash up and make a simple breakfast, such as tomato beef noodles, or burger sandwich with milk. While eating breakfast, read the newspaper and occasionally tease the little kids next door. Leave home on time at 7:30, riding that old second-hand motorcycle. Akra now lives in the barracks, and the tricycle has been taken back by the army. Report to the barracks on time at 8 o'clock, sign in at the security office of the barracks, and chat with a little fat man in the security office. Then, at 8:15, give a speech to the squad members in the barracks, exhort them to read out the precautions, and arrange the affairs of the day. At noon, eat stewed potatoes with beef in the barracks canteen, or stewed corn kernels with beef, with spaghetti or something. Occasionally, you can eat something better, and then drink a bowl of thick vegetable soup. During the lunch break, lie on the army cot in the barracks for a while. The afternoon is the same as usual. Read books in the small office in the barracks, chat with other squad leaders, and occasionally show off a skill on the training ground. Finish work at 5 o'clock and gather the team on duty to get off work. The soda is packed in wooden boxes, 20 bottles per box. Currently, there are only 2 flavors, orange and apple. The only thing is that the carbonation doesn't feel so strong. The advantage is that the price is affordable. Saint Hesar eats slowly at night, which takes about 30 minutes. This restaurant is a fast food restaurant, and there are many people who come to eat, mostly workers from nearby factories. There are also state-owned glass bottle factories that Saint Hesar cooperates with. After counting, almost everyone will take a bottle of meta soda. Some workers who are more extravagant will buy beer and drink it slowly, which is about 5 times more expensive than Saint Hesar's soda, and the taste of that beer is really not very good. Overall, the sales situation is not bad. The taste is okay, but it still needs to be improved. It is still a bit far from Saint Hesar's ideal taste. Of course, the taste of this soda is still good for now. It is not a problem of raw materials, but the accuracy of the processing equipment and workers, because the carbonation speed and the bottle cap sealing are relatively poor. The soda factory is also preparing to open up channels to the City Defense Forces barracks, but the bidding has not been successful. Saint Hesar has a small idea that the thick vegetable soup is really not delicious. Occasionally, drinking some soda is still possible. Of course, because of the show, he still supports it. In front of other people, he does not hide his love for soda, and often brags to people that he drinks 4 or 5 bottles a day. Most of the time, he still drinks more boiled water. If he doesn't go to a restaurant to eat, he cooks his own dishes, usually 2 dishes and a soup, and then cooks some rice. Argentina also has domestic rice, but the taste is a bit worse, and the output is also average. There is very little rice imported from abroad. Generally, the rice producing area is Thai-produced cheap rice, which is relatively good. Indian rice is suitable for fried rice, and the price is more expensive. There is no trade between these two countries now in the current 1950s. Industrially planted rice is indeed not as good as intensive cultivation. It is also related to the seeds and climatic conditions of the rice. When improved varieties and fertilizers are cultivated in the future, not only will the yield increase, but the taste will also get better and better after making the food. Eat, rest, wash the dishes, then stretch your body, and start reading and doing test papers. Start reading, reviewing, and previewing until 10:30, take a shower, and go to bed on time after your hair is dry day after day, week after week. One day, Saint Hesser suddenly felt, "Isn't this what I used to do at work? It's quite salted fish, and the side business is too big," smiled, as if it was a bit boring. If there is a Bihu forum, you can write a question and answer what is life like after rebirth? Thank you for the invitation. I haven't been reborn for long, and now I'm fishing every day, which is almost the same as before I was reborn. Likes. 1. Comments. That's right, I'm that fish, and I've been touched. All this period lasted for about 2 weeks, with no specific arrangements from above, until September 9th, when St. Elise received a transfer order issued by Commander Thompson. He was assigned to the General Staff Department of the new command, while his position as squad leader was taken over by Aragon. The bald little brother was gone, and he would have to drive himself from now on. However, there was good news. St. Elise received his first salary increase since coming to this world. His base salary rose to 11,000 pesos, an increase of 5,500 pesos, nearly doubling. Of course, this also indirectly showed that St. Elise's predecessor was indeed a versatile moneymaker, although this little salary was insignificant compared to St. Elise's current earning ability. But a salary increase is always pleasant. Promotion and salary increase meant that St. Elise's predecessor's side hustles were basically stopped, which were indeed quite uncivilized back then. His predecessor's monthly income dropped from a peak of 20,000 pesos to less than 8,000 pesos because St. Elise didn't think it was necessary to engage in these messy things. And the extra income from bank wealth management didn't materialize because St. Elise had spent it all. He was to take office on September 10th, and he had to move near the headquarters. Driving more than 10 kilometers every day was too troublesome. A few kilometers wouldn't matter, but fortunately, the headquarters wasn't too far from the cannery, so he could rent a place in the middle of the headquarters and the cannery. This time, he had to move, so St. Elise began his journey of finding a house. And moving the city was quite large, and generally, real estate agencies provided introductions. St. Elise took advantage of Aragon's not yet taking office and went to a real estate agency with him on a motorcycle. They arrived at one of the largest real estate rental companies, a newly renovated building. St. Elise pushed open the glass door, and the walls of the agency were filled with rental advertisements. The person in charge of the reception was a young man with short, dark golden hair and a tired look. He looked very clever, but also a bit green and inexperienced. "Hello, sir. I am Cthulhu Kate from Harrian Real Estate Agency. You can call me Kate." Kate introduced himself, and then began to introduce the houses. "This villa is the most expensive property in our store. It has 2 floors, a small garden, 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms upstairs, and 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms downstairs. It's 27 years old. The monthly rent is 20,000 pesos. Good heavens, that's really a rip-off, the equivalent of St. Elise's monthly salary. Too expensive." 26 St. Martin Avenue, Lane 7, Bohemia Court Apartment, 7th floor, no elevator, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, fully furnished, move-in ready, monthly rent 9,000 pesos, 3 months deposit and 1 month's rent in advance, lease term of 2 years or more. Although it looks good, the price is a bit too high, and it's on the top floor. The lighting is too good, and climbing the stairs is troublesome. 169 Champs-Élysées Avenue, Lane 2, Bohemia Apartment, 5th floor, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, 1 library, 1 bedroom, ordinary decoration, no furniture, independent bathroom. We can provide a wooden bed, 3,000 pesos a month, 1 month's deposit and 1 month's rent in advance, minimum contract of 1 year. This one looks okay. It has a library. Kate, please take us to see the house at 169 Champs-Élysées Avenue. After selecting around, he finally felt that the third one he introduced was more suitable, and the price was not expensive. "Okay, sir, I'll go get the key right away." The young man originally thought that St. Elise was just here to take a look, but he didn't expect that he really intended to rent a house. 3,000 pesos a month was considered very expensive. The average person in the city has a salary of about 5,000 pesos a month, and the cheapest rent is only 500 pesos, which can be shared with others. The group walked to Champs-Élysées Avenue. The environment here far exceeded St. Elise's current residence. It was close to the city center and the city police headquarters, and the surrounding area was mostly inhabited by high-ranking officials and powerful families, as well as government officials, which was much better than St. Elise's Auto 4th Street. They arrived at Bohemia apartment, an 8-story building without an elevator, which was better than the original top-floor location. There was also an old man downstairs in the apartment responsible for managing the gate and doing simple cleaning, which looked pretty good. After greeting the old man, the three climbed the stairs to the 5th floor and opened the room. There was still some garbage in the room. One bedroom and one living room, with a kitchen and an independent bathroom. The area was about 40 or 50 square meters. St. Elise turned around and was quite satisfied. The entire apartment adopted a red brick structure. The lighting was also good. The spacing between the nearby buildings was relatively large. There were 2 windows. The ventilation conditions were also very good, and it was not close to the main street, so it was relatively quiet except for the lack of a bed and other extra furniture. There were some stains on the walls of the room, but it was not a big problem. You can buy some lime powder to brush it up at that time. The cement floor was quite flat and would not be bumpy. It was a pity that there were no tiles in addition to some garbage left by the previous tenant. The overall was quite satisfactory. Kate said that he could immediately ask the cleaning staff to clean it up and disinfect it. St. Elise nodded immediately and went to see other apartments. He simply bargained with Kate, picking out some minor problems, such as the toilet in the bathroom being old, the bedroom door lock being broken, and the walls being relatively dilapidated. Finally, they reached an agreement of 2,500 pesos per month for rent, and the rent was paid on the first of each month, only supporting cash. This was more troublesome. Basically, cash was used more often now, and card swiping was rare. It was also a bit troublesome to withdraw cash from the bank. He missed the smartphones of later generations. St. Elise was even considering whether to withdraw more money at once, but the bank told him that he could not withdraw too much at one time, and after St. Elise took out a lease contract, he obediently shut up. Renting a house was not within the limit of cash withdrawal. After signing the contract, it was time to move. He found a carriage. There were not many daily necessities, and they were all given to Aragon. He had to buy a new set of kitchen utensils, tables, and chairs. He purchased new daily necessities. Except for books and newspapers, everything else was basically thrown away. Kate moved quickly and cleaned the room and disinfected it. St. Elise found a handyman to whitewash the room with lime. For safety, he repaired the door in the bed, and told the postman to transfer the newspaper delivery location to the downstairs mailbox offline, to prevent him from not having any recreational reading material to read tomorrow morning. Yes, now St. Elise's most important pastime every day is reading the newspaper. It took another day to call Aragon to help move in. He rented a pickup truck, threw it on the car, and bought new furniture and appliances. He was busy all day, throwing away a lot of things. The big wooden bed in the bedroom was not thrown away, because it looked very strong and was made of solid wood. He spread new sheets and quilts, and bought a lace mosquito net from Old Chen, and lived in it. Damn mosquitoes. The new environment was really good. The old house was not returned. Leaving it there was a thought. The matter of moving came to an end, and St. Elise went to bed early at 10 o'clock, and went to report to the General Staff Department of the headquarters the next day. Today, he still set the alarm clock for 6 o'clock, got up to wash, heated breakfast. The newspaper had not been delivered yet. I don't know if the postman got it mixed up, so I read university books. He arrived at the headquarters gate on time at 7:30 when he first went to work. He had to leave early and take out his letter of appointment to report. Chapter 24 Staff News. Of the 9 instructors in this military exercise, St. Harris was the only one appointed to the staff department. This was related to St. Harris's low education level, and it meant he had little prospect of promotion in the future. However, St. Harris was now highly regarded by Commander Thompson. Coincidentally, the city defense force was being reorganized according to the Ministry of Defense's requirements, and a new staff department was established. Thompson simply transferred St. Harris over. The job duties were quite suitable for St. Harris, as an important task of the staff department was to create army training plans. St. Harris could be considered an expert, especially since his training plan had defeated the scientifically trained National Defense Force. The other 8 instructors all had at least a university degree or military academy graduation. People in the staff department, Unless they could be promoted to the position of chief of staff, mostly just went through the motions. Those with ambition would still want to become officers with real power, where promotions would be faster. These clerical personnel were mostly looked down upon by future officers with real power. The staff department was very suitable for people with little ambition who occasionally slacked off, which was the reality in Argentina. Being promoted to the staff department was already an over-the-top promotion for St. Tyrus, who hadn't even graduated from middle school. This promotion was entirely due to Colonel Thompson's intention and was issued by the newly established infantry brigade headquarters under the instructions of President Perón. The Argentine Ministry of Defense was preparing to reorganize the national army. For the City Defense Force, this meant formally reorganizing the Córdoba City Defense Force into the Argentine Army's 8th Infantry Brigade, consisting of 2 infantry regiments, with a total military strength of 6,000 personnel. The 1,000 National Defense Force personnel who had been transferred were divided into 2 groups of 500, which were dispersed and integrated into the 1st and 2nd Infantry Regiments respectively. This was also an attempt at military reform in the Argentine Army, the first step towards modernization, which seemed to have both advantages and disadvantages. First, the bad. This military reform led to a significant increase in the number of Argentine troops, with the number of first-level military units increasing from 80,000 to over 100,000. The amount of military spending would increase significantly, as the City Defense Force was originally funded by local finances. Local city defense forces throughout the country were mostly incorporated, in addition to the Córdoba City Defense Force, and the northern border provinces formed Army Armed Forces, with a total number of Army personnel exceeding 100,000. The advantages were that it took the opportunity to strengthen centralization, reduce local pressure, and bring local military power completely into the national military system. The incorporation work was also conducive to long-term domestic stability and breaking up separatist forces. Although Argentina had done a good job in this regard, including not dividing by race, listing all as white, and prohibiting black immigration, the only downside of the immigration policy was that although the country was relatively stable, the population growth was too slow. Far less than neighboring Brazil and northern Mexico. However, after the Perón government stepped down, this policy was abused for encirclement and suppression. Argentina's combination of military and government was not very reliable. With the new staff department established this time, St. Tyrus was valued by Colonel Thompson. In addition, the Argentine Combat Army valued officers' backgrounds, so Colonel Thompson specially brought St. Tyrus to the newly established staff department after much consideration. One of the Ministry of Defense's reform regulations was that Argentina's military service would also be changed from conscription to compulsory military service. This would greatly expand the Army's source of soldiers. The number of people like St. Tyrus who were drafted into the Army would decrease until it disappeared, which was a huge social progress. However, there was also a problem: the quality of the all-volunteer soldiers was uneven. Without screening, all sorts of people were put into the Army, and the new compulsory service only required 1 year of service. Army management was still lax, military thinking was backward, and training intensity was very low. In fact, most soldiers were probably not as good as the original system. After all, the gauchos on the prairie had good physical fitness and performed relatively well in service. Perhaps when Mrs. Thatcher heard that the Argentine Army had occupied the Falkland Islands, she might have been stunned. After all, the negotiations were going well, and the British were preparing to let go. World War I brought Argentina back to its original form. Like an old proverb, the donkey of Gizhao has exhausted its tricks. Of course, although the British won this battle, it also caused the British to lose a lot of status. It can be regarded as a defeat without defeat. They can safely be the little brother of the Americans. I thought for 3 days and 3 nights, and I still couldn't figure out why he wanted to fight us. The enemy not only did not surrender, but also tried to resist. Under the guidance of the young lady at the Army front desk, St. Tyrus came to his work post, located in the second row of the staff department. It was a cubicle with St. Tyrus Cohen's nameplate already hanging on it. St. Tyrus glanced around. There were currently 7 or 8 people in the staff department, mostly lieutenants and second lieutenants. There seemed to be a captain whose age could be St. Tyrus's father. Most of the others were around 30 years old. St. Tyrus seemed to be the youngest. These people looked like they came from army clerical positions. The reason why St. Tyrus could tell was not for any other reason, but because of their thin bodies, which made St. Tyrus, who was quite strong and well-proportioned, feel like he could take on 5 of them without any problem. Most of the people in the staff department didn't know each other and were sitting properly at their workstations, acting as small staff officers. Everyone was just sitting there, adhering to the principle of say less, do less. Wrong. Saint Ayres didn't say anything either, and just sat there quietly. The table was clean and empty, with nothing else on it. If I had a computer, it would be just like when I was working in my previous life. Saint Tessa blurted out this thought, knowing that such conditions probably wouldn't be widespread for another 40 or 50 years. Around 9 o'clock, Commander Thompson, a colonel, arrived late, followed by someone who looked to be in their 30s, with a rank of major on their shoulders. This person looked like a ruthless character. There was a small scar on the lower left side of their face, and their expression seemed somewhat effeminate. The colonel saw Saint Tessa standing straight and gave a look of acknowledgement. Saint Tessa didn't quite understand, and then the colonel took the lead in applauding, a subordinate self-cultivation, clap, 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 clap. Everyone gradually followed Saint Tessa in applauding. Commander Thompson pressed down with both hands, and the applause immediately stopped. Hello everyone, I am very happy that you can join the newly established staff department. The person next to me is your future chief of staff, Major Eureka Gilla. Let's applaud and welcome him. Commander Thompson also applauded, clap, 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 clap. Another round of applause. Hello everyone, I am Eureka. You can call me Chief in the future. I used to be a staff member in the Ministry of Defense and served in the Marine Corps for 3 years, Eureka said with a faint smile on his face, which seemed a bit fake to Saint Tessa. However, he seemed to be quite capable. He was able to become a major at a young age and was promoted in the Ministry of Defense. Later, he remembered why he felt the smile was fake. The commander of the National Defense Forces stationed in Córdoba seemed to smile like that when Thompson left. He patted Saint Tessa on the shoulder without saying a word, making the other colleagues a little jealous. This was the uncrowned king of Córdoba. After Commander Thompson left, the staff department fell silent. Chief of Staff Eureka returned to the staff department and began to speak again. Hello, comrades. The main tasks of our staff department at present are to promote the transformation of the City Defense Army into an infantry brigade. This is also a change from a paramilitary force to a first-level combat force, which made sense and was similar to what Saint Tessa thought. Currently, our city guards actually have multiple roles. They are both an army and a police force, and they are also responsible for patrols. The responsibilities are not clear. Eureka paused for a moment and continued. Saint Tessa also nodded. The current city guards were almost like an urban management team, with all kinds of chaotic functions, and some even moonlighted as gangsters. We need to formulate a new training plan. This is one of our important tasks. At the same time, we must firmly grasp domestic and foreign intelligence, especially the espionage work in our province. Doing intelligence is also an important daily task of our staff department. If we are to formulate a training plan, we have a professional here, that is, the former instructor of the 9th Battalion of the City Guards, Warrant Officer Saint Tessa Cohen. The 9th Battalion commanded by Warrant Officer Saint Tessa surpassed all teams to win first place. This is also an important factor for our city guards to become the new brigade among the 2 local troops in the country. Everyone can communicate more with Warrant Officer Saint Tessa when formulating the training plan. The others looked at Saint Tessa, making him a little embarrassed. Thank you everyone, please take care of me in the future. I just did a little bit of work. Saint Tessa gave a standard military salute, and intelligence acquisition is the responsibility of Captain Carmen Claude. Captain Carmen is experienced and has done a good job in intelligence work. He has made a great contribution and is good at intelligence acquisition and analysis. Thank you, Chief. Comrades, please support me in the future. The captain, who was in his 40s and had a standard military buzz cut, also gave a serious salute. The other work is to assist the logistics department in improving logistics. I hope that under the leadership of Commander Thompson, we can improve the combat effectiveness of our army, clarify our responsibilities, and create new brilliance. Eureka encouraged everyone. The staff department not only had these 10 people in this office, but also another room with staff department personnel. Most of these people were recent military academy graduates who did not go to combat units. Assisting the staff department officers, Saint Tessa also briefly met the other personnel in the office, including 2nd Lieutenant Erickson Maka, from the logistics department of the city guards, who was a little fat, and Lieutenant Loki Emeka, from the former intelligence department, who was also one of the only 2 people with a physique similar to Saint Tessa. and looked very capable. They didn't busy themselves with other things in the morning, but got to know the other people in the staff department at 12 noon. They went to the cafeteria for lunch on time. The lunch was much better than the original barracks, both in terms of ingredients and taste. It was no longer the kind of mass-produced food. There were 3 dishes and a soup. Saint Hessa ordered a braised chicken leg, a portion of lamb chops stewed with peas, and stir-fried kale with beef. There were also oyster soup and seaweed egg drop soup to choose from. The food in the original barracks was not fit for human consumption. Saint Hessa didn't stand out too much. Of course, he wouldn't say too much either. He sat at a table with the people from the staff department and listened to them talk about things. The food in the command headquarters is really good. No wonder the Argentine army's combat effectiveness is so poor. The logistics are not strong enough. They could clearly make it better to eat. Could it be that they are afraid that it will be too delicious and make the soldiers fat? It's not that there is no such possibility. There is so little training now. If they eat a lot and eat well, they might all become big fat people. I don't know how much the army budget can be increased after it is changed to a military unit. This is also a big problem. The country's economy has grown a lot in recent years, but agriculture has declined a lot. The logistics in the war 30 years later were really appalling. The logistics support of the British Empire tens of thousands of miles away far exceeded Argentina's. Of course, this matter is not something Saint Hessa should worry about. Now Saint Hessa is just a small staff member, at most putting forward his own opinions and insights. It would be great if they could be adopted. Chapter 25 Working hard in the staff. The first day on the job was also the busiest. As the person in charge of the new training plan, Saint Hessa found it a bit difficult to describe the things in his head in writing. He went to the logistics department and applied for a mechanical typewriter. In Saint Hessa's eyes, this ancient machine used a purely mechanical structure. He had only seen it in movies, and it was only slightly more advanced than the one he used to type the loan report a while ago. The typewriter used Spanish. Spanish is a little different from English, with one more letter. Fortunately, he had been diligently studying Spanish legal knowledge recently, and he also reviewed Spanish vocabulary along the way, otherwise it would have been a disaster. He typed out the training content word by word, and then revised it repeatedly. It was troublesome without a computer and office tools to edit. The first draft of the training plan was several thousand words long, and then he gave it to other colleagues to discuss. Isn't running 10 kilometers every day a bit too much? After all, these guys are quite weak. If it doesn't work out, they might even go on strike or something. That shouldn't be the case, right? Back in the 9th team, we could easily run a lap with a 10-kilometer load. This hand grenade throwing training doesn't seem very necessary, does it? Now we have mortars and such? There's no need to throw hand grenades that far. Also, this goose stepping, I don't see why it's needed. Is it really necessary? This one, making the bed after getting up every day, doesn't make much sense, does it? Isn't this our soldiers' freedom? False freedom and democracy are not true freedom, but these guys will definitely understand. Also, this night patrol, our country is a world power now. Night patrol doesn't seem very good, does it? There's no extra salary, and not allowing leaving the barracks at night isn't very good either. Night patrols are normal, right? Since Saint Hessa wasn't around, he added this clause: improving the food is okay, but the budget has increased too much. I'm afraid the logistics department won't approve it. Even though we are now listed as an armed force, these staff officers questioned Saint Hessa's training plan word by word, but the atmosphere was not enthusiastic. Saint Hessa finally understood what collective democracy meant. With his previous hot temper, he would have just given up. Saint Hessa's mouth twitched, and he began to patiently explain and persuade this training plan is directly related to the 8th Brigade's combat effectiveness. If it can really be implemented according to this training plan, it can at least transform the current army into a qualified infantry brigade. Although it all seems like trivial matters and even nitpicking details, it is indeed a proven and effective training method that is the greatest army in the world. Although Saint Hessa has not yet included the most important ideological transformation work in the plan, this is extremely taboo for the military government. It was okay to secretly do it privately before, but now listing it as an official document will cause trouble. After speaking for a while, his mouth was a little dry. Feeling like a charlatan, Saint Hessa took a sip of water and discussed with his other colleagues, refuting Saint Hessa's newly compiled training outline point by point. These detailed tasks have been proven to be very effective in military exercises, and have also been recognized by our commander. We can continue to improve the details. If there are any other supplements, you can say them. Saint Tessa began to explain sentence by sentence. In this way, the Army's combat effectiveness can indeed be improved. There is also the issue of the Army's food. Is it really necessary to do a good job? I don't object to improving the food, but I think the standard is a bit high. One staff officer objected, and several others echoed. Good heavens, you haven't even eaten the food in the military camp. Is it really okay to say that? Of course, he didn't dare to say this. Well, in my opinion, improving the Army's training and soldiers' physical fitness relies on 3 parts exercise and 7 parts eating. The current Army's food needs to be further improved. Generally speaking, it is necessary to increase the proportion of meat foods such as beef, mutton, chicken, and pork. It is not necessary to have too many potatoes. It's okay to use potatoes to cook dishes, but using them as a staple food every day, do you think it's still the Victorian era? He silently complained in his heart. This is very scientific. Everyone knows that our country's army training is actually imitating Germany's, but now Germany is a defeated country, and everyone has seen the news, such as the Berlin blockade, and the Berlin Wall has begun to be built. Saint Tessa took another sip of hot water, blew on it, and said, Are you talking about last year's Berlin crisis? Speaking of the Germans, they were not sleepy at all, and immediately began to talk to each other. That's right, Germany not only spat out all the occupied territories, ceded land to Poland, France, Denmark and other countries, but was also divided into 4 parts. A staff officer added some details. That is indeed quite regrettable. A staff officer was a standard German fan and actually felt sorry for the Germans. Wake up, even at their worst, they are several times better than you. The little mustache was also a decent person during his lifetime. There are many reasons for the German defeat. I believe the old men in the Ministry of Defense have done a lot of research. You have also seen the reports, but in the later stages of the war, it was completely impossible to meet the needs in terms of eating. The logistics just couldn't keep up. Saint Tessa pointed out a cruel fact that these old men would not be unaware of, and eating is indeed very important. This military reform also requires us to provide some suggestions for logistics support reform. Saint Tessa was concerned about the food in the military canteen. You all know how awesome the logistics supplies of those Americans and Russians are. The steel torrent, the 1,000-mile raid, from Moscow to Berlin. The Soviet Union's turnaround was inseparable from a lot of logistical support from the Americans, although they are almost turning against each other now. I've heard of it. I heard that wherever the American soldier goes, Coca-Cola is supplied, and they eat Spam until they vomit. I'm so envious. Sure enough, humans have no resistance to happy water. Saint Tessa only knew after setting up the soda factory that front was firmly in the hands of the Coca-Cola company. Our country's army has very little Spam. The battlefield is a battle of logistics. The Germans were cut off from the supply of Coca-Cola and developed Fanta themselves. Saint Tessa also wanted to copy this label when he was studying canned soda. This trademark was shelved and will be re-enabled in a few years. So, besides training, logistics support is also a top priority. I just mentioned these things. Since we're going to increase the intensity of training, we definitely need to eat well. That's why I included the improvement of food in the plan. As for how much to increase it, it depends on the military spending given by the Ministry of Defense, said Saint Tessa. Although he was no longer in the army, the cafeteria was indeed not doing well. Understood. We didn't realize that eating was so important during wartime, but the current food is far from enough. Do you think so, Warrant Officer Saint Tessa? Can you explain why? A colleague from the General Staff Department said, seemingly a little unconvinced, throwing the question back to Saint Tessa. I think so because I served as a soldier for 2 years. As far as the current food in the army is concerned, it's really not good. Too much oil, too much salt, too many potatoes, and the taste is poor. We can understand if the country is having difficulties, but if other aspects are not good, it's hard for us to understand, Saint Tessa said, based on his own experience. At first, Saint Tessa had some selfish motives, wanting to improve the taste, but later he was truly speaking for the soldiers. As for what aspects were not good, Saint Tessa never interfered with those. The money he saved before was mostly from wool pulling. In the end, when we draft a training plan, including logistics support, it's best to go and see it in person, to investigate, so that we can better promote this plan, Saint Tessa said from the bottom of his heart. Being pragmatic seems to be something these officers disdain to do, which is really bad. Being pragmatic is the essence. Saint Tessa wasted a lot of saliva explaining, and also cited extensively. The Berlin crisis did happen, but that was a long time ago. Now, Western Germany has been merged into the Federal Republic of Germany, and Eastern Germany is the Democratic Republic of Germany. Both Germanys are among the best. The Federal Republic of Germany is the leading economic power in Western Europe, and the Democratic Republic of Germany is the strongest Eastern European economic power. Besides the Soviet Union, either one of them could crush Argentina, and excellent strategic vision and execution can revitalize and strengthen a great nation. The road is long and arduous, and we still need to continue learning. The fierce debate in the afternoon was a real learning experience and progress. The original Saint Tessa was just talking on paper. Letting him talk eloquently was fine, but truly drafting this kind of training plan almost killed him. He could only ride a donkey while reading a script, walking, watching, and learning through repeated exchanges, communication, and discussions with these theorists and practitioners. Saint Tessa gradually put down his guts, perspective, and that pitiful arrogance, and truly learned humbly, carefully revising unreasonable plans, deleting error-ridden regulations, changing awkward and difficult professional terms into plain language, and truly realizing that he should not underestimate the heroes of the world. Among three people walking together, there must be one who can be my teacher. The sages did not deceive me for the first time ever. He worked overtime, and fortunately, the military camp also provided dinner, so Saint Tessa didn't go hungry. Exhausted, he returned home and collapsed directly on the sofa. Fortunately, the time was fixed at just after 9 o'clock. Today was a huge consumption of Saint Tessa's physical and mental strength, a real brain drain, and his face was a little pale. "I'm sorry, I'm a little sleepy. You can come to my house as a guest when you have time in the future." Saint Tessa was a little tired today and issued an eviction order. "Oh, okay, goodbye." The girl was a little disappointed. After saying goodbye to Saint Tessa, she reluctantly returned to her residence. Saint Tessa was a little inexplicable. He continued to return to the sofa and lie down, not wanting to take a bath, until 10 o'clock in the evening, when he recovered a little, boiled hot water to take a bath, dried his hair, and fell into deep sleep. He seemed to have a dream, returning to the classroom in his previous life to take an exam, and almost woke up in shock. In the following days, he was in the General Staff Department drafting plans and assisting in work, so busy that his feet didn't touch the ground, and even the other colleagues, including the Chief of Staff, were a little impressed with Saint Tessa. Originally, they thought that Saint Tessa had only won the military exercise championship by luck. What level could a person who hadn't graduated from middle school have? They didn't expect that this guy not only knew how to type, but also knew a lot of basic laws, and his eloquence and persuasiveness were also very strong, and they gradually accepted many of Saint Tessa's views. Saint Tessa also combined these work contents with exam materials and test questions, and incidentally reviewed and learned a lot of things, and lived a fulfilling life every day. However, in order to have good physical fitness, he strengthened the content of physical exercise every day. During this time, he also calmed down his impetuous heart, and he no longer had the kind of quick success mentality for the cannery, soda factory, and plastic bottle factory. He shrank a part of the battle line and honestly developed his distributor system, and the sales volume not only did not decrease but increased, which was an unexpected surprise. Saint Tessa also carefully studied articles and books on the Argentine military system, and finally didn't hold back. The more he came into contact with it, the more he realized his shallowness, and many of his original ideas were somewhat naive. Saint Tessa finished his work one afternoon and was looking at the scenery outside the window. The sky suddenly became gloomy, a flash of lightning pierced the sky, thunder rumbled, and it suddenly rained heavily, a very rare thunderstorm, and the time was equivalent to winter. Looking at the distant buildings bathed in the thunderstorm, the bean-sized raindrops fell down, and he had a trace of emotion in his heart. Looking back, the other colleagues were working hard. Saint Tessa took a deep breath of fresh air, and became busy again. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.